Wisps of divinity continued to drill into the body. Attributes remain unchanged. Regarding the benefits of divinity, Lin Moyu only knows two things. One is that the earlier you get it, the greater the benefits. The second is that when changing jobs, it can greatly increase the probability of career sublimation. Most professionals will only enter the Xuangu battlefield after level 45. And it can only operate on the edge of the ancient battlefield. By the time they entered the God's Choice secret realm, they had already surpassed level 50. Moreover, the divine energy obtained will not be too much, and even some people cannot form a complete divinity. Most professionals cannot enjoy the benefits of divinity. Not to mention, using divinity to increase the probability of career advancement at the second rank. At the second turn, maybe they don't even know where the ancient battlefield is. There are only a handful of people like Lin Moyu who have entered the God's Choice secret realm at level 30 for thousands of years. In a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had walked 50 steps. There are also 50 strands of divine energy accumulated in the body. Lin Moyu finally had a feeling. 053 felt comfortable as if bathing in warm water. Fatigue is greatly reduced. Divinity energy is amazing. Lin Moyu looks forward to the complete divinity and what kind of changes it will bring to himself. Mo Yun also reached the 50th frame at this time. Compared with Lin Moyu, the speed difference is not that big. Although the speed of the two is similar, Mo Yun is far less relaxed than Lin Moyu. By the time she got here, beads of sweat had already oozed from her forehead. Obviously under a lot of pressure. Lin Moyu glanced at Mo Yun, gave her a cheering look, and then continued to walk up. Step by step, frame by frame. After a few minutes, Lin Moyu finally reached the 10th square. The 100th ray of divine energy drilled into the body. There were bursts of roaring in my mind, and the whole person was crackling non-stop. The joints of the whole body seemed to be opened up, and an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout the whole body. Attributes have finally changed. Lin Moyu found that there was an extra feature in his attributes. It is neither a skill nor a talent, and is not affected by the overall increased talent. Divine Power, Level 1. When upgrading, all attributes will be increased by 1%, mental power recovery speed will be increased by 100%, and fatigue recovery speed will be increased by 100%. The full name of divinity is the power of divinity. Look at this attribute. Lin Moyu finally understands why it is better to obtain divinity as soon as possible, and why Bai Yuan wants him to come earlier. Just adding an additional 1% to all attributes when leveling up is a very powerful attribute. The effect of this 1% cannot be underestimated. If each level up can increase an additional 1%, it will add up to an astonishing number. Most people only gain divinity after level 50. Bai Yuan obtained divinity at level 41 back then. And not just the worst level 1 divinity. After accumulation, Bai Yuan's attributes are much higher than those of professionals of the same level. This is also one of the foundations for him to become a god-level professional. The only pity is the characteristic of mental power recovery speed. After he used the soul gem, his mental power recovery speed has been increased by 100 times. Equivalent to 10,000% recovery speed. Now after the power of divinity is superimposed, it becomes 100,100%, which is 11 times. It's not about doubling what's already there. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu felt that he was asking too much. It is unprecedented to be able to achieve this effect, and the requirements cannot be so high. Now, it is necessary to enhance the divinity and increase the level of the power of divinity. Lin Moyu looked up, and there was a lot of divine energy floating on the steps, which would be the energy source of divine power. Bai Yuan's minimum requirement has been fulfilled, and the next step is to enhance it. At this time Mo Yun was dripping with sweat, and she walked up to the 100th step with difficulty. Divinity energy circulates in her body, fatigue is greatly reduced. Mo Yun couldn't help showing a look of enjoyment. So comfortable. Mo Yun said softly. The hard work was not in vain, and finally he succeeded in obtaining divinity. Obtaining divinity at level 41 has already tied Bai Yuan's record. Mo Yun felt that she might have a chance in the future to catch up with Bai Yuan and become a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bai Yuan. She unconsciously looked towards Lin Moyu, and found that Lin Moyu was already standing in the same position as herself. And he is more relaxed, not as hard as himself. How did you forget about this freak? Mo Yun chuckled. Whether it's him, Bai Yuan, or even every professional in the human race, nothing compares to Lin Moyu. No one has ever entered God's chosen at level 30, gaining divine power. Lin Moyu cast a cheering look, and then continued to walk up. Looking at his back, walking with ease, he muttered to himself, I really don't know how high this guy can reach in the end. The beautiful eyes shot out. In her eyes, Lin Moyu was even more radiant than Bai Yuan back then. Gathering his mind, Mo Yun set off again. Starting from the 101st block, you can get 2 strands of divine energy for every step you enter. After the new divine energy enters, it is integrated into the divine power, making the divine power grow rapidly. After only walking 5 squares, after gaining 10 new wisps of divine energy, the power of divinity changed again. Divinity power, level 2. When upgrading, all attributes will increase by 2%, mental power recovery speed will increase by 200%, and fatigue recovery speed will increase by 200%. I don't know how much divine energy the teacher got at that time, and how many levels the divine power has been raised to. Lin Moyu keeps going up 0. The pressure increased again, but for Lin Moyu, it was still not strong. At least he walked with ease. Walked another 10 grids, and came to the 115th grid. Newly harvested 20 wisps of divine energy, and the power of divinity has been upgraded again, reaching level 3. As the level of divine power increases, more and more divine power is required. Lin Moyu doesn't care about these, he just needs to walk up with all his strength, and the rest is out of his control. Mo Yun gritted her teeth and walked to the 105th frame with difficulty. She let out a long breath, finally raised the power of divinity to level 2. According to the family records, if you can raise the power of divinity to level 2, then you are a supreme genius. I'm a senior in the family, and the highest record is level 4. Baishan was only at level 5 before. I may have the opportunity to surpass the family's highest record and reach the level of Baishan. Mo Yun's face was filled with confidence. She got to this point completely relying on her own ability, and she didn't use her talent. Once she uses her innate ability, she believes that she can go a lot further. I don't know where Lin Moyu went. It should be better than me. Mo Yun looked towards Lin Moyu, where there was Lin Moyu's shadow. Gone? Have you left the secret realm? Mo Yun thought her idea was ridiculous. His eyes quickly swept upwards, and he vaguely saw a figure. That position has reached at least 200 grids. I am still walking, and I am walking very easily, and I don't look hard at all. Step by step, because of it. Mo Yun suffered 10,000 tons of injuries immediately, which severely damaged her self-confidence. What a monster, born in the same era as you, how unlucky. He said angrily, gritted his silver teeth, and continued to walk up. Mo Yun seemed to be angry, so she also speeded up, rushed up several blocks in one breath, and then slowed down. Continue to maintain a slow and steady rhythm and climb upwards. Lin Moyu stepped on the 200th step. After gaining the power of divinity, he obtained another 200 wisps of divine energy. The power of divinity has finally risen to level 5. Divine power, level 5. When upgrading, all attributes will be increased by 5%. Mental power recovery speed will be increased by 500%, and fatigue recovery speed will be increased by 500%. Standing on the 200th step, Lin Moyu still didn't feel too much pressure. The effect of soul crystallization is too strong. A full 15,000 points of spiritual bonus pushed his basic spiritual power from 4,000 points to 19,000 points. Not to mention level 30, even a level 40 legal system professional is not as mentally powerful as him. To put it simply, he faced the pressure of level 30 with a mental strength of over level 40. How could it not be easy? From block 201 onwards, the pressure increases again. Compared with 200 grids, it has more than doubled. Lin Moyu felt that if he didn't get the soul crystal, he would only reach 200 grids at most. But now, he continued to walk up. Going up step by step, each step can harvest wisps of divine energy. The higher the level of divine power, the more divine energy is needed. This time I went all the way to the 250th grid, and got a full 150 strands of divine energy, and the power of divinity was improved. Next, the demands will only get higher. When he was about to reach the 300th frame, he suddenly felt a powerful breath erupting from Mo Yun's passage. This breath is not much different from a level 50 character. Then I saw a ball of light moving fast along the passage. Mo Yun was shrouded in light all over and climbed up quickly. The speed is so fast. Lin Moyu once saw Mo Yun displaying this skill. At that time, the Holy Spirit Unicorn was shrouded in such light, and the speed was as fast as lightning. I don't know exactly what skill Mo Yun used, I only know that at this moment, Mo Yun ignored the pressure and moved forward quickly. Awesome! Lin Moyu said something unconsciously. Each profession has its own characteristics. Especially for a mid-level legendary professional like Mo Yun, 02 must have his own uniqueness. Watching Mo Yun rush directly from more than 100 grids to 200 grids in just 30 seconds. When she stepped into the 200th grid, the skill light disappeared, and Mo Yun's whole body was limp on the ground. The position of 200 squares put too much pressure on her. Mo Yun could barely sit here, and it was very difficult to move, but she had a smile on her face. She broke the highest family record. At level 41, she raised the power of divinity to level 9. This is already a flat and far-reaching achievement, proud of the whole human race. Of course, there is no comparison to a certain freak. Mo Yun raised her head with difficulty and looked up. Saw the figure of Lin Moyu. This nasty guy is standing at least 300 squares away, giving himself a thumbs up. Stand up, your sister. Mo Yun couldn't help but cursed. Is this a compliment? It just hits people. Her self-esteem was hurt by the critical strike again. Mo Yun sighed in her heart. Forget it, you can't compare with this guy, or your self-esteem will collapse. She came here with her talent and skills, which is already the limit. In 30 seconds, she didn't even waste 0.1 second. Lin Moyu knew that Mo Yun had almost reached his limit, so he turned around and continued to move forward. The pressure increased again. Lin Moyu finally felt a little pressure, but that was all. There is pressure to be motivated, and Lin Moyu walked harder than before. The pressure is getting bigger and bigger, like a mountain is pressing heavily on me. In each grid, there are 4 strands of divine energy drilled into the body. In the 310th frame, the power of divinity has been raised to level 6. The power of divinity in the 370th grid has been raised to level 7. From block 401 onwards, the pressure increases sharply again. Compared with the 400th step, although the difference is only 1 step, the pressure difference is at least 3 times. Lin Moyu feels that it is impossible for any legal professional to come here, unless it also absorbed the soul crystal. Go forward with all your strength, don't take half a step back. Thinking of what Bai Yuan once said, Lin Moyu gritted his teeth. Go on, squint. In one go, continue to climb upwards. 410, 420, 450. Finally, we reached the 490th step. The power of divinity has reached level 9. Now it is only the last 10 steps, and the 3-legged tripod is close at hand. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. The terrifying mental power pressed him down, making him unable to straighten up and lift his head. It was as if an invisible giant hand descended from the sky, holding him down heavily, making it difficult for him to move. This kind of pressure, let alone level 30, even level 40, level 45 can't hold it. Lin Moyu murmured in his heart. The last 10 frames are too difficult. Standing here, one can clearly see that a large amount of divine energy is flying above the tripod. Glittering golden light, densely packed, innumerable. There are tens of thousands of strands at least. Lin Moyu couldn't help thinking, if he could walk the last 10 steps, would he be able to absorb the divine energy on the tripod? At that time, how many levels can the power of divinity reach? But now, the pressure is already enormous. Even with Lin Moyu's mental strength, it is difficult to take another step up. Have you reached the limit? Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, he didn't believe it. Barely lifted his foot, and stepped up again. Boom! The invisible pressure hit Lin Moyu like a giant fist. Mental roar, head pain, almost collapse. Lin Moyu let out a muffled grunt, shaking from side to side, and was about to fall backwards. In the end, he gritted his teeth and persisted. At this time, he put his right foot on the 491 steps. The left foot is still stepping on the 490 grid, and can no longer be lifted. Lin Moyu knew that as long as his left foot was off the ground, he would definitely fall backwards. At that time, they will definitely leave the secret realm directly. No solution anymore. While talking to himself, the characters on the back of his hand shone brightly, shooting out brilliant rays of light and exploding in the air. All attributes increased rapidly, and the spiritual attribute broke through numerous restrictions, reaching 57,000 points in an instant. The pressure that had been unbearable for him disappeared without a trace. This feeling, as if he had just entered the God's Choice secret realm, just entered the passage. Easy, so easy. Lift your left foot and step firmly on the 491st square. Then all the way up, stepping on the 500th grid without any pressure. The topmost floor of the passage is where the three-legged divine tripod is placed. This is a world that no one has set foot in for countless years. The divine energy originally flying on the three-legged divine tripod flew towards Lin Moyu at the same time. Drilled in like crazy. The level of divine power increases rapidly. Level 10, level 11, and level 12. Lin Moyu's attention at this time has been completely attracted by the tripod. He walked up to the three-legged divine tripod and looked at the words engraved on the three-legged divine tripod. Everyone trembled with excitement. Chinese characters are really Chinese characters. 3 large characters are engraved on the tripod. Shenzhou tripod. Shenzhou, what a familiar name. Lin Moyu was sure almost instantly that the Shenzhou Ding in front of him must be related to the world before he traveled. Including source runes too. Lin Moyu saw the golden light in the Shenzhou Dingli, and there was a great god in it. These spiritual energies are no longer strands, but have become liquid. Those divine energies floating outside are just an insignificant part that flew out from the cauldron. With these divine energies, Lin Moyu doesn't know how many levels his divine power will reach. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. He has no access to these divine energies at all. Stretching out his hand, he was blocked by an invisible force. When Lin Moyu touched the Shenzhou Ding suddenly shook violently. Not only the Shenzhou Ding trembled, but also the entire God's Choice secret realm. Mo Yun, who was still sitting at 200 grids, suddenly raised her head and looked up, with a look of shock on her face. What happened? The entire secret realm was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, Lin Moyu could not see anything, only the golden light in front of his eyes. The Shenzhou Ding released brilliant golden light, covering everything. And the vibration became more and more violent. Lin Moyu could only hold on to the Shenzhou tripod tightly. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, Lin Moyu let out a muffled snort, but nothing could be heard in his ears except the sound of the explosion. The whole person lost consciousness in an instant as if being hit hard. I don't know how long it took before Lin Moyu woke up. He found that he had returned to the ancient battlefield. There was silence all around. And the light of the ancient battlefield did not change at all. The two boulders still stand and Mo Yun fell to the side. Lin Moyu went over to check and found that there was nothing wrong, just unconscious. After confirming that Mo Yun was fine, Lin Moyu was relieved and began to check himself. In the next second, he let out an exclamation. He has always been as calm as him, this is the first time he has lost his composure. Lin Moyu looked at his attributes and was speechless for a long time. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer, Unique. Level, 30, 92%. Title, King of Dragon Race, all attributes, plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. Strength, 1000, plus 3000. Agility, 1000, plus 3000. Spirit, 19,000, plus 3000. Physique, 1000, plus 3000. Characteristic, Divinity Power, level 30. Special item, Shenzhou Ding, unavailable. Divinity Power, level 30. When upgrading, all attributes will increase by 30%, mental power recovery speed will increase by 3000%, and fatigue recovery speed will increase by 3000%. 1. Very Poisonous Star Ring, level 3, forms poison damage within a range of 3 meters, causing damage equivalent to 30 points of strength per second, duration 3 seconds. Strong Soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. The original attributes have not changed much. There is one more item, characteristic, Divinity Power, level 30. The power of divinity has reached level 30. Lin Moyu remembered that after stepping on the highest floor, all of Yin Huang's divine energy entered. But at that time, he was absorbed by Shenzhou Ding, and he didn't pay attention to these divine energies, let alone the divine power. Unexpectedly, it has reached level 30. The power of divinity at level 30 provides 4 characteristics, each of which can be called powerful. Especially the first item, all attributes increase by 30% when upgrading. If someone upgrades to a level and increases the attribute by 1000 points, he can increase it by 1300 points. After accumulating level by level, the gap will become wider and wider. And Lin Moyu believes that level 30 is by no means the end. Just because he is only level 30, the power of divinity is also stuck to level 30. Thinking about the teacher Bai Yuan who was only level 5 back then, Lin Moyu felt as if he was in a dream. But that wasn't what surprised him. With his determined personality, he wouldn't be shocked by it. What really scared him was the Shenzhou Ding. The Shenzhou Ding became his property. Although he can't use it now, the Shenzhou Ding is really in his hands. Is it true that there will be no more God's Choice secret realms in the future? The foundation of God's Choice secret realm seems to be the Shenzhou Ding, and now the Shenzhou Ding has fallen into his hands. Lin Moyu felt that he had dug out the roots of God's Choice. There is a 99% chance that there will be no more God's Choice secret realms in the future. But so what? If given a choice, Lin Moyu would still choose to take Shenzhou Jingren away without hesitation. The characters of Shenzhou Ding and Bing are both related to Huaxia in the previous life. Lin Moyu wanted to unravel the mystery and know what was going on. The skill of Poisonous Star Ring still needs to be cultivated. With the power of divinity, his mental power recovery speed has reached 130 times. It doesn't seem too difficult to practice. Soldier, character skills do not need to be upgraded, this skill is already so strong. Once activated, even the boss can be killed in seconds. With a soft moan, Mo Yin woke up. Her eyes flashed with vigilance for an instant, and she relaxed when she saw Lin Moyu sitting beside her. What happened just now? Mo Yin clutched her head, still in pain. The mental pressure was too great just now, and the sequelae have not completely disappeared. Lin Moyu said, I made it to the top floor, and the rift exploded. Several black lines appeared on Mo Yin's forehead. You said you reached the top floor? Lin Moyu nodded, affirming Mo Yun's question. Then your divine power. Level 30. Lin Moyu answered lightly, almost scaring Mo Yun into fainting again. Mo Yun completely lost her former composure and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is impossible." Lin Moyu looked at her quietly, "Does this need to be so exaggerated? If I let her know that I dug out the root of the God's Choice secret realm, wouldn't it be a catastrophe?" Can't say. Lin Moyu didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Before solving the puzzle, he didn't even want to tell Bai Yuan and Lin Mohan. Otherwise, he doesn't know how to solve his identity, why he knows Shenzhou Ding, why he knows the characters of Bing. In their eyes, these words are mysterious runes. Seeing that Lin Moyu is so calm, Chao Yun can only choose to accept it in the end. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "You are a monster." Lin Moyu chuckled, "You can say whatever you like, as you like." The red light soaring into the sky finally disappeared, and 10 days had passed, and the source rune began to merge with Mo Yun for the final time. Mo Yun's body was shrouded in red light, and a rune appeared on the back of his left hand. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance, "This is a former minister." Front, character text. But Mo Yun didn't know it. He only knew that it was the original rune, which was extremely mysterious. "What skill?" Lin Moyu asked. Mo Yun didn't hide it. "The skill is called Nothing Can Stop. The speed increases by 10 times in 1 minute. It is immune to all damage, ignores any obstacles, including barriers, secret realms, and other space barriers, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. Lin Moyu thought about it after listening. It's a very powerful skill. Mo Yun has also understood the characteristics of the skills. Yes, very powerful. The skills of the original runes are very powerful. This skill can be used to escape or attack. It turns out that the speed of Mo Yun Holy Spirit Unicorn is very fast. Coupled with this skill, it is even more powerful. Not to mention life alone, if it is used to hit the enemy, with the attributes of this skill, the damage it will cause is estimated to be considerable. The cooling time is also short, only 10 minutes. In that way, there are more ways to operate. The smartest part of the human race is that they can use skills to combine into various techniques and tactics, thereby greatly increasing combat power. Unlike the dragons who are simple-minded, they will only come here and try their best. Mo Yun summoned the Holy Spirit Unicorn, turned over and sat on it. "I've troubled you for a few days, I should go too." "Where are you going?" Lin Moyu was not surprised. Mo Yun has a dream, hoping to become an existence like Baishan. She needs experience and needs to face various emergencies alone so that she can grow. It is impossible to follow Lin Moyu all the time and be protected by Lin Moyu, so that the exercise effect will not be achieved. Mo Yun looked in the direction of the central area. "I will leave the central area. This place is too dangerous and not suitable for me." If she hadn't been hunted down, she wouldn't have entered the central area at all, nor would she have encountered Lin Moyu. However, after meeting Lin Moyu, she gained a lot. At least he entered the God's Choice secret realm earlier, tying Bai Yuan's record. Lin Moyu hummed, "Then you pay attention to safety. If you come across a copy of Dragon Palace, remember to notify me." The positioning teleportation stone given by Mo Yun is still there, and it can go there at any time. "Okay, I'll write it down." After Mo Yun finished speaking, she gave a light drink, and the Holy Spirit Unicorn shot out a white light and shot straight into the sky. Lin Moyu stood up and stretched. "It's time for me to level up too." He has been suppressing the level, just wanting to enter the God's Choice secret realm at level 30 and gained the power of divinity. "I finally got my wish and completed it at level 30 with 92% experience. So now you can let go of your hands and feet and practice hard." With a thought, for undead legions appeared. "Go." Lin Moyu looked at the core area on the upper floor, and the undead army immediately filled up and moved towards the core area. The closer to the core, the greater the number of monsters and the higher the level. At present, in this area, the level of monsters is basically concentrated between 55 and 60. The undead army is divided into 4 groups, passing by. No matter what type of monster you are, what level you are. Bomb directly. Lin Moyu followed behind, continuously gaining experience. At the same time, it continuously releases the highly poisonous star ring. Practice skills without wasting any time. Although the efficiency is not as good as the copy, it is easier than it is. Lin Moyu only needs to give an order, and he doesn't care about the rest. Leveling is too easy. The ancient battlefield, the upper space. Divided into peripheral, central, and core areas. The peripheral monsters are all below level 50. The monsters in the central area are between 50 and 60. Once monsters above level 60 start to appear, they enter the core area. Lin Moyu never imagined that among the 3 areas, the core area is the one that occupies the largest area. In the core area, there are monsters from level 60 to level 68. Monsters above level 60 are much stronger than monsters at level 69. They often have some strange abilities. And over the years, the scope of the core area is gradually becoming larger. Someone once predicted that perhaps tens of millions of years later, the entire upper space would become the core area. There will no longer be monsters below level 60. The reason is the light ejected from the core area. These lights are the source of energy for the entire ancient battlefield. All monsters, all bosses are born under the nourishment of light. Even many secret realms, dungeons, and treasures in the ancient battlefield all come from light. While thinking about it, I happened to see a light spot falling from the sky and flying into the distance. Such light spots represent treasures, bosses, even secret realms, and dungeons. Anything is possible. It is precisely because of this that there is such a statement. One after another, they kept using the poisonous star ring. At the same time, the roar continued to sound. Pass by, never miss. Lin Moyu continued to use Corpse Burst on the monster corpse. The highly poisonous star ring and the corpse burst are both practicing. When more than half of the mental power is consumed by 743, the poisonous star ring has completed the upgrade, reaching the. At this time, Lin Moyu's body also lit up with white light. Finally reached level 31. All skills are upgraded. Except for corpse explosion and poisonous star ring, they all increased with the level, reaching level 31. Suddenly, I felt my body warm up, and a warm current came from the Shenzhou cauldron. Divine energy. He quickly checked his attributes and found that his divine power had reached level 31. Divine power, level 31, when upgrading, all attributes will increase by 31%. Mental power recovery speed will increase by 3,100%, and fatigue recovery speed will increase by 3,100%. Shenzhou Ding, after his own level was upgraded, he also released part of the divine energy, pushing the power of the divine to level 31. Well, from this point of view, the power of divinity will continue to upgrade with him in the future. The bonus effect will become stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu felt that he was going to become a monster. God knows how strong his attributes will be in the future. Then I saw my own attributes again, and I felt like I couldn't help but laugh. Strength, 1130, plus 3000. Agility, 1130, plus 3000. Spirit 19650, plus 3000. Physique, 1130, plus 3000. Before the upgrade, all other attributes except spirit are 1000 points. Starting from level 30, every level up should add 100 points. Now with the Aseg of Divinity, an additional 30% is added, so an increase of 10 points. For the next level, add an additional 31%. The attributes are estimated to be all messed up. The same goes for spiritual attributes. Originally, leveling up increased 500 points, but now it has increased by 650 points, an additional 150 points. Next time it will be 5 more points, an extra 15 points. But this is a good thing, who would think the attribute is low? Of course the stronger the better. Another starlight fell from the sky. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. This point of starlight seemed a little close to him. At most, it is 1,000 kilometers, and the direction is exactly the direction Lin Moyu is heading. What? Thinking in my heart, I rushed over. If there is an opportunity, we must strive for it. Bai Yuan told him that there are many opportunities in the ancient battlefield, and they are all to be grabbed. If you have a chance, go there. If you don't have a chance, then create an opportunity. Don't be polite. All the god-level powerhouses were snatched out of chance. When Lin Moyu was going to the place where the starlight fell, others were also rushing there from other directions. While on his way, Lin Moyu summoned a new Lich General, and assigned all the skeletons in his summoning space to it. Then Lin Moyu began to summon skeletons non-stop to fill the vacancy. A level 31 Lich General can lead 310 skeletons. Lin Moyu is still owed the quota of 110 skeletons. This time, Lin Moyu chose the skeleton. Summoning one requires 1,600 points of mental power. A full amount of mental power is only enough to summon 14. After calculation, only call each time. Then wait for the mental power to recover, and continue to summon. Fortunately, the recovery rate of mental power is as high as 131 times, and the recovery is very fast. The undead army cleared monsters all the way, but the speed was not fast. It took 2 days to complete the 1,000-kilometer journey. After 2 days, the 11 undead legions were full again. It's just that his 310 summoning spaces haven't been fully summoned yet. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, just take your time. It should be nearby. When there are sparks falling in the sky, it will bring out a strange breath. Lin Moyu followed his breath all the way, and he couldn't go wrong. And when he came here, he found that many monsters here had died. It means that someone has arrived one step ahead of time. The undead army quickly retracted and recalled, and several skeletons spread out in all directions. After level 30, the range in which you can manipulate skeletons increases a lot. It can be controlled within 5 kilometers. Skeleton warriors run fast, with 44,000 points of agility, allowing them to have amazing speed. Moreover, the skeleton warrior has a sharp response. Even if you encounter a monster, if you don't want to fight, you can run away. Monsters that are not of the agility department may not be able to catch up. After reconnaissance by skeleton warriors, Lin Moyu found that all the monsters in one direction were dead. Without further ado, he put away the skeleton and rushed directly in this direction. Someone got there before him. After walking for another half a day, I felt energy fluctuations. There is a fight. It's a human race, and it has the breath of a demon. Humans and demons were fighting. Lin Moyu quickened his pace and ran over. A group of demons are attacking a team of human professionals. Demon levels are not low, are around 60. The level of human professionals is relatively low, but it is over level 50. There are 13 demons, but there are only 6 human professionals. The level is not as good as the devil, and the number is not as good as the devil. Relying on strong coordination and tactics, as well as a suit of excellent equipment, he managed to survive. Persist for a while, the dungeon will take shape soon, and we will enter the dungeon then. The leading knight shouted loudly. It seems to be encouraging. Full of energy, faint and timid. He, if you can't get in, even if you get in, you will die when you get out. Delicious human flesh, you can't escape, the demon screamed, bloodthirsty. Lin Moyu heard the knight's cries from afar and saw the devil. Immediately afterwards, his eyes narrowed sharply. A cup of long sword shining with holy breath appeared in sight. The long sword shone with holy light, illuminating the surrounding fields. A phantom of a long sword appeared above the heads of every human professional. The white light carried holy energy, which caused the demons to scatter suddenly. Abyssal demons hate holy power the most, this is their natural enemy. Lin Moyu is too familiar with this skill. Lin Mohan's skills. She saw Lin Mohan standing in the queue. like a delicate flower, standing there, ready to bloom. At this time, she held two swords, twisted her body slightly, and released her skills. It's like dancing the most beautiful dance. Then, another phantom of a long sword appeared. The sword light fell, and several approaching abyssal demons fell into a sluggish state. Control skills, but also group control. The Cavaliers immediately led the team to break through and retreat in one direction. There is a dungeon vortex there, and it doesn't seem like it will take long to take shape completely. They still need to hold on for a while. A powerful aura emanated from the controlled demons, and the control was released instantly. The Cavaliers failed to break through and had to retreat. Lin Moyu could see that although the Cavaliers could still hold on, they couldn't hold on for too long. It may not be able to persist until the copy is formed. Even if the copy is formed, they may not be able to rush in. Even if you rush in, what should you do when you come out? Sister. Lin Moyu ran over quickly. Lin Mohan's pretty face changed when he heard the voice. Lin Mohan's pretty face changed anxiously, Xiaoyu. The demons also saw Lin Moyu, and they laughed grinningly, ha ha ha, there is a little guy at level 31 here, it's like sending him to death. Is there no one in your human race? You dare to come here at such a young age. Several demons rushed towards Lin Moyu with grinning faces. Oops. Lin Mohan was so anxious that he screamed loudly, and a brilliant light burst out from his body. With a slight twist of her graceful figure, two gleaming sharp swords suddenly appeared above her head. The sharp sword split immediately, and in less than half a second the air was covered with long swords, hovering densely in the air. The sword energy pervades, splitting the space, making one's scalp tingle. Skill, flying swords. At this time, Lin Mohan's feet were half a meter off the ground, and his whole body stopped in the air. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, and a pair of long swords in his hands struck lightly. With a buzzing sound, thousands of long swords swept out like a long dragon. The latecomer caught up with the demon who was charging towards Lin Moyu. The sound of impact and screams sounded one after another. Those demons were sent flying by the sharp sword like a dragon, and a large number of wounds were stabbed on their bodies. The sword chi crisscrossed the dragon and turned it upside down, forcing all the demons around to retreat. Lin Mohan had already rushed towards Lin Moyu with strides in the void. The Cavaliers who led the team immediately made a decision and followed Lin Mohan to lead the team to break through. The relationship between the two can be guessed from the names of the two, and Lin Mohan also exploded his skills for this. Any fool can see how important Lin Moyu is to her. He had no choice but to follow Lin Mohan. A group of people quickly joined Lin Moyu, and knights, mages, and warriors quickly protected Lin Moyu among them. Lin Mohan asked anxiously, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Lin Moyu said, the teacher sent me to experience the ancient battlefield. At this time, the knight said lightly, your teacher is really big-hearted. You are only 31 years old and sent to the ancient battlefield. Are you not afraid that you will not be able to go back? His complexion is not very good-looking, they are far away from the entrance of the copy now, and the plan has been completely disrupted. Lin Mohan's skill has a long cooling time, and it was originally used when the dungeon was fully formed. Now that their skills are on cooldown, they are also in a little trouble. The faces of the rest of the team were not very good-looking. But they didn't mean to blame Lin Moyu. The bad face was because the plan was disrupted, and there would be some troubles in the future. They may not be able to enter the copy. But this copy is very important. Lin Moyu ignored the knight and said, Sister, are you going to enter this dungeon? Lin Mohan nodded, yes, but it's very difficult to get in now. Her eyes showed unwillingness, and at this time the entrance to the dungeon was already occupied by several abyssal demons. The long sword flying in the air disappeared, and the demons who had just been forced back surrounded them again and surrounded them again. Although she couldn't enter the dungeon, she was able to save Lin Moyu, and she didn't regret it at all. Copy or something, can it be compared with Lin Moyu? Not worth a single hair. The knight said in a deep voice, let's break through first, and we'll talk about the dungeon later. Everyone in the team showed unwillingness, but they were helpless. Who made Lin Moyu's sudden appearance disrupt the plan? Now it's not about the copy, it's about how to take Lin Moyu back unscathed. Lin Mohan pushed a teleportation stone to Lin Moyu, and said softly, if we fail to break through, you can activate this teleportation stone, and it will send you to a safe place. The faces of the few people changed. They each have a piece of such a teleportation stone, which can send them to a safe place. This is the last guarantee. Lin Moyu didn't answer, no need. Lin Mohan said anxiously, don't worry, sister still has a teleportation talisman, everything will be fine. Lin Moyu said, sister, I mean you don't need to go, just kill these demons. Several people looked at Lin Moyu with surprise. A mere little guy at level 31, who gave him the guts to say such brazen words. Some demons heard Lin Moyu's words, and they all screamed, little guy, are you awake? Lin Moyu ignored them, sister, add me to the group, so as not to accidentally hurt you. Lin Mohan is not like others, she believes Lin Moyu's words. Immediately add Lin Moyu to the team. With a buzzing sound, red light fell overwhelmingly. Skill, slow curse. The laughter of the abyssal demons stopped abruptly, and everyone fell silent. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and the wind was blowing. Two lich generals appeared in the eyes of everyone with their undead army. More than 600 skeleton warriors were densely packed, making a clicking sound. The skeleton warriors rushed forward and fell up, pulling down the abyssal demons who hadn't reacted yet. A demon wanted to escape, so it flew into the air, and Lin Moyu's palm flashed with fire. Skill, soul flame. It fell from the air with a scream. The skeleton warriors burst out their skills one after another, and the attacks of the skeleton mage were overwhelming. At this time, the red light flashed again, and the slow curse was replaced by the damage curse. Even a level 60 abyssal demon is stunned by this sudden and powerful blow. Death came quickly. There was one scream after another. In the blink of an eye, the 8 demons who came to besiege had been killed. Lin Mohan froze on the spot, and the 2 long swords fell to the ground. Several of her teammates, these are from Shaojing Academy, Creation Theology Academy, the top geniuses in the Xinxia Empire. At this time, he was also frightened by the scene in front of him. Level 31 skeletons, killing level 60 demons is like cutting claws and chopping vegetables. A big knife with a handle, full of red light, just chopped it down like this. Wings were chopped off, bones were chopped off. His body was full of wounds. Baptized by the skills of the skeleton mage again. It was frozen, burned, and struck by lightning. As miserable as it could be. Is this really something a level 31 professional can do? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Lin Mohan is perverted enough, why is her younger brother even more perverted? Who is this family? Can there be something normal? The few looked at each other, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. The 4 demons at the entrance of the dungeon were stunned. What happened, and how did they hear the screams of their companions? There are too many skeletons, blocking their view. What happened to these skeletons in front of them? Could it be that the 31st level human race who just arrived summoned it? But is it possible? Questions emerged one after another. Some demons were about to fly over to have a look, when a dead body flew towards them. A demon instinctively caught the corpse. In the next second, the corpse was detonated. There was a loud bang. The remaining 4 demons didn't even hum, and were instantly killed. Lin Moyu slowly put down his hand and put away the undead army. Sister, it's all done. For him, such things are easy. There is no difficulty at all. Just kill a few demons, nothing more. Lin Mohan recovered from the shock, put away his 2 swords, and gave a thumbs up. Xiaoyu is awesome. The demon dies, and the battle is over. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, and dismissed the fighting Tulu one after another. Lin Mohan introduced Lin Moyu. This is Gu Chongfeng, and Meng Xian, Hengxi, they are all my seniors. Because of the relationship between the team, Lin Moyu already knew their names. The Gu Chongfeng that Lin Mohan was talking about was the knight in front of him and their captain. Level 52, Legendary Occupation, Holy Sword Knight. Legendary level professions are very strong. If it wasn't for the large difference in levels, demons of the same level would not be his opponents at all. The rest are also around level 50 professionals, at least they are also rare professions. There is also a bloodthirsty warrior who is also a legendary professional. In Creation Seminary, there are not a few legendary level professionals. After all, it gathered the elites of the Quanshengxia Empire, so one can imagine its strength. She put away her weapons, and also put away her usual arrogance. Gu Chongfeng didn't dare to underestimate him. Even if he is a legendary professional, he is still far inferior to Lin Moyu. Thank you. He sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu waved his hands. Killing demons is something that all people should do, neither proud nor overly humble. Lin Moyu's neither humble nor overbearing attitude has won a lot of favor from everyone. Everyone respects the strong, and they are no exception. What's more, Lin Mohan was there. In the team, Lin Moyu saw her sister's level. Holy Sword Dancer, level 51. Lin Mohan upgraded too fast. Not long ago, he was less than level 45 in a professional competition. It's only been a few days, and I'm already level 51. This kind of upgrade speed, Lin Moyu sighed. The dungeon is taking shape, and everyone is resting in front of the dungeon. Sister, why do you have to enter this dungeon? Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan should sit side by side. Lin Moyu said, the teacher calculates that there will be the origin rune accompanied by the starlight. Lin Moyu couldn't help being shocked. The origin rune can still be calculated? While speaking, Lin Moyu took out a piece that looked like a disc. There is a needle on the disc. No matter how the disc moves, the needle always points to the position of the copy. The teacher calculated it using this treasure. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen this before. In the museum of the previous life, I have seen similar things. Gossip compass. The treasure Lin Moyu held in his hand was like a gossip compass. The gossip compass is engraved with words, densely packed. These characters are very ancient, and some characters are exactly the same as the Chinese characters he is familiar with. Some are different and more complex. The whole gossip compass exudes an ancient atmosphere. Apparently, this thing has been around for some time. Lin Mohan didn't notice the expression of 313 Lin Moyu, and said softly, this treasure is amazing, the teacher can calculate many things with it. This time the teacher has calculated the location of an origin rune, and it is here. The original rune fell with the starlight and eventually became a copy. If you want to get the original rune, you have to enter the copy. Lin Moyu asked, there is only one origin rune. Lin Mohan laughed softly, the origin runes are prepared for me, and the seniors are all accompanying me. Lin Moyu nodded. After getting the origin rune, there is a 10-day fusion period, and it will be very dangerous during these 10 days. During the 10-day fusion period, there is no way to leave the ancient battlefield. Must face the pressure from the abyssal demons and dragons. Lin Mohan put away the gossip compass. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Don't worry, the teacher has made all the preparations. As long as I can get the origin rune, the fusion can be completed in at most 2 days. And when the time comes, we will teleport to the edge of the ancient battlefield, where there will be no danger. Lin Moyu hummed. He could imagine that Lin Mohan's teacher must also be a god-level powerhouse. At least he is a big shot who can stand on an equal footing with Bai Yuan. Even the whereabouts of the origin rune can be calculated. This method is appalling. With a soft sound, a whirlwind blew up all around. A large number of rays of light were attracted in the air and entered the dungeon vortex. A band of light formed in the air, clearly visible for hundreds of kilometers in radius. Copy takes shape, but it doesn't move. Lin Moyu estimated that it had something to do with the original rune in the dungeon. Another dungeon is formed, so there shouldn't be such a big movement. Gu Chongfeng walked over with a serious expression on his face. The movement is too loud, beyond expectation, it should attract the attention of many people. The abyssal demons and dragons may come over. If there is a source rune in the dungeon, the team that clears the level first due to the probability can get it. Of course, if you point your back, you may need to repeat it several times. If someone clears the copy first, or luck is good enough, then their plan fails. Lin Mohan's voice was deep, with a sassy and heroic air. No matter what, we always took the lead, and we will enter the dungeon now. Xiaoyu, hurry up and leave, there may be many abyssal demons and dragon professionals coming in the day meeting. Lin Moyu nodded. Sister, go ahead to copy. Lin Mohan hummed, be careful yourself. After finishing speaking, Lin Mohan and others quickly entered the copy. Lin Moyu sensed the copy, the source of blood, copy. There is no difficulty to choose from. The same as other dungeons in the ancient battlefield, there is no requirement for the level. Anyone can go in. Of course, life and death are conceded. Don't worry, the origin rune must be yours. With me here, no one will bother you. Lin Moyu said softly. He did not leave, but guarded at the entrance of the instance. 2 undead legions appeared, and the skeletons surrounded the entrance of the dungeon. At this moment, Lin Moyu blocked the door. Lin Moyu laughed self-deprecatingly. It used to be the Dynasty Guild blocking the gate of the dungeon, but I didn't expect that I would do the same one day. Sure enough, after a while, a group of dragon professionals flew over. From a distance, they saw the entrance of the dungeon. The streamer in the sky has not completely disappeared, and a band of light can be seen continuously flowing into the dungeon from the sky. The light in the sky is the source of power on the ancient battlefield. Such visions indicate that this copy is unusual. But looking at the densely packed skeletons on the ground, the dragon professionals who came here were also a little apprehensive. There must be too many of them. What are you afraid of? You're only level 31. The attribute is pitifully low. This kind of skeleton, I can raise it to death with one skill. Then try it. A dragon mage raised his staff. Skill, Skyfire Meteor. A huge meteorite smashed down in the air. The skeleton warriors dispersed with a clatter and fled quickly. The meteorite hit the ground with a bang. The skeletons ran away, giving way to the instant's entrance. Haha. I just said, these skeletons are useless, they all escaped. Then rush over and enter the instance. Someone will come after a while. The dragon knights opened the way at the front, and a group of people killed them. Lin Moyu came from the side at this time and stood firmly at the entrance of the instance. Seeing Lin Moyu, the dragon knight laughed loudly. The little guy of the human race at level 31 dares to block the door. Isn't he tired of living? Alright, kill the human race first before entering the dungeon. These skeletons belong to you, right? They're not useful. What's the use of having a lot of them? You have to be strong enough. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, dragon people, do they talk so much nonsense? Dragon Knight launches skills in midair. Skill, charge. With the knight's standard skill, his speed suddenly increased, and he slammed into Lin Moyu. With its level 56 attribute, under the charge skill, the impact is so huge. It believes that Lin Moyu will definitely be smashed to pieces by himself. It is ready to enjoy the blood and blood. Boom! Amid the huge impact, the Dragon Knight was blown away at a faster speed. The skeleton armor in front of Lin Moyu only flickered slightly, but remained motionless. Such a little attack power, weak, too weak. The knight was blown away, and the faces of the dragon professionals following behind changed drastically, and they braked suddenly. But it was too late. A red light flashed, and the slow curse fell. The scattered skeletons ran back at lightning speed, leaped high, and jumped tens of meters high, dragging them down from the air abruptly. If you don't come down, there's really nothing I can do about you. Lin Moyu said softly. The knocked dragon knight fell heavily to the ground, and was surrounded by skeletons in the blink of an eye. Aim at the losers in the dragon team and the soul flames are burning. Lin Moyu did a smooth job, cutting off any possibility of them escaping and counterattacking. If you kill too many dragons like this, you will lose your experience early. With the soul flames and the attacks of the skeletons, the dragon support couldn't even release the healing skills. The knight was thrown into the distance again, unable to come to support. It only lasted 2 seconds. The moment it died, the curse of damage replaced the curse of slowness. Boom! In the explosion, everyone was killed except the dragon knights. In the absence of a healing backup, the dragon knight lasted only 30 seconds. Once the limit defense is over, its life has also come to an end. In just 1 minute and 0.9 minutes, this dragon team was wiped out. The skeletons dragged their bodies back and put them behind the copy. Lin Moyu thought for a while and put away the undead army. Only 2 skeletons were left, and he was still standing at the entrance of the copy, blocking the door. Just 2 minutes later, another team of dragons arrived. This time it was much simpler. A skeleton threw the corpse of the previous dragon knight high. The curse of damage cooperates with the explosion of corpses. This team of dragons was blown to death without farting. Bodies rained down from the sky. The skeletons continued to drag the corpse back to hide behind the dungeon. Lin Moyu said lightly, "Fly higher, if I fly lower, I can blow it up." Level 4 corpses burst, with an explosion range of 160 meters and a detonation distance of 400 meters. If you don't want to be bombed, you must keep a distance of at least 500 meters. Generally speaking, neither dragons nor abyssal demons would fly that high. Too high, not conducive to their observation of targets on the ground. Flying not high enough has become their urging talisman. Beautiful light bands fell from the sky and drilled into the copy. It seems to be telling the nearby creatures that there are treasures here, come quickly. The dragon clan and the abyssal demons are like wild dogs smelling the fragrance, coming from all directions. When they saw Lin Moyu, a human race who was only level 31, they rushed over with grim smiles. The results speak for themselves. The corpses behind the dungeon vortex have piled up into a hill. Almost impossible to hide. Only half an hour has passed, and Lin Moyu's experience has increased a lot. The same is true for military exploits. Each of the abyssal demons and dragon professionals above level 60 can provide Lin Moyu with 3,000 meritorious service. Military merit is like rising like a rocket. Now the military merits have exceeded 600,000. If a few more hours pass like this, Lin Moyu feels like he can become a 1-star colonel. A 1-star colonel at level 31 would not believe a ghost. Footsteps sounded, and finally a human team came over. A 6-member team with a level of more than 50 came running quickly. Lin Moyu shouted in a deep voice, "Stop, the copy is temporarily inaccessible." The leading knight frowned, with a cold light in his eyes. "Little brother, it's wrong to block the gate of the dungeon." His teammates also showed dissatisfaction. The same human race, the knight's performance is fairly restrained. Lin Moyu 02 shook his head and said, "It's not right, but not now." The knight's face became more and more ugly, and he wanted to say something, when suddenly his teammate stabbed him and whispered, "Look over there, behind the dungeon." When the knight heard the reputation, his expression changed drastically. Behind the copy, there are piles of corpses. All the corpses of abyssal demons and dragons. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the air, and several abyssal demons came quickly. A skeleton ran out beside Lin Moyu, and threw it out with a dead body. The corpse flew to a height of 100 meters like a hidden weapon. Then there was a loud bang. The abyssal demon that flew over immediately fell down. The skeleton dragged the corpse back very skillfully and piled it behind the dungeon. The whole process is so skillful that it makes people feel chilling. Lin Moyu glanced over. "You really can't go in now." The knight shivered. "Understood, boss." A 60-meter level demon can be instantly killed effortlessly. If this kind of skill falls on them, the result will definitely not be different. They can't believe now that Lin Moyu is only level 31. It must have been hidden in some special way. This is definitely a boss close to level 70. Otherwise, how dare you come here to block the door? Boss, let's wait on the side. When we can enter, we will enter again. The knight said, and hurriedly led the people to the side, not daring to approach. In the next half hour, they witnessed what is called a real blocking door. Whether it's the Abyssal Demon or the Dragon Clan. No matter who it is, they will die if they come here. A few lucky ones escaped quickly and escaped. Most of them were killed. There are more and more corpses behind the dungeon, and they can no longer be hidden. Lin Moyu didn't bother to hide at all, so he piled them together. Several teams of Terran professionals came over, but were stopped by Lin Moyu. When they saw the piles of dead bodies, they all silently accepted Lin Moyu's suggestion. If you don't accept it, you can't do it, and if you lend them some courage, they don't dare to break through. Several Terran teams gathered together, talking about something, and at the same time a large part of the attention was on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stood there casually, the murderous aura exuding from his body was thick and outrageous. An hour later, a red light came out from the dungeon and shot straight into the sky. At the same time, the band of light that was always flowing towards the copy also dissipated in the air. Lin Moyu has joy on his face, it's a success. Someone exclaimed, Origin Rune. Only then did these human professionals realize why Lin Moyu blocked the door. In the original dungeon, there were Origin Runes. A few minutes later, a team appeared at the entrance of the copy at the same time. Gu Chongfeng looked around vigilantly, but did not find Abyss Evil and Dragon Clan professionals. Only then was he relieved. Not only him, Lin Mohan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there are no enemies, otherwise a fierce battle will be inevitable. Sister, congratulations. A voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Gu Chongfeng. Looking back, I saw Lin Moyu. Lin Mohan said in surprise, Xiaoyu, why didn't you leave? Lin Moyu smiled slightly, guard the door for you, so that no one will disturb you. Lin Mohan's heart warmed up, she naturally understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. After all, she can't guarantee that she can get the original rune 100%, but the probability is relatively high for the first time. Lin Moyu guards the door like this, to prevent others from robbing him. Lin Mohan suddenly thought of something, Xiaoyu, didn't the abyss demons and dragons come over just now? There were a few, but they were all dealt with. Ah. Before Lin Moyu finished speaking, Gu Chongfeng let out an exclamation. That shocked pattern was completely inconsistent with his usual composure. Gu Chongfeng saw a mountain of corpses behind the dungeon. This is what Lin Moyu said, there are some, and they are all dealt with. Lin Moyu didn't care about these, and there was a little worry in his eyes. Sister, you have to be careful in the future. 10 days of fusion time. Lin Mohan was in a good mood at this time and smiled, don't worry, the teacher has made arrangements. We will go to the outer edge, there will be no danger there. Lin Moyu originally wanted Lin Mohan to be with him, and with his protection, there would be no problems. But thinking of Lin Mohan's strong character, Lin Moyu didn't force it anymore. He could only say softly, okay then. The two spoke a few more words before Lin Mohan bid farewell to Lin Moyu. I don't know when we will meet next time. After activating the teleportation stone, Lin Mohan and his party left here. Go to the predetermined location. At this point, the copy changes again. The source of blood. Copy level, 55. There are 2 difficulty options, normal and nightmare. There are also no restrictions on the level of entrance. Even Lin Moyu, it's okay to want to go in now. Lin Moyu was not interested in the dungeon that only had nightmare difficulty, so he turned his head and said to the human profession beside him, you can go in now. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing from sight. The boss is the boss, and even the origin runes can be handed over to others. Didn't you see it? I know him, and the boss is here to guard the gate. Are they a couple? It's not very similar. I think the two look alike. They should be siblings. Anyway, this boss is too good. Killing the demon dragon is like slaughtering a dog, and the corpses are pushed into mountains. Did you see that his skeleton picks up the dragon equipment? That action is too skillful. He must have done it a lot before. A group of people entered the copies in batches amidst discussions. Now that there is no streamer absorption, on the vast ancient battlefield, a mere dungeon is very inconspicuous. In addition, the demon dragon clan hundreds of kilometers around has been almost killed by Lin Moyu, and this place has become very safe. Guarding the gate for an hour killed batch after batch. The military merit has risen to 738.3 million, and in a little over an hour, it has increased by more than 200,000. They are all delivered to your door by others, and they are very comfortable. Lin Moyu continued to move towards the core area, and turned on the monster spawning mode again, and the undead army opened the way ahead in a fan shape. Along the way, no matter you encounter monsters or demon dragons, they will all be wiped out. In the abyss, in the magnificent castle, the succubus king sits on a delicate and gorgeous throne. Alice knelt on the ground tremblingly. Great king, I have failed, please punish me. Facing the succubus king, Alice fell on the ground, not even daring to lift her head. The succubus king rested his chin with one hand. It's not your fault, Lin Moyu's strength exceeded expectations, even I failed. But what I asked you to do, have you done it? Alice said immediately, it's done, I've left a breath on Lin Moyu. The succubus king smiled, satisfied with Alice's answer, that's good. At this time a group of flames from the abyss appeared in front of the succubus king. A female succubus with exquisite appearance appeared in the dark green abyss fire. She bowed respectfully to the succubus king, Great king, what are your orders? The succubus king lazily said, Mina, go to the ancient battlefield and find the space-time passage to the upper layer. Following the breath left by Alice, bring Lin Moyu back to me. Obey. Alice was shocked. Wang, if you let Master Mina deal with Lin Moyu, don't you take him too seriously? The succubus king sneered, are you questioning me? Don't dare, servants don't dare. Alice was extremely frightened, her head hit the ground violently, trembling. Remember, my decision is unquestionable, now you can get out. The succubus king said softly, and with a wave of his hand, Alice was immediately blown away by a gust of wind. The whole castle fell into silence again. The primordial secret realm is at the lower level of the eternal battlefield, and it cannot go down for the time being. God's choice secret realm has been rooted out. Soul crystal, soul gem, poison gem, fire gem. The trip to the ancient battlefield has gained a lot. The rest is missing the Demon Dragon Palace, but the Demon Dragon Palace is hard to find, it depends on the face. The Dragon Palace may appear anywhere on the upper floor. The location is not fixed, the level is not fixed, and the duration is not fixed. No one knows where it will be. Lin Moyu thought of the gossip compass in Lin Mohan's hand, and thought of Lin Mohan's teacher. Even where the original rune can be calculated, it should not be difficult to calculate the location of the Demon Dragon Palace. Let's find it first. Lin Moyu used the poisonous star ring one after another, and he would not stop practicing skills. The monsters along the road will enjoy another corpse explosion after death. The roar was like thunder, one after another, continuously spreading to the core area. But Lin Moyu has always maintained at least half of his spiritual power, walked for a full 15 days. At Lin Moyu's speed, he covered tens of thousands of kilometers in 15 days. For 15 whole days, the unchanging scenery finally changed. The earth appeared shiny. It becomes shiny and hard, reflecting the light in the air, and looking from a distance, it looks like a mirror that has not been polished. Suffused with a hazy halo. Lin Moyu only knew before that the so-called core areas were distinguished by monster levels. It wasn't until I really stepped into the core area that I realized that the scenery would be different. Not only the ground, but the light in the sky seems to be getting closer. You can often see stars falling. Some fell to the ground, and some exploded directly in the air, like fireworks, very beautiful. The number of monsters in the core area is astonishing, and as the level increases, the attributes of the monsters are also extremely terrifying. Professionals who are active here must be careful. If it is not done well, it may be wiped out by the group. It took less than 30 seconds to step into the ground in the core area. There was a sharp cry in the air. A huge hawk-like monster charged straight at Lin Moyu. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the huge sharp beak hit the bone armor heavily. The bone armor creaked. The attack power is quite astonishing, almost comparable to the Red Moon Demon. Missing a hit, the giant eagle soared into the air again. It is at least 7 meters long, with wings spread over 20 meters. This kind of body shape is also considered rare among ordinary monsters. The detection technique was faster than its speed, and fell on it with the wind. Battlefield Giant Eagle. Level, 62, 80,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 60,000. Skills, Rapid Impact, Work. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, elemental damage reduced by 50%, extremely fast, the longer the dive distance, the greater the attack power. For ordinary monsters at level 62, their attributes have skyrocketed to 200,000. This has completely surpassed the skeleton warrior. Moreover, it has dual immune characteristics and can fly. If the skeleton warrior is singled out, it is definitely not its opponent. Lin Moyu was secretly surprised. After all, it is just an ordinary monster, and this attribute is really exaggerated. But after all, I don't have only one skeleton warrior, but a large group. The battlefield giant eagle circled in the air and rushed towards Lin Moyu again. This time, Lin Moyu was ready. When the distance was 300 meters, the curse fell. Skill, Slow Curse. The sudden stall caused the giant eagle on the battlefield to lose its center of gravity, and its huge body churned in the air. It is struggling to maintain stability. Lin Moyu's palm was beating with flames. The giant eagle on the battlefield suddenly let out a sharp cry. Efforts were in vain, and the battlefield giant eagle fell heavily to the ground. The skeleton warriors were ready to go and surrounded them. Curse replaced with curse of damage. The skills of the skeleton warrior exploded, and the giant skin on the battlefield was ripped apart. The attacks of the skeleton mage also came one after another, falling on the giant eagle on the battlefield. Even with dual element immunity, the damage can be reduced by half. But under a wave of attacks, the giant eagle on the battlefield was also seriously injured. It let out a scream, and its whole body glowed, breaking free from the shackles of the skeleton warrior and soaring into the sky. Skill, Rapid Impact. In addition to being used for attacking, this skill can also be used for escaping. Want to escape? How could Lin Moyu allow it to escape? The curse switched again, and the slow curse fell on the head. The giant eagle on the battlefield that had just picked up speed slowed down again. It is still the soul flame. After all the trials, the giant eagle on the battlefield lost its balance amidst the screams and fell down for the second time. This time, Lin Moyu never gave it a chance to fly. Kill the 62 level battle eagle, experience plus 1860000. Obtain star fragments. Star fragments possess the power from the ancient starlight, which can be used by alchemists and blacksmiths to enhance equipment attributes. Lin Moyu glanced at the starlight shards. This is the first time he has obtained materials from monsters in the ancient battlefield. Before killing so many, there is not a single material. It seems that these materials can only be obtained from monsters over level 60 in the core area. And looking at the material, it seems to be very good. But in the next second, that slight joy disappeared. After the death of the giant eagle on the battlefield, the body instantly turned into thousands of stars, flew into the sky and disappeared. There is no body. Cannot burst with corpses. A very important method in Lin Moyu's skills is restricted here. I don't know if this is the case, or if all the monsters in the core area are like this. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He was glowing all over, and he was upgraded again. This is the second upgrade in 15 days. In 15 days, he pushed and wiped monsters all the way, from level 31 to level 33. Although the efficiency is not as good as repeatedly brushing copies, it is acceptable. In addition to the poisonous star ring and corpse burst, as well as the strong soldier skills brought by the origin rune, all other skills have been upgraded to level 33. Including the power of divinity has also been raised to level 33. Every time it is upgraded, Shenzhou Ding will fly out enough divine energy, just enough to upgrade the divine power. The dead army expanded to 13 branches. Each undead army can carry 330 skeletons. Among them are 200 skeleton warriors and 130 skeleton mages. The 13 undead legions appeared at the same time, and the momentum was huge, enough to support a large-scale war. The spiritual attribute has been raised to 20,965, including equipment, close to 24,000 points. The rest of the basic attributes reached 1393 points. It looks messy, but there is no way. The characteristics of divine power are like this. The next upgrade, the power of divinity, can also increase the attribute value by 33%. Accumulate level by level, and the final attributes will be beyond imagination. The scope of the core area is huge, and Lin Moyu moves in the direction of the light. After killing several monsters in a row, he finally determined that all the monsters killed in the core area would turn into stars and no corpses would be left behind. Not only that, he also encountered a level 61 abyssal demon in the core area. This abyssal demon is good at long-range attacks and will cast elemental attacks similar to spells. Lin Moyu struggled with it for a while before killing it. But after it died, the corpse also instantly disappeared into starlight. Corpse explosion is really restricted here, and there is no way to use it. There are a lot of monsters in the core area, and the distance is very close. Each monster is extremely aggressive, just like the first battlefield giant eagle encountered. Often before Lin Moyu finds them, they have rushed over. During the battle, some nearby monsters knew objects. On the whole, the danger of the core area is much higher than that of the central area. It feels like the difference between nightmare difficulty and hell difficulty. Every monster is much better than skeletons in single body strength. Lin Moyu can only win by numbers. The danger goes far beyond that. Starlight fell from the sky from time to time, and some starlight exploded in the air, turning into huge monsters in the air, soaring away with sharp screams. Some starlight will fall behind the ground and explode. Lin Moyu encountered the starlight falling only 100 meters away from him. After the starlight landed, it exploded suddenly, dazzling. Without any warning, the monster came over by itself. A group of wolves rushed over, and the level of the wolf leader they brought reached level 63. The total attributes reached 220,000. Comparable to some 55-level ordinary boss stunned. The pack of wolves that followed were all level 61, and their attributes were also as high as 180,000. Under the command of the wolf leader, the fighting power of the wolf pack is amazing. For the first time, the undead army was damaged when facing ordinary monsters. Although less than 10 skeletons died, Lin Moyu was shocked. The core area is very dangerous. Lin Moyu's forward speed began to slow down. There are too many monsters in the core area, and stars are constantly falling. At the same time, he also had to look out for monsters in the air to attack him. Lin Moyu once witnessed a large group of flying monsters passing by. The number is at least hundreds, arranged in an array. Thousands of meters away, Lin Moyu can still feel the aura of the other party. These flying monsters are at least level 64. If you face off with your own undead army, you must be the one who wins in the end. The damage may not be too small. It is normal for hundreds of skeletons to die. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to go to the core area to take a look and see what the boss that no one could kill was like. Now it seems that he can't go through it all. Now he has only entered the core area and walked for 5 days, not even 1,000 kilometers. The core area is larger than the previous 2 areas. According to the current speed, I want to go to the very center of the core area. It will take at least a month, maybe even more. Within 5 days, Lin Moyu encountered group monsters twice again. Once there was a bunch of goat-like monsters, about 30 in number. The name is also very appropriate, it is called the battlefield goat. Each goat is 3 meters tall, with hooves bigger than a human head. When the skill is activated, it is a range of damage. 10 battlefield goats activated their skills at the same time, instantly killing more than 20 skeleton warriors. When a battle is fought, winning is winning, and the skeleton warriors lost more than 70. It made Lin Moyu feel bad. Since the incident in 687, Lin Moyu has been careful not to provoke group monsters. There are quite a few group monsters like battlefield goats in the core area. And the further you go, the more monsters there are, and the number is also increasing. It is precisely because of this that the speed of advancement is getting slower and slower. No matter how careful Lin Moyu is, if he doesn't look for the monster will come to him. A starlight exploded right above his head. In an instant, a group of flying monsters stared at Lin Moyu. After a big battle, the skeleton warrior lost more than 80 again. Even the skeleton mage lost 10 this time. In addition to the previous damage, almost half of the undead army was lost. Lin Moyu had to stop and began to meditate to replenish the undead army. There are too many monsters, and the intensity is too great. Especially the skills, although they don't have any control characteristics, they are almost all powerful group attacks. The level of the skeleton is not enough, the vitality is not enough, it is easy to be killed in seconds. It's not an option to fight like this. The progress was too slow, and it took 5 days to advance 1,000 kilometers. Especially in the last 2 days, I basically walked 200 kilometers. It is impossible for the corpse to burst, and each battle takes a lot of time. After finally replenishing the undead army, Lin Moyu just got up and was about to move on. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. The smooth ground vibrated slightly, and a group of monsters rushed towards him in sight, and the route happened to be directed at his side. I go. Lin Moyu used the complaints from his previous life. It's too late to hide. Fortunately, it seems that the number is not many, only 10. Battlefield Armored Beast. Level, 62. Power, 80,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 60,000. Skill, Collision. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, elemental damage reduced by 50%. Lin Moyu felt a little relieved when he saw the message from the detection technique. Fortunately, it's not very strong. Looking at the attributes, it feels okay, but Lin Moyu still doesn't take it lightly. The monsters above level 60 in the core area are really powerful because of their various skills. This is the key to causing damage to the skeletons. The appearance of the battlefield armored beast is a bit like a wolf dog seen in the previous life. It's just that the body surface is covered with a layer of skin similar to iron armor, with some spikes, which looks very defensive. Skeleton warriors lined up to meet them. Because the agility attribute of the iron-armored beast is very common, Lin Moyu directly chose the damage curse, thinking about quickly resolving the battle. The moment the two sides came into contact, dazzling rays of light erupted from the group of battlefield iron-armored beasts at the same time. They launched their skills crazily and rampaged all the way. At this moment, the adventurers were pushed away one after another. The skill damage of the iron-armored beast is not great, but it has the property of knocking back, so that the skeletons cannot get close. The iron-armored beast didn't fight the skeletons at all, and rushed out of the skeleton's encirclement with its skills. Without looking back, he ran into the distance and disappeared. Lin Moyu was stunned. What is this? Of the monsters I encountered these days, which one didn't fight with me? It is also time to die if you want to run for your life. It's not like now, as soon as you touch it, you run away. Something seems wrong. It's more like they're running for their lives. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. These armored beasts were really running for their lives. But why run for your life? The ground shook more and more violently, and Lin Moyu groaned inwardly. Turning around, a huge monster appeared in sight. Snake mouth and tail, turtle body, tiger claws. The body length is estimated to be more than 20 meters, and the height is also more than 5 meters. Huge and fast, without the clumsiness of a turtle monster. Boss. My heart tightened. This boss also found Lin Moyu. The existence of Lin Moyu aroused its interest, and a murderous intent flickered in its eyes. Lin Moyu has seen this killing intent many times in the past few days. It turned around and gave up chasing the armored beast, but charged towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and the detection technique took a step ahead. Battlefield Snake Turtle, Boss Monster. Level, 64. Power, 180000. Agility, 80,000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 200000. Skills, Earth-Shaking, Whiplash, Shrinking Work. Characteristics, Elemental damage reduced by 60%, physical damage reduced by 70%. Looking at the attributes, Lin Moyu felt a headache. The skills and characteristics are very simple, and the elemental physical double-free characteristic is a little stronger than ordinary monsters. It's just that the attribute is as high as 500,000, which is amazing. Especially the strength, which is 180,000, and the body circumference has reached 200,000, has super high attack and defense. Coupled with the powerful vitality possessed by being a boss. Lin Moyu judged that the fight would be very tiring. At this point, the loss will not be small. Based on my understanding of monsters above level 60 in the past few days, the skills of these monsters are getting stronger one by one. Not to mention the boss in front of him, he must be stronger. The skeleton will inevitably lose again. By now, he had been targeted and had to be beaten. All 11 undead legions appeared and stood in front of Lin Moyu. The Lich General blesses the state at the same time, and the white light is long. The 1690 skeleton mages spread out quickly, pulling out a huge arc-shaped encirclement. The snake tortoise rushed all the way, with huge force and amazing impact. Hundreds of skeleton warriors were all knocked into the air. It's not a skill special effect, it's simply a huge power. The skeleton warrior has always been blessed, and his strength is less than 60,000. Compared with the 180,000 of the snake turtle, it is 3 times worse. There is simply no way to fight it. Seeing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help showing a wry smile. His own advantage completely disappeared. Even when facing the earth-touching dragon god, the gap was not so big. After the snake turtle rushed forward for a certain distance, it was finally blocked by the skeleton warrior. 2,600 skeleton warriors have surrounded it, and the great emperor skeleton warrior jumped onto its back. He swung his big knife and slashed down on his head and face. A red light flashed in Lin Moyu's hand. Damage curse. Its defense is too strong, and it also has double immunity to physical elements. If the curse is not used, the attacks of the skeletons cannot cause damage to it at all. The snake turtle raised its head and roared. The whole body was glowing, and the whole body jumped up violently, tens of meters above the ground, and then fell heavily. Skill, shake the ground. The ground shook violently, and then split open one after another. Huge cracks spread like spider webs, bursting out terrifying energy. The skeleton warriors flew out like raindrops, and Sun was seriously injured alone. The Lich General treated him immediately, and the white light kept flashing and jumping. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. What a powerful skill. This skill not only sent all the more than 600 skeleton warriors flying around, but also seriously injured them. Even with the Lich General's healing skills, it's impossible to recover without a dozen hits. Fortunately, the skeleton warriors on its back were not affected. The skeleton warriors, who were not blown away, quickly rushed up to fill the empty space. The attacks of the skeleton mages have arrived, and they have landed on the snake turtle one after another. There was still a raging flame burning in Lin Moyu's hands. At the same time, a green star ring exploded while the turtle was hiding. Poison Star Ring, level 10, forms poison damage within a range of 10 meters, causing damage equivalent to 100 points of strength every second, and lasts for 10 seconds. Over the past few days, Lin Moyu has been working hard and finally trained the Poison Star Ring to level 10. Level 10 Poisonous Star Ring, after talent increase. Within 400 seconds, it can cause elemental damage equivalent to 4,000 points of strength to the snake turtle every second. After the snake turtle's elemental immunity, the damage is even 40% off. Seems trivial, but Lin Moyu has found another use for it these days. Once attacked by poisonous elements, it will enter the China state. In the poison state, the ability to recover naturally will be greatly reduced. Many monsters with extremely strong vitality are recovering their vitality every minute. If the damage is not enough, even the hit is not as good as their natural recovery. But once the poison state is added, it will be different, and the ability to recover naturally will be curbed. And one cast can be used for 400 seconds, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. It is completely enough to support a big battle. On the Toxic Star Ring, the entire body of the battle snake turtle was dyed with a layer of green. Especially the head and tail are even more lush and green. As the soul flame fell, the battlefield snake tortoise let out a muffled groan, and its whole body trembled. The soul flame directly attacks the soul, ignoring physical defense and elemental defense. Also ignores double immunities. With the increase of the damage curse, the damage of the soul flame is very amazing. The battlefield snake turtle immediately shifted its target to Lin Moyu. In its eyes, this human race guy is much more hateful than those skeletons. The attack of the skeleton can only be regarded as scraping. Unlike Lin Moyu's, it hurts terribly. The battlefield snake tortoise gave up attacking the skeleton and leaped high again, carrying its huge body with its huge claws, pressing down on its head. Skill, Earth Shake. Lin Moyu's face changed suddenly, and he dodged at the fastest speed. The giant claws almost fell against the body. Boom! The earth shook violently. Spider webs of cracks appeared in the mirror-like ground. The bone armor on Lin Moyu's body is extremely dazzling, extremely brilliant. Then with a bang, the skeleton armor shattered. The terrifying impact invaded instantly, and Lin Moyu was blown away. On the way to Zhenfei, Lin Moyu added a layer of bone armor to himself in the air. His face was full of horror. This attack power is too terrifying. In the big and small battles that Lin Moyu has experienced, only the death ray of the flame demon can surpass it. It's no wonder that the skeleton warrior will be seriously injured in one blow. It's good luck not to be killed in seconds. Lin Moyu had just landed, his eyes were dark, and a huge snake tail swept towards him fiercely. The speed is so fast that there is no time to dodge. Skill, Whip. The tail of the snake slammed into the skeleton armored kingdom, making a bang. The powerful anti-shock force bounced the snake's tail high, and dense cracks appeared in the skeleton armor. Then it shattered like glass. Another hit and it shatters. Lin Moyu was horrified, and quickly put on the bone armor again. At the same time, the soul flame was released again, causing the battlefield snake tortoise to roar in pain. The snake tail was pulled out again, making a more violent sound. The bone armor was shattered, and Lin Moyu quickly repaired the defense for himself. The tail of the snake was drawn one after another, faster, and after images had already appeared. Lin Moyu was concentrating, constantly replenishing the bone armor for himself, and took the opportunity to attack the snake turtle with the soul flame. The snake tortoise screamed in pain, only Lin Moyu remained in its pair of giant eyes. Hate-filled, it wanted to kill Lin Moyu. Ignored skeleton warrior, ignored skeleton mage. At this moment, I just want to kill Lin Moyu. While it was attacking Lin Moyu, the skeleton warriors had already surrounded it again. At the same time, more skeleton warriors climbed onto its body, attacking continuously. Although each hit can cause not much damage, the total amount is still considerable. The 1690 skeleton mages in the periphery were releasing their skills non-stop. If it goes on like this, as long as there is enough time, it will definitely be worn to death. Lin Moyu used the soul flame to firmly attract the hatred of the battlefield snake turtle. At this moment, he turned into a meat shield, blocking the sword for the undead army. As long as he can stop it, it's only a matter of time before the enemy is wiped out. Lin Moyu cheered up and went all the way. Had to go all out. This is no ordinary monster, it is a level 64 boss monster. Compared with the 58-level earth-touching dragon god, it is a more powerful existence. Above level 60 and below level 60, the difference is a bit big. From here, you can see how strong Zhenan's loyal boss in the center of the core area will be. For countless years, he has never been killed. It's not that I don't want to kill, it's that I can't really kill. Even walking to the center of the core area, even the periphery of the core area, is not something that ordinary teams can survive. All staff must be at least level 60, and all equipment and skills must be learned, in order to barely survive here. And be careful, if you encounter group monsters, or a BOS dollar like the one in front of you, there is a possibility of destruction. Lin Moyu came here for 5 days, and only met him 3 times. Once it was an abyssal demon who had to deal with him for a long time before being killed by him. Another time it was a 12-member Terran team. Those people were very curious about Lin Moyu at that time. In the core area, single-player activities have never been seen before. The other time was a 6-member dragon professional team, 3 were killed by Lin Moyu, and 3 escaped. The battlefield snake tortoise leaped high again and landed with a crash. The ground-shaking skill was activated, and Lin Moyu was blown away by a huge force. Although he was not injured, he fell hard and was very embarrassed. Too strong. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, but the skills in his hands never stopped, one after another. He tried the bone fangs. Although the bone fangs have extremely strong penetrating power, the snake turtle's defense is too strong. It can only make a few inconspicuous small holes, and only break the skin. The damage is far inferior to the soul flame. The bone armor needs to be replenished almost every second, and the mental power is rapidly depleted. It's only been 5 minutes since the battle started, and more than half of his mental power has been consumed. But at this time, the snake tortoise on the battlefield was also seriously injured. After the unremitting efforts of the skeleton warriors, it finally broke open its tortoise shell. The knife smashed on the flesh, and the flesh was torn apart. The snake tortoise roared angrily, and the tail of the snake swept across its back, because the warrior was swept away. But in the next second, more skeleton warriors jumped up. More ants kill elephants, and more skeletons can crush bosses. About there. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the back of his hand suddenly became hot. The powerful soldier skill brought by the original rune is activated. In an instant, every skeleton seemed to have taken a stimulant, chopping harder and more powerfully. The basic power attribute soared directly from 52,000 to 166,000. Plus the bonus of Lich General. At this time, the power attribute has reached 200,000, surpassing Battlefield Snake. Plus 500% extra damage, the attack power has skyrocketed to an appalling level. Skill, Frenzied Strike. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skills of the skeleton warrior exploded. The red light filled the air, and the bang-bang sounded non-stop. The turtle shell was broken in a large area, followed by blood spattering. The blood that flew out turned into dots of starlight and disappeared in mid-air, without any falling to the ground. Lin Moyu has only used the strong soldier skill until now, just to kill the snake tortoise on the battlefield directly and end the battle. He also joined the battlefield. The spiritual attribute has reached 60,000, and the power of the soul flame has been greatly improved. In addition, the strong soldier skill causes 500% extra damage. The snake tortoise let out an unprecedented scream. In an instant, it was seriously injured and dying. The skill of Origin Rune is too strong, so strong that the user Lin Moyu was a little shocked. It's done. I was overjoyed, knowing that I could win it. All of a sudden, the battlefield snake tortoise retracted its head, tail, and 4 feet with Louis. Skill, turtle. The body shimmers, forming a protective layer. All the skeletons on his back were blown away. In the dim light, its injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that a little starlight is flying in the sky and falling on it. Even a skeleton warrior in a strong state cannot break through the low light protection and hurt him at all. The twilight connects the sky and the earth without gaps. Even if Lin Moyu wants to overturn it, he can't do it. What a disgusting skill. How to fight this? Lin Moyu smiled wryly in his heart. Who would have thought that such a result would be the end result? It shrank there, and the degree of cheating was far better than the ultimate defense of the night. Seeing that its injury is recovering, its aura is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu thought. Retreat. The battlefield snake tortoise has an outrageously high defense, coupled with double immunity. After fighting for a long time, I even used the strong soldier skill at the bottom of the box, and it was hard to wear it to the residual blood. As a result, a shrinking skill appeared, obliterating all previous efforts. Lin Moyu was so angry that his teeth were itching. It was almost like cheating. It is hard enough in itself, with strong vitality and terrifying attack power. Coupled with such abnormal recovery skills. That's not a fart. Just in case again. Waste of money. This kind of thing once is enough. Lin Moyu doesn't want to experience it a second time. Resolutely lead the team to retreat. I can't afford to provoke it for the time being, and I will provoke it later. Along his route for the past few days, he quickly evacuated. In a blink of an eye, there was no one. After this battle, Lin Moyu gave up his plan to go further. Even ordinary bosses at level 64 are fighting so hard, let alone more advanced bosses. If you encounter a Lord-level boss or even a world-class boss, whether his own undead army can hold on is still a question. In the final analysis, the level is still a little bit worse. This battle made Lin Moyu realize clearly that he is only level 33 after all. Although 270 has a large number of skeletons, his talent is very strong, and his growth rate is astonishing. After all, there are still only 33 levels. No real strong skills. Lin Moyu made a summary while withdrawing. This is his first retreat since his debut. There are many powerful bosses encountered before, and I can grind them to death in the end. But this time, Lin Moyu was really not sure, and he didn't know what to do. Unlike many legendary classes, he has some big skills. Can instantly change the battle situation. Perhaps the bursting of corpses counts as one, but it is a pity that it is severely restricted in the core area. After Lin Moyu left, after 5 minutes, the battlefield snake turtle ended its shrinking skill. It poked its head out again, stretched out its 4 claws, and slapped its long tail on the ground with a bang. At this moment, it returned to its original state, roaring to the sky. It seems to be announcing that Lao Tzu is back. Little human race, wait for me. The huge head turned left and right, and found that Lin Moyu had long since disappeared. The unintelligent head realized that this hateful human jumped. Looking left and right, I couldn't find the direction of Lin Moyu's escape. Anger occupied both eyes, and it began to roar, one after another, shaking the earth. The power of the boss is undoubtedly displayed. The monsters around were trembling with fear. Some monsters fled in terror, and the day was chaotic. Suddenly, a huge black shadow rushed down from the sky with a speed as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, a distance of several thousand meters has been drawn. A claw protruded from the shadows, grabbed the battlefield snake turtle, and flew straight into the sky. The roar of anger turned into a scream of terror. Afterwards, Xia disappeared completely. Lin Moyu retreated all the way, and the monsters along the way had been cleaned up when he came in. The retreat speed is much faster than the forward one. Shouldn't be catching up. I thought in my heart, but even if I catch up, I am not very afraid. It's a big deal to fight again. At worst, it would be a waste of time to waste time and money. Anyway, the battlefield snake tortoise wants to kill itself, it is a dream. Suddenly, a sharp cry made Lin Moyu's hair stand on end. A horrible breath passed over his head. A huge object fell from the sky and hit it not far away. With a bang, the earth was smashed out of a big hole. Looking at the objects in the pit, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling creepy. What fell from the sky turned out to be a turtle shell, the shell of a battlefield snake turtle. Lin Moyu is 100% sure that he will not admit his mistake. There is also the breath of the battlefield snake turtle on the turtle shell. There is a huge gap in the turtle shell, which should be pierced by a sharp object. After careful inspection, Lin Moyu confirmed his guess. Looking at the sky, that's the direction the turtle shell fell. The light in the sky is shining, charming, and mysterious. He seemed to have seen the battlefield snake turtle being grabbed by a more powerful boss, stuffed into its mouth, and eaten alive. Then the boss spit out the turtle shell again. It's dead. It was bitten to death. And was bitten to death. Lin Moyu looked at the sky and was very sure of his guess. The high-pitched cry and the huge aura just now made him feel that his life was threatened in an instant. Even battlefield snakes and tortoises can be eaten. If you encounter them yourself, you will also be in danger. Lin Moyu thinks that he is not much better than the snake turtle on the battlefield. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly enough. The tortoise shell glowed slightly, emitting a lot of starlight and flying into the air and disappearing. The tortoise shell rapidly shrinks and eventually becomes a shield. There is even equipment. The turtle shell is the hardest part of the battlefield dragon turtle. He couldn't even eat that unknown boss. The equipment it becomes is definitely not bad. Turtle shield, for knights only platinum level shield, all attributes, plus 3000. Knight defense skills increased by 90%, physical damage reduced by 20%, elemental damage reduced by 20%, additional skills, tortoise. Tortoise, unable to act within 30 seconds, immune to all damage during the period, recover from all injuries, reset the cooldown of all skills other than this skill, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. This attribute is the best among platinum equipment. Especially the accompanying skills almost all knights dream of. For knights, this is not as simple as a shield. It is simply a new life. Not only can recover injuries, but also reset the cooling time of other skills. Even though Lin Moyu didn't have much idea of the value of equipment, he could tell at this moment that the value of the shield in his hand was probably incalculable. Not because of its own attributes, but because of its attached skills. I'm afraid some legendary equipment is not as good as it. After completing the third turn at level 70 and becoming a top professional, the attribute itself is not low. Moreover, platinum equipment generally has a high attribute bonus. Not bad for those thousands of attributes. At that time, what really mattered was the skills attached to the equipment. A skydifying skill is enough to equal tens of thousands of attributes. What measures the quality of the equipment is the additional skills above. Good luck. The previous little depression was swept away. With this shield in hand, gold coins must not be used to weigh the area. How much is the specific value? You have to go back and ask by a UN0. Put away the shield, Lin Moyu continued to walk towards the central area. The earth returned to its original shape in a faint tremor. The ground in the core area is like an unpolished mirror, reflecting a faint light. Nothing has been altered for countless years, and any damage will return to its original shape in a short time. At the junction of the core area and the central area, a team of 20 human professionals is staying there. They wear the logo of the Garan Guild: Paladin, Warlord Assistant, Great Healer, Archmage, Hawkeye Archer, Summoner, everything is available. All of them are above level 58, and Jialanyeyu, the captain and main knight, has already reached level 60. Wearing platinum equipment, the armor covers the whole body, looking very powerful. But the most eye-catching person in the team is not her, but another woman. The woman has a graceful figure, a delicate appearance, and looks soft and weak. On her shoulders was a huge platinum hammer. The hammer was more than 1 meter long, with a thick and long handle, and a huge hammer head, which did not match her appearance at all. Among all professionals, there is only one professional collector who can use a hammer as a weapon. Collector is a very special profession. It is neither a combat professional, nor a support class, nor is it a life class. According to the level, the Master Collector belongs to the legendary class. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is not as good as the main combat class. No assistive abilities, no life history. The reason why he can become a legendary class is that he has a special ability that all professionals do not have, collection. Gathering masters can apply gathering skills to monsters. Then after the monster dies, get extra income. It may be materials, or it may be equipment. It can directly double the team's income. Any team would love to have a master gatherer. It's a pity that there are too few master collectors, and legendary occupations are very rare. In addition to having a rare collection master, the whole team is also very special. This 0.8 team is all made up of women. Sister Yu, are we sure we want to go in? Collecting Master Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice. Her gaze was looking into the core area. She only heard about how dangerous the core area is and how strong the monsters are, but never went in. As the team leader, Jialanyeyu chuckled. What, are you afraid? Mu Xianxian immediately shook her head. Don't be afraid, with Sister Yu here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Jialanyeyu smiled coquettishly. There is really nothing to be afraid of, and the core area is not a sea of swords and flames. What's more, we only operate on the edge and will not go deep. With our combat power, we can't defeat a few level 62 or 63 monsters. Even if you encounter a level 60 boss, you still have the power to fight. Don't forget, we are a team that has killed a level 55 Lord level boss, and we are stronger than many teams. This is said as if to cheer up the team members. Originally, everyone was still a little hesitant. Now everyone is full of confidence. The elder sister Tu Jialanyeyu drew out the knight's long sword, pointed at the core area, and shouted, "Let's go." Set off. Jialanyeyu led the team and formally stepped into the core area. Coincidentally, they entered almost the same position as Lin Moyu. Then they discovered the problem. No wonder. It is completely different from the legend. It is said that the ancient battle sound, the core area in the upper space, is the world of monsters. There are monsters everywhere. It's like a small monster in 3 steps, a boss in 100 steps. But now that they came in, they had already left for a long time without encountering a single monster. Jialanyeyu walked at the front of the team, frowning tightly. Is there anything wrong with the edge? Mu Xianxian said in a low voice, how about we take a closer look? Well, let's take a closer look. Since Lin Moyu entered the core area, he fought and walked, and it took 5 full days. When I came back, the same way, it only took a little more than a day. The monsters along the road have been cleared away by him long ago, and the new ones haven't appeared yet. He decided to move along the core area after leaving the core area. Dragon Palace, although it appears very randomly, it can happen anywhere. But summed up over the years, the closer to the core area, the higher the probability of occurrence. It's not only us humans who are looking for a copy of Dragon Palace, the abyssal demons and dragons are also looking for it. And they can fly, and their efficiency is higher than that of humans. Maybe you have to kill a batch before you can enter 02. Dragon Palace Dungeon, Hell difficulty, will drop Dragon Crystal. Dragon crystals can awaken talents, and the same is true for abyssal demons and dragon clans. And Dragon Palace is not like God's Choice Secret Realm. which can only be entered once in a lifetime. As long as you can find it, there is no limit to entry. So every time I find the Dragon Palace, I will go through a big battle. There are few exceptions. Just as he was thinking, some figures appeared in his line of sight. Lin Moyu instantly became alert. After a while, seeing clearly that it was a group of human professionals, Lin Moyu let down his vigilance a little. Jialanyu also discovered Lin Moyu immediately. Level 33, alone. Are you kidding me? How can this be? Jialanyu's first reaction was to not believe it. How could a level 33 professional come here? And it still came out of the core area. Could it be sent in randomly? Lin Moyu walked quickly, looked far away, and in the blink of an eye he had already arrived in front of them. Lin Moyu, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped and looked towards Jialanyu and the others. I saw the badges of the Jialan Guild on them. Jialan Guild. Lin Moyu glanced at them and felt their aura. Don't go any further, it will be dangerous. Lin Moyu's tone was very flat, falling into Jialanyu's ears, as if to say, if you go in again, you will die. Jialanyu's face changed slightly, and just as she was about to refute, she found that Lin Moyu had already left. Who is this person? Jialanyu's expression was not good at this time. A little guy who is only level 33 is so rude when he sees himself, a big knight of level 60. I really want to catch up and give him a good lesson. With curiosity in her eyes, Mu Xianxian muttered to herself, why did he come to the ancient battlefield? Not only Mu Xianxian, but many people in the team looked in the direction of Lin Moyu's departure. Jialanyu heard Mu Xianxian's words. Xianxian, do you know him? Mu Xianxian said, his name is Lin Moyu. In the professional competition held a few days ago, he was the champion of the 20-level group, and even broke the challenge record. So it was him. Jialanyu had heard of Lin Moyu's name. At that time, Lin Moyu was so famous that he created the highest record in the history of the challenge. Only at level 27. One person can fight alone against a mage team composed of level 50 professionals. This kind of achievement is unprecedented. In just a few days, Lin Moyu has jumped from level 27 to level 33. In the eyes of outsiders, this upgrade speed is already very fast. The key is not level, but strength. Mu Xianxian said, at that time, he had the strength to surpass the level 50 mage team, and now he is probably even stronger, or Jialanyu is not a fool, so he can naturally understand what Manager Mu said. Now that she has overturned her previous thoughts, she feels that Lin Moyu may have really entered the core area, and then retreated. That being the case, Lin Moyu's words must be taken seriously. Jialanyu thought for a while, let's walk along the edge of the core area. She didn't want to just retreat like this, at least she had to experience it before she was reconciled. They retreated to the edge of the core area, and then chose a direction to advance along the edge. Because of the relationship of Jialan Guild, Lin Moyu kindly gave Jialanyu and others a piece of advice. With their strength, once encountering group monsters in the core area, it will be very dangerous. Downsizing can happen at any time. If you encounter a boss, the possibility of group destruction is not without possibility. Lin Moyu is not arrogant, but he can roughly analyze the results through personal practice. What's more, there is still that terrifying boss flying in the air in the core area, and I don't know when it will come down to attack. For the sake of safety, Lin Moyu finally exited the core area. Cherish life and stay away from the core. Leaving the smooth Maojing land, Lin Moyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The core and the center are separated by a line, two worlds. Here, monsters of level 60 occasionally appear, which are no threat to Lin Moyu. I don't know what's going on with my sister. When Lin Moyu was moving forward, he occasionally looked towards the edge of the battlefield. At this time, 22 days had passed since Lin Mohan obtained the origin rune. On the edge of the battlefield, with the combat power of Lin Mohan and others, there shouldn't be any danger. But I didn't see it with my own eyes. And occasionally I was a little worried. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. Occasionally Lin Moyu would laugh at himself, because he thought too much. Lin Mohan's teacher, the God-level powerhouse from Creation Theology Academy, will definitely arrange everything. Even the whereabouts of the origin rune can be calculated, and the strength of the opponent's methods is beyond his imagination. At least they are at the same level as Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Boom! A cloud of fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky. Brilliant and bright, it temporarily obscured the eternal light of the ancient warrior. Lin Moyu's heart moved, SOS. It is the direction of the core area. It's not far from me, only about 20 kilometers away. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Lin Moyu didn't consider the danger at all, and rushed towards the distress signal without hesitation. Human race professionals will rush to rescue when they see the distress signal. This is an unspoken rule among human professionals, and everyone has silently followed it for countless years. Many years ago, there were demons who used the distress signal of the human race to ambush the human race professionals. Did a lot of damage. At that time, when many people saw the distress signal, they would worry whether it was a trap. Later, in order to prevent such things from happening, the distress signal transmitter was changed to a prop that required soul binding. Only the person can use it, and once the person dies, the launcher will be 100% invalid. Since then, there will be no false distress signals. Only 2 days after leaving the core area, Lin Moyu stepped into the core area again. The undead army opened the way ahead. Lin Moyu did not delay at all, and the speed was very fast. Boom! Another distress flare went off and exploded. On the mirror-like ground in the core area, a charming light is reflected. Large areas of space are illuminated as bright as day. Idiot! Lin Moyu cursed secretly. Launching one is not enough, and launching a second one, is this trying to recruit the boss? The activity area of the boss cannot be small, and the speed of the flying boss must be astonishingly fast, in case it is found. Lin Moyu has always been wary of that mysterious flying boss. Boom! A third distress signal exploded. Madman! Lin Moyu cursed again at the same time. This is to recruit the boss. Within 10 minutes, 10 distress signals exploded in the air. 10 small suns appeared in the sky, which lasted for a long time. Illuminate a large core area as if it were daytime. Lin Moyu would curse inwardly at first, but later he was too lazy to curse. The 20-kilometer road, Lin Moyu went all out in only 10 minutes. All the monsters along the way were cleaned up by him as quickly as possible. Fortunately, this is the edge of the core area, and there are not many monsters, and they are not strong. The team that can enter the core area is definitely not bad. Generally speaking, it is enough to deal with various situations. I don't know what I encountered. Could it be that I encountered a boss? Finally, he saw the owner of the distress signal. It's them. In Lin Moyu's eyes, there is only one word to describe this team: chaotic. I don't know what their team standards are. In the team of 20, 8 of them were therapists. Completely exceeded the standard of the general team. Coupled with the fact that there are all female professionals, it is enough to be called a nanny team. Lin Moyu didn't understand at the time that so many therapists are useful. For such a team, it is enough to have 4 healers. After all, senior healers can heal in groups. 4 healers are enough even to fight boss. Now it seems that there are many benefits to having more therapists. Being besieged by more than 50 battlefield wolves, with at least level 61, if it wasn't for enough healers, it would have been unbearable. What kind of profession is this? It turned out to be a 2-handed giant hammer. Lin Moyu saw Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian was releasing a group collection skill, which was like a small firework, seemingly harmless. The monsters obviously hated this skill very much, and besieged her one after another. Never seen such a professional. Jialan Yeyu didn't expect that she would have everything. Two stars flew down and exploded on the left and right sides of their own team at the same time. More than 50 battlefield wolves instantly surrounded his team. A team of 20 people was besieged by more than 50 battlefield wolves, almost caught off guard. Fortunately, it stabilized later. But the situation is not optimistic. Wild wolves of the battlefield have more than twice the number of them, and their attack power is extremely powerful. The level 60 knights on her body felt extremely strenuous for the top 2 knights. Not to mention other professionals. Hold on, the distress signal has been sent, and someone will definitely come to rescue us. Sisters, don't give up. Jialanyeyu cheered everyone up, holding the shield tightly, and together with another knight in the team, resisted the attack of the wolves. There were still 2 fighters in the team who also acted as meat shields at this time. Crispy mages, archers, and auxiliary healers are firmly protected in the middle. Mu Xianxian swung a platinum sledgehammer that didn't match her appearance at all, and repelled the rushing, wild wolf of the battlefield. Although she is not the main combat profession, her strength is not inferior to that of a warrior. What she lacks is only powerful skills. Suddenly, a soldier beside him was knocked back by a wolf monster, leaving a vacancy in the team. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian yelled coquettishly, and flicked up with one hand, exploding large spots of light. Like a little fireworks show. Ability, Group Gathering. Spots of light fell on the 8 wolf monsters around like flowers, and red lights appeared in the eyes of the wolf monsters. They all looked at Mu Xianxian and besieged her frantically. Her collection skills are very arousing hatred. Treat Xianxian. Jialanyeyu yelled. Healing. The therapist responded anxiously. Rays of light lit up on Mu Xianxian's body, and at least 3 healing spells landed on her at the same time. Lin Moyu saw this scene in his eyes and murmured, "It seems that the nanny team also has the advantage of the nanny team. As long as they don't encounter monsters or bosses that can kill people in seconds, the nanny team's fighting ability is really amazing." Lin Moyu watched them for a few seconds, knowing that they were not in any danger. He was relieved. The most fearful thing about saving people is that when he arrives, the person dies. Wasted effort is the most annoying thing. Jialanyeyu, who was in the middle of a battle, suddenly received an invitation, and someone invited her to form an army mode. Reinforcements have arrived. Jialanyeyu suddenly felt the joy of hope, and agreed to the invitation without hesitation. The Legion mode was turned on, and she also saw the inviter. Legion Commander, Lin Moyu, level 33. In an instant, hope turned to disappointment. The so-called reinforcements are only one person. What's the use of a person, and only level 33? Even if he is a super genius, it is useless if he can leapfrog the challenge. Now that things have happened, I can only continue to persevere and see if other people will come to save me. Suddenly, she heard a lot of footsteps. There was a clicking sound. Then there were, wild wolf on the battlefield, screams, one after another. The wolves that were besieging him seemed to have changed their target. She felt less stressed. Immediately afterwards, the eyes were bright. A large number of spells fell densely in the air, focusing on the area where they were located. Jialanyeyu and the others lost their pressure immediately. All monsters are taken over by Lin Moyu. The wild wolves howled, and were killed one after another. Tens of thousands of stars were lifted into the sky, and the scene was extremely beautiful. He's amazing. Is he really only level 33? There are so many summons, and these skeletons are so powerful. Skeletons are supposed to be scary, but why do I think these skeletons are cute? Once these women are no longer life-threatening, they immediately relax. A pair of beautiful eyes sparkled, looking at the skeleton and then at Lin Moyu. I couldn't stop being amazed. Jialanyeyu also stopped fighting at this time. Can't stop, there are no wild wolves in front of me. She found herself underestimating Lin Moyu again. He is really capable of single-handedly acting in the core area. A person is stronger than a team of them. Mu Xianxian put the hammer on the ground and panted. With a smile on Chiachia's face, Sister Yeyu, we are saved. Jialan Yeyu also smiled, well, I'm saved. She looked at Lin Moyu, and the beam was grateful. Obtain star fragments. Get starlight fragments through the collection technique. Obtain star fragments. Get starlight fragments through the collection technique. Among the messages that popped up continuously, several of them caught Lin Moyu's attention. Seeing the word collection technique, Lin Moyu immediately understood. And got in touch with Mu Xianxian, whom he had met before. A legendary professional, a collector. Very rare occupation. I didn't expect to meet such a rare occupation. Lin Moyu smiled slightly in his heart, and didn't care. Under the slaughter of the undead army, more than 50 battlefield wolves were quickly cleaned up. The damage suffered was not too great, and less than 10 skeleton warriors died. With single-digit damage, 50 wolf pack monsters can be eliminated, which is a very good result. Jialan Yeyu and the others finally relaxed completely. The battle is truly over. It was really too dangerous just now. If Lin Moyu hadn't come over, they don't know how long they could last. Jialan Yeyu also heaved a long sigh of relief, put away his long sword, and thanked Lin Moyu, thank you. She didn't know what to call Lin Moyu. Senior Lin? Lin Moyu is only level 33, and so young. It seems impolite to call you by name directly. After thinking about it, Jialan Yeyu said again, thank you Brother Lin for coming to save us. On the battlefield, the human races are all brothers and sisters, so it is no problem to call them that. Her team members also came over to thank Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu waved his hand, let's go, it's not safe here. Not safe? Jialan Yeyu was slightly taken aback. Haven't the wolves been wiped out? There is nothing to blame nearby, where it will be unsafe. Jialan Yeyu thought that what Lin Moyu was talking about was that the core area was not safe, and a smile appeared on his slightly heroic face. This time it was unlucky, we will understand in the future. Obviously, the other party can understand what he means. Lin Moyu didn't want to explain more at first, but for the sake of Jialan Guild, he said again, that's not what I said. The voice fell, and a cry suddenly sounded in the distant air. The tweet was high-pitched and sharp, piercing the sky. Even the eternal light was distorted. Wang's Zhao, the moment Lin Moyu heard the chirping, Lin Moyu's face changed drastically. Although he had only heard this call once, he would never forget it in his life. Go! Lin Moyu yelled and fled towards the exterior of the core area. Jialan Yeyu followed quickly, and asked quickly, how is it right? A boss is coming. Jialan Yeyu's expression also changed drastically. Ordinary monsters are already so powerful, so the boss is killing people. Go, go! Jialan Yeyu yelled loudly. Everyone followed and ran with them at the fastest speed in their lives. Lin Moyu is only level 33, the attribute is the weakest among the crowd, and he runs the slowest. After a while, it fell to the end. Instead, Jialan Yeyu and the others had to slow down and wait for his approval. 2,200 skeleton warriors and 1,100 skeleton mages are densely packed to protect everyone in the middle. Only half a minute after the sound of the tweet, a huge black spot appeared in the sky. There was an archer in the team with the best eyesight, and he screamed, what a big bird. Lin Moyu also looked back, feeling cold all over. God, what a big bird, is this a bird? No, it is indeed a bird, it's not a black bird, but a bird wrapped in black flames. From a distance, it looks like a black cloud. You can see the bird only when you fly close. Black flames burned blazingly, wrapping it. It's so fast, it feels faster than lightning. It was clearly more than 10 kilometers away before, but in the blink of an eye it had already reached the top of the head. Only then did Lin Moyu realize how big the sky is. Spread the wings, at least over 300 meters. It can really be described as covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Its claws are closed, but the size can also be seen. Bosses like the battlefield snake turtle can be grabbed by it with one claw. Lin Moyu couldn't help imagining a picture of how the snake tortoise was eaten on the battlefield. Just thinking about it makes him chill. The most terrifying thing is not how strong the boss is. Instead, Lin Moyu saw the light of wisdom in his eyes. This boss is intelligent and thoughtful. This is what frightened him. What is this? Mu Xianxian ran beside Lin Moyu, carrying a giant hammer. Mu Xianxian, a rare collection master, was enough to attract Lin Moyu's attention. Lin Moyu said, "It should be a boss." Jialan Yu frowned. What kind of answer was that? Who doesn't know this is a boss? Saying it is tantamount to not saying it. Mu Xianxian's voice was soft. It looks scary. Lin Moyu hummed, "It once ate another boss." This sentence made the faces of both of them change drastically at the same time. To be able to eat another boss, either the level is higher or the class is higher. And judging by its shape, it is very likely to be a lord level, or even a world level boss. Watch out, it's coming. Lin 083 Moyu suddenly called out. He didn't look back, and the skeleton warrior came to report. The black bird swooped straight down from the sky, and the speed was outrageously fast. Lin Moyu didn't dare to use the bone armor to block it. For the first time, he lost confidence in the bone armor. With a move in his heart, the skeleton warriors approached him one after another. At the same time he yelled, "Come closer!" Jialan Yu also shouted loudly, "Quick, get closer!" Everyone is very close. There are skeleton warriors outside, and skeleton mages outside. Lin Moyu didn't dare to release the slow curse. He didn't know if the slow curse would be useful to this horrible boss. Even if useful, the effect is geometric. And the slow curse is very likely to attract the attention of the boss and hold back the hatred. He didn't dare to gamble with his own life. The skeleton mage began to sway his skills, and thousands of attacks fell into the air. Fireworks exploded in the sky, bursting into brilliant light. Skills are intertwined, and thousands of brilliance block the line of sight. Mu Xianxian said, "The core area is so big, how did it find us?" Lin Moyu let out a cold snort, calling for help, signal. Jialan Yu clicked his tongue suddenly, so, Aseb, attracted him? If not? Lin Moyu glanced sideways, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Another sharp and high-pitched voice sounded. The boss broke through the skills played by the skeleton mage, so that a mouthful of flames spewed out. Black flames. Lin Moyu's complexion changed drastically, and he knew the power of the flames without looking. Fortunately, the target of the boss is not them, but the skeletons on the ground. The flames slammed to the ground, exploding a large sea of flames. Hundreds of skeleton warriors were stained by the flames and were seriously injured. The Lich General immediately cast his skills and treated them. The boss's wings trembled, and in an instant, a large number of black fireballs fell from the sky, falling down like a meteorite rain. The skeleton warrior, who was sprayed by flames, before was seriously injured. General Lich was hit by a fireball before he could heal in time and died immediately. The boss fell with the rain of fireballs, its claws stretched out violently, and at the same time its huge wings flapped. The black flame, carried by the strong wind, blows like a whirlwind. The skeletons were blown away one after another, and more than a dozen skeleton warriors were also captured. Lin Moyu stared at it, stuffing the skeleton warrior into its mouth, and chewed it twice. Then he spat it out in disgust. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. At least 200 or 300 skeleton warriors were seriously injured. More than 70 were directly burned to death by the black fire, and several were bitten to death. In just one wave, more than 80 skeleton warriors died. Lin Moyu was secretly startled. This boss was far stronger than he imagined. It's too scary. How can there be such a strong boss? I couldn't be more clear about the attributes of my skeleton warrior. In the bonus state, all 4 dimensions reach 57,000. With such a high physique, he was still instantly killed. Bite the bullet, Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique. Fortunately, the boss didn't notice him, and flew into the sky again in a circle. Ancient Yuan Bird, Lord Level Boss. Level, 67. Power, 300000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 200000. Physique, 150000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion. Characteristics, Fire Attribute Immunity, Elemental Damage reduced by 60%, Physical Damage reduced by 60%, Fangs in the Mouth Ignore Defense. The moment Lin Moyu saw the attributes, Lin Moyu had the urge to curse. Level 67 Lord Level Boss, with a total attribute of 800,000. Compared with Battlefield Snake Turtle, it is a full 300,000 higher, with a strength of 300,000 and a mouth full of fangs that ignores defense. It's no wonder that Battlefield Snake has no power to resist. Bosses like it are almost the top existence in the upper space of the ancient battlefield. Usually, it is active in the center of the core area, and it should not be seen on the periphery. It didn't, it just flew to the edge. Is it fun? The flame jet has already seen it, but it was the fireball just now. Obviously not a skill, just a normal attack that comes with flapping the wings. Really scary, this kind of boss is completely unbeatable. He didn't dare to stop at the next step, and continued to flee. As long as you can escape to the central area, you will be safe. I've never heard of anyone encountering a boss over level 60 in the central area. It seems that the monsters in the core area never leave the core area. It is impossible to fight, and the only hope now is to escape from here. Lin Moyu's face was ugly, and so was Jialan Yeyu's. How could there be such a terrifying boss? This attribute is higher than some 70-level top professionals. Comparing the attributes of a human professional and a lord-level boss, you really have it. Lin Moyu glanced at the woman and didn't want to say anything. The attributes of the human race have always been low, and it's okay to compare with ordinary monsters. Compared with boss, is it possible to compare sex? Accompanied by a shriek, Ancient Yuan Bird flew down again. The huge wings flapped continuously, and a large number of fireballs fell in the air. Lin Moyu can be 100% sure that these fireballs are either its skills or its normal attacks. A normal attack is a powerful group attack, and his numerical advantage is instantly wiped out. Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice, Lin Moyu, can you beat it? Lin Moyu glanced at her and felt that this master collector was not very smart. Is it possible to fight or escape? I can't beat it. Another group of black flames sprayed down. The earth was instantly scorched, and a large number of skeletons fell into the flames. The fireball fell, and another batch of skeletons were killed. Ancient Luan Yao took advantage of the situation and grabbed a dozen skeletons. This time it didn't put the skeleton in its mouth to chew, but gave it a firm grip with its paws. With a click, the captured skeleton man was smashed to pieces. Lin Moyu heard the sound and sensed the disappearance of the skeleton, feeling distressed for a while. Dozens of skeletons were lost again, this time it was a big loss. But you can't think about these things now, it's not bad if you can escape from ascension. Although the skeleton is dead, although it hurts, at least it can make up for it. If you hang up yourself, just try to escape. Ancient Yuan Bird flew down again. Another round of attacks. After 3 rounds of attacks, almost an army of undead had been wiped out. The opponent is too strong and can't stop it at all. Ancient Yuan Bird took to the sky again, it seemed to be tired of playing, hovering in the air, making a shriek after another. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to run a long distance. Just when he thought it was enough, Lin Moyu suddenly had a creepy feeling. It's being targeted. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu turned around and ran to the other side. Jialan Yeyu, Mu Xianxian and others were about to follow when Lin Moyu yelled loudly. Don't follow. Jialan Yeyu, Mu Xianxian and others were startled when Lin Moyu yelled loudly. Lin Moyu ran in another direction without saying a word. Why did you suddenly go crazy? Jialanyu was stunned. Mu Xianxian didn't react, and suddenly she noticed something, pointing to the ancient Luan Island, in the air. It's heading towards Lin Moyu. Only then did Jialanyu realize why Lin Moyu did this. Shame welled up, and my whole body felt hot, wishing I could drill a hole in the ground. At first, she thought Lin Moyu didn't want to run away with them and wanted to escape alone. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu wanted to lure ancient Luan Island away alone to win a chance for them. Sacrifice yourself so they can survive. Such a great sentiment. Jialanyu was very decisive and quickly made a decision. Let's go, we can't let brother Lin Moyu die in vain. Jialanyu led everyone and ran to the other side. Lin Moyu didn't hear what she said, otherwise he would definitely think that this woman can really think. Sentiment does have a little bit, but not much. As for sacrificing himself to let them survive, Lin Moyu thinks it is not so noble. I was targeted by ancient Luan Island, and a group attack skill came down. I don't necessarily die, these people will definitely die. With no grudges or enmities, Lin Moyu chose to let them go. What's more, if these people were killed by him, then it would not be in vain for him to work so hard to save them. Lin Moyu quickly ran to the other side, and the undead army disappeared one after another, and all of them were taken back. Now, ancient Luan Island is eyeing him, and he no longer needs the attraction of the undead army. Not only did Jialanyu and others not have to be dragged to death by him, but the skeletons didn't have to die with him either. After the damage is transferred, the bone armor is added, and the skills of the soldiers are strengthened. I really don't necessarily die. It's not that easy to kill me. Lin Moyu felt ruthless in his heart, biting fast and ran towards the central area. Ancient Luan Island began to dive, and a monster appeared in front of Lin Moyu. That monster seemed to have discovered ancient Luan Island, and ran away desperately. Black flames fell from the sky, and the monster was burned to ashes almost in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu's bone armor lasted only a second in the flames, before it shattered with a bang. Lin Moyu repaired the bone armor as quickly as possible, but it was still a bit slow. The flames had already done him a lot of damage. Lin Moyu sensed that there were more than 30 dead skeletons. His defense is far inferior to that of a skeleton, and the moment the skeleton armor breaks, the damage he suffers is enough to kill him many times. These injuries ignore the defense of the skeletons and affect the skeletons. In an instant, more than 30 skeletons were lost. The newborn skeleton armor clicked twice, and was about to break again. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and directly added the bone armor to himself. You can't wait for the bone armor to break and then replenish it, you must continue to replenish it. He replenished the skeleton armor 6 times in a row, and finally persisted until the sea of fire receded. Ancient Luan Island has been killed to the top of the head, the huge claws pressed down in the air. Lin Moyu is too small, and its claws are too big to grasp at all. Ancient Luan Island changed from capturing to shooting, and it was heavily shot on Lin Moyu. The skeleton armor shattered, and Lin Moyu was sent flying with a muffled grunt. The damage transfer took effect, and there was a crackling sound in Lin Moyu's mind. Dozens more skeletons died. It was too late to feel distressed. Lin Moyu was still flying in mid-air, and his armor had been replenished. At this time ancient Luan Island had already flown into the air. Did you pretend to be an old man? Now that it has really been marked, Lin Moyu is not afraid. A red light flashed. Skill, Curse of Damage. With a buzzing sound, a blood-red sword appeared above the head of ancient Luan Island. Then flames blazed in the palm. Skill, Soul Flame. Ancient Luan Island suddenly let out a scream. I trembled all over, obviously in pain. Unexpectedly, a little bug like Lin Moyu would dare to fight back. It is completely angry. The black flame poured down like a monstrous force. It turned into huge black fireballs, covering the sky and covering the earth. I go. Lin Moyu escaped even faster. This is obviously the second skill of Ancient Man Island. Sure enough, the fireball fell to the ground. Boom! A terrible explosion happened. Lin Moyu was stunned by the huge airflow. Looking at the mushroom cloud that is rising into the sky, the power of this skill is terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the fireballs fell to the ground one by one and exploded continuously. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky, blowing up the world beyond recognition. Jialanyeyu and others who had already run away saw this scene, and the violent explosion also reached them. The earth is shaking constantly. Jialanyeyu swallowed hard. The picture was so beautiful that she dared not look at it. Mu Xianxian's eyes were full of tears. Lin Moyu is really a good person. Jialanyeyu knew that Mu Xianxian was soft-hearted. Don't be sad, brother. Lin Moyu is indeed a great person. We must set up a memorial tablet for him after we go back. Mu Xianxian nodded. I put 3 sticks of incense every day. The others also echoed, well, let's offer incense to brother Lin Moyu together. In the violent explosion, the bone armor was continuously broken and replenished. Lin Moyu's movements are already very fast, but occasionally there are still situations where it is too late. The unlucky one is the skeleton, who silently suffers for Lin Moyu. They are not afraid of death, and even say that they have no life in the first place. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so. Skeletons are not only their summons, but also their comrades in arms. In his eyes, the skeletons are alive. This grudge, I have written it down. Sooner or later, I will find you to settle the matter. Lin Moyu continued to escape amidst the explosion. The skills of Ancient Luan Bird are still continuing, and the blazing black fireballs continue to fall. Lin Moyu ran bluntly, using the skeleton armor non-stop. Regardless of whether it is broken or not, it is always right to use it. Now it is not far from the central area, and it takes at most 2 minutes to run out. Ancient Luan Bird, seeing that its skills were useless, it swooped down again. It had no intention of letting Lin Moyu go at all. A little guy at level 33 can't be killed for so long, which makes him very embarrassing. It flew down with a whoosh and landed on the ground, blocking Lin Moyu's way. The bird's beak is open, ready to eat Lin Moyu. Suddenly, a huge aura galloped from afar. Ancient Luan Bird can't help but look up. Lin Moyu also felt the breath of the other party. The power of the abyss is rolling, and what comes is the abyss demon. The breath is very large, comparable to the top professionals of the human race. Lin Moyu's heart trembled a little. A top-level demon over level 70 came over. It's for me. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he might have been marked at a certain time, otherwise there would be such a coincidence that the ancient battlefield is so big. There are chasing soldiers behind, and fierce tigers in front. Lin Moyu was caught in a dilemma for a while. Neither is it to keep running, nor is it not to run. A few seconds later, the opponent's figure clearly appeared in the line of sight. Abyss Succubus, daily only over level 70 Abyss Succubus. Not as powerful as Succubus King, but much better than Alice. I finally found you. I didn't expect you to hide in the core area. Since I'm here, you can follow me obediently. Don't worry, my sister will take good care of you. Haha. The Abyss Succubus Mina stood in the air with a charming face. There was temptation in the voice, and the bone armor on Lin Moyu's body flickered, blocking its charm. Seeing that the charm was ineffective, Mina's pretty face changed slightly. 0. She was ordered to bring Lin Moyu, not to kill Lin Moyu. The Succubus King wants her to bring Lin Moyu back to the abyss. If it is not a last resort, bring him back alive. In this regard, she can only obey. Lin Moyu grasped the meaning of her words. I can't go with you. The detection technique pops up while speaking. As a result, except for the other party's name, no information was obtained. Mina smiled coquettishly. Little friend Lin Moyu, this is beyond your control. Really? Lin Moyu chuckled, turned around abruptly, and ran towards the ancient direction. Lin Moyu quickly passed through the position of Ancient Luan Niao, and his direction was impressively deep in the core area. If Mina wants to catch up, she must first pass the ancient Luan. Surprisingly, ancient Luan bird did not chase after it, and Mina did not move either. Lin Moyu turned around strangely, and found that ancient Luan was staring at the succubus Mina. Ancient Luan Niao has hatred in its eyes, and the flames are boiling. Succubus Mina smiled coquettishly, "It's just a boss in the upper space, get out of the way obediently, or I'll kill you." Ancient Luan squeaked, flapped its wings, and immediately a large number of fireballs rushed towards Mina. Minagio smiled as she shuttled between the fireballs she passed through in the blink of an eye, and no fireball could touch it. It can fly too, and is very flexible. Ancient Luan bird got angry, spewed out flames all over the sky, and launched a map cannon. This time Mina couldn't dodge. The black light on its body soared into the sky, forming a substance similar to a shield, blocking the flames. The flames are so powerful, Mina's shield is obviously moving quickly. It was only then that Mina realized that the boss in front of her was not simple. Ancient Luan bird, no matter what you think, it has already charged up, with hatred in its eyes. It no longer cares about Lin Moyu, now it just wants to kill Mina. Mina also got serious. This boss seems to be a little different from the bosses she met before. Now Lin Moyu was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of the two in the sky? For a moment, he seemed to be an outsider. Lin Moyu chose a suitable pit to lie down on, watching the battle in the sky. After all, is it tiring to look up all the time? Ancient Luan bird and the succubus Mina fought to the death in the air, refusing to give in to each other. Ancient Luan Niao, it seems that she has a grudge against her, and she played very hard. Fans out massive fireballs and detonates them in the air. Explode a mushroom cloud. The entire core area is shaking. Mina's body is entwined with abyssal energy, resisting Ancient Ostrich's attack. Now she is not as relaxed as she started. Ancient Luan bird's frenzied attacks also made her tired of coping. Lin Moyu watched for a while, and found that the two were of equal strength. Mina seems to have some scruples. She seldom counterattacks, most of the time she avoids when she can, and resists if she can't. Lin Moyu understands that top-level demons like Mina, who are over level 70, come up from the lower floors through time and space channels. If you do nothing, you can stay in the upper space for about an hour. If you have a fight with someone, you will be expelled in a few minutes at most. That's why Mina is like this. Mina wanted to rush down to catch Lin Moyu several times, but Ancient Luan Niao tightly entangled her. Both can fly, and Ancient Luan bird is very fast, and its flexibility is not much worse than Mina. Mina is hard to get rid of. Lin Moyu thought about taking the opportunity to sneak away from 500, but if he left, it would be equivalent to giving Mina a chance. Facing the Abyss Succubus over level 70, Lin Moyu is more willing to face Ancient Luan. Mina started to feel a little impatient. She didn't have much time to stay in the upper space. She didn't expect that when she came here, she would meet Ancient Luan Niao. The two were in a stalemate for several minutes, and she finally couldn't help but make a move. A ball of black light shot out from the slender fingers, with a strange red in it, which looked a bit coquettish. Ability, Charming Light. When Lin Moyu saw this light, he lost his mind for a moment. The bone armor flashed suddenly, and Lin Moyu woke up. Lin Moyu couldn't help regretting for a while. The means of the top demons were really unimaginable. I just glanced at it and was almost confused. Ancient Luan bird was hit by the black light. The pupils lost focus instantly, and remained motionless in the air. Mina didn't stop, she was already heading towards Lin Moyu. The time it can confuse Ancient Luan bird is not long, only a few seconds at most. It has a limited time. Lin Moyu also knows it has limited time. While it launched its skills, it was ready. A large number of undead core appeared, blocking in front of him. He happened to be in a pothole that was blown out, and now the pit is densely packed with skeletons. He was buried in the very center of the skeleton. It didn't expect Lin Moyu to move so fast and use this method to prevent himself from catching him. There was a charming smile on his face, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. If you really can't take away the living Lin Moyu, you can take away the dead Lin Moyu. Having already made a move, Mina no longer has any scruples. The huge abyssal energy exploded, revealing the true power of being a top demon. In front of it, the energy of the abyss is like a great river, wave after wave. All the skeletons standing in front of him were instantly blown away. She knew that soon it would be forcibly sent back to the lower dimension. So a little anxious. The hundreds of skeletons arranged by Lin Moyu did not even block them for a second. All the skeletons were blown up and scattered in all directions like raindrops. Mina has come to Lin Moyu, reached out and grabbed it. You can't escape. With a bang, the eyes went dark, and a tall Lich General stood in front of it. Although the Lich General has no combat power, his physique is high enough, and he is the one with the highest physique among all Lin Moyu summons. A Lich General at level 33, plus a physique of over 15 in the state. Even the succubus Mina couldn't blow it away all at once. Go away. Mina shouted coquettishly. The breath of the abyss erupted in an all-round way, and the Lich General was immediately blown away. More than one, Lin Moyu placed in front of him as the last Lich General to block. Lin Moyu was completely exposed to Mina's sight. See if you can still. Mina's pretty face changed before she finished speaking. What greeted it was a little white light and a mass of flames. Lin Moyu had been prepared for a long time, and General Lich was just covering it up. Ability, Bone Fangs. Skill, Soul Flame. Lin Moyu played left and right, using two skills at the same time for the first time. The flames are like flowers, gorgeous and beautiful. Mina suddenly let out a scream. Even if he became a top demon, he still couldn't bear the severe pain from the soul level. The bone fangs landed on it with huge penetrating power. The 1,200 bone fangs are densely packed and erupted almost at 10 points. It's a pity that Mina's level is too high, and the abyss is extremely powerful. Skeletal fangs cannot penetrate. Only the soul flame can cause some insignificant damage to her. The soul flame brought Mina a momentary stagnation, calculated by time, about 0.1 second. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Moyu retreated quickly. Lich Generals took back one after another and released them immediately. Blocked in front of himself again. The Lich Generals are using their healing skills at the same time to heal each other. Another terrifying power erupted, and the Lich General flew away in response. Taking advantage of this time point, the soul flame fell again. The attack that directly locks on the soul is unavoidable. Another burst of severe pain hit, and Mina looked at Lin Moyu with anger and murderous intent. Lin Moyu did the same, stepped back again, and put some skeleton warriors in front of him. Whether it is the Lich General or the skeleton warrior, they have all become his means of delay. In Mina's eyes, Lin Moyu is like a bug. Although it is small, it cannot be stepped on to death. Mina was so angry that she almost went crazy. A huge spear appeared in Mina's hand. It was as dark as ink, and the killing intent was soaring. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. He saw the Emperor's dead soul on the spear. I saw countless dead souls of the human race. The souls of the dead are roaring and making mournful sounds. Damn you! Lin Moyu was equally murderous. Mina smiled coquettishly. Damn you! At this moment, it has completely given up its plan to capture Lin Moyu alive. It is going to kill Lin Moyu and go back with his head. Let his soul become a member of his own revenant spear. Lin Moyu's strong soldier, skill on the back of his hand was faintly hot, and he was also ready to go all out. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura exploded in the air. Mina's pretty face suddenly changed, and Lin Moyu also saw the picture in the sky. A black fire meteorite with a size of at least 100 meters fell from the sky. The black fire meteorite has not yet arrived, and it has already brought terrifying pressure. Around it, the space was burned and distorted. Mina was startled, let out a strange cry, and fled quickly. It felt a deadly threat. If it didn't escape, it would definitely die under the black fire meteorite. I go. This is not in the skill list of the detection technique. Lin Moyu also escaped quickly. In the detection technique, Ancient Yuan Bird has two skills, Flame Jet and Flame Explosion. Lin Moyu has seen both skills, but this is nothing. It seems that the detection technique is not 100% accurate. Lin Moyu knew that if he was hit head-on by this 100-meter meteorite, he would definitely be wiped out instantly. No bone armor can stop it. The only solution now is to escape. At least it can't be hit head-on by the black fire meteorite. All the skeletons were taken back and put outside to die. Take out the advanced random teleporter and activate it directly. Activation fails. There is an invisible force in the core area, which restricts the high-level random teleportation talisman. Not only the advanced random teleporter, but all teleportation props are invalid. The teacher didn't tell me. Bai Yuan did not say that. Who would have thought that a guy in his 30s would be able to kill into the core area? Bai Yuan never thought of this level. Lin Moyu summoned a skeleton and ran away holding himself. At least the skeleton's speed is much faster than itself. It was very uncomfortable to be hugged by a skeleton. There was no flesh on his body, only bones. But there is no other way now, it is important to escape. Ancient Yuan Niao, this move is almost fatal. The black fire meteorite crashed to the ground. An incomparably huge mushroom cloud lifted into the sky. An irresistible shock wave mixed with black fire swept in, and Lin Moyu was thrown into the air, flying more than 1,000 meters away. Black flames enveloped the earth, and the land with a radius of more than 1 kilometer almost instantly gasified. 0.4 Lin Moyu fell to the ground like a broken rock, and continued to roll for hundreds of meters. Lin Moyu was completely blinded, and the skeleton armor was shattered the moment the shock wave hit. At that time, he instinctively replenished the bone armor. Again and again. Later, he himself forgot how many times he added it. In short, he survived. After checking his summoning space, he couldn't help showing a wry smile. There are several undead legions, already hungry. In the wave just now, at least more than 500 skeleton warriors and more than 100 skeleton mages were lost. Fortunately, he survived. Damage shifting and elemental resistance play a huge role. The typhoid diversion allowed the skeletons to take their own damage. Elemental resistance will greatly reduce its own damage. My life has always been great. Lin Moyu looked sideways at Mina. At this time, Mina's appearance was not very good. It was also injured, with wounds all over her body. The breath is weaker than before. Lin Moyu squinted at her. It seems that you are worse than me. Mina waved the spear in her hand. It's not miserable, it's enough to crush you to death. Lin Moyu chuckled. You can try, maybe I will kill you. In Lin Moyu's eyes, although he was a little embarrassed, at least he was not injured. A large number of skeletons were lost, but 8 complete undead legions were still maintained. Strong soldier, the skill has not been used yet. It is not that there is no power to fight. The rest of the undead army appeared collectively, staring at Mina. Lin Moyu added bone armor to himself, and the strength soldier's skill on the back of his hand is ready to go. Mina saw the character on the back of Lin Moyu's hand, and her face changed suddenly. Original rune. The skills brought by the original rune are very powerful, and Mina has to be on guard. Seeing Lin Moyu's confidence, Mina also hesitated. It was not injured lightly, and its strength was less than half of its heyday. A little black light exploded, and a space-time channel suddenly appeared beside Mina. The huge suction force wrapped around Mina's body, trying to drag it away. This is the rule of the ancient battlefield. When the time is up, Mina must leave and cannot stay any longer. Put away the long gun, and the murderous aura disappeared. Mina showed a charming smile. Little friend Lin Moyu, my sister will not take you back this time. Next time I have a chance, I will come to play with you again. You have to take good care of yourself and don't be eaten by that guy. There was no killing intent in the words, it was more like a little flirting between couples before. Lin Moyu, a straight steel man, didn't appreciate it at all. Next time we meet, I will kill you. My sister will definitely eat you next time. Amidst her coquettish laughter, Mina was sucked into the space-time channel. Lin Moyu let out a long breath of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to fight Mina desperately. Even if you use the strong soldier skill, you may not be able to fight well. What's more, there is an ancient Luan bird. Lin Moyu is still running for his life. Hey, where's ancient Luan bird? There was no trace of ancient Luan bird in the air, and a black flame was burning in the distance. That was where the black fire meteorite fell, and now it has turned into a sea of flames. Lin Moyu bravely went there and saw a huge pit with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. The flames in the huge pit shot up to the sky, and the black flames scorched the earth. But where did ancient Luan bird go? After searching for a long time, Lin Moyu finally saw the disease of the ancient Luan bird in the middle of the sea of flames. The detection technique flew out. Ancient Luan bird, Lord level boss. Level 67. Status, Nirvana rebirth, currently in an invincible state. There is no attribute, but one more state. A chill rose from the back. Reborn from Nirvana, in an invincible state. Run. Lin Moyu had only one thought, run away. If he waits until the end of Nirvana, he will never have another chance. The range of the Black Sea of Flames was expanding, overflowing to potholes, and began to spread outward. Lin Moyu had already run away. A skeleton hugged him and ran very fast. The scope of the Sea of Fire is getting bigger and bigger, and the speed of spreading is getting faster and faster. Just 10 minutes later, the Sea of Flames had already enveloped the land with a radius of 5 kilometers. Then a huge figure rushed out of the Sea of Flames, making a high-pitched cry. The flames boiled and soared into the sky, pulling out a long black fire belt. Ancient Luan bird Nirvana is over, and it is reborn. It hovered in the air, singing non-stop. The wings fluttered, and the black fire churned. It is looking for the whereabouts of Lin Moyu and Mina. At this point, Mina has returned to the lower space. Lin Moyu has also escaped from the core area. It searched for a while, but didn't find it, and finally flew towards the depths of the core area. Lin Moyu ran out of the core area and ran for several kilometers before stopping. It's safe. A long sigh of relief, finally safe. Lin Moyu counted, and the loss this time was extraordinarily large. 861 skeleton warriors died, 192 skeleton mages died, and 1 general lich died. It takes a lot of time to make up for it. Now there are no desert fruits. It seems that I can only meditate while eating the flesh of the earth-touching dragon god. Lin Moyu found a flat place and began to replenish the skeleton warriors. He felt uneasy if the undead army was not replenished. Fortunately, his spiritual attributes are high enough now, and his recovery speed is as high as 134 times. It only takes 10 or 20 minutes to replenish his spiritual power every time he meditates, if you add the meat of the earth-touching dragon god as an additional supplement. A round of summons can be made almost every 10 minutes. I silently estimated in my heart that it would take 3 or 4 days. The skeletons appeared in front of Lin Moyu one by one, and Lin Moyu sat there motionless for several days. Finally, after 3 days, the undead army was finally replenished. A level 33 Lich General can lead 330 units. Lin Moyu configures them with 200 skeleton warriors and 130 skeleton mages. 13 undead legions, with a total of 4,290 skeletons. 2,600 skeleton warriors, 1,690 skeleton mages. 2,600 skeleton warriors are at the front, and 1,690 skeleton mages are at the rear for concentrated fire attacks. The damage is considerable. Lin Moyu is like a commander, reviewing his army of undead. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in my heart. But thinking of a boss like Ancient Luan Niao, this sense of pride disappeared. Ancient Luan bird, covered in flames, Lin Moyu's best sea tactics are useless. I can't climb up, and I was burned to death within a few seconds of climbing up. General Lich's healing skills are too late, and how difficult it is to deal with flying bosses can only be known after experience. It hits when it wants to, and it can go when it wants to. As long as it doesn't land, there is nothing it can do about it. Sooner or later, I will chop you off. Lin Moyu said secretly. If you can't fight now, then you can fight again in the future. Rest is over, a few days have fully recovered. Put away most of the undead army, leaving only a part to open the way ahead. Continue along the periphery of the core area. Looking for a copy of Dragon Palace. Although it is a needle in a haystack, the probability is not high, but it still needs to be rubbed. According to the original plan, let's walk around the core area. Whether you can find it depends on your face. I don't know, have those guys escaped? As long as you're not too stupid, you should be able to escape. After walking for a while, Lin Moyu came to the place where he entered the core area before. A huge rock was seen in the distance. The stone is more than 20 meters high, and it was cut into the shape of a stone tablet with a sword, which looks like a tombstone. Such a thing appeared on the ancient battlefield, which seemed extremely abrupt. Lin Moyu walked over curiously, and saw words engraved on it from a distance. Human Heroes, Tomb of Lin Moyu. Jialan Guild, respect from the Night Rain Knights. Lin Moyu looked speechless. Are these people idiots? I am living a good life, so what kind of tombstone is erected? This is cursing myself to die. A few skeleton warriors rushed over and smashed the tombstone with a few knives. But in retrospect, it seems that they can't be blamed. After all, they all separated later, and they also cancelled the Legion mode. Under the incomparably terrifying offensive of Ancient Luan Niao, most people would not think that they could survive. Lin Moyu was also fortunate that a top demon came behind him. If it wasn't for its appearance, he might be really in danger. 853, whether it is Ancient Luan Niao, or the top succubi that appeared later, relying on their own numerical advantages alone, they cannot fight against them. If it is below the same level, Lin Moyu believes that he will definitely not be weaker than any of them. It wouldn't be too difficult even to kill them. Must be upgraded. Make up your mind, and leave the ancient battlefield when you find the Dragon Palace, because the copy is upgraded. When he comes back next time, it will be when he really steps into the core area. The Yeyu Knights, led by Jialan Yeyu, have already moved away from the core area. The core area is too dangerous. Jialan Yeyu knew that if she was given another chance, she would definitely not rush in. If Lin Moyu hadn't come to the rescue this time, they would have died without a doubt. At that time, in the whole team, only himself and Mu Xianxian could be resurrected. They planted the seeds of resurrection in the Sanhedrin. As for the other sisters, if they died, they were really dead. Now when I think about it from time to time, I feel a little scared and palpitations. Sister Yeyu, you said that the tombstone we set up for Brother Lin, can others see it? Mu Xianxian was soft and weak, which did not match the sledgehammer on her shoulder at all. Jialan Yeyu said, it doesn't matter whether we see it or not, what matters is our mind. When we go back, find a good place to make a proper tomb for Brother Lin. I still want to go to Brother Lin's hometown. It's best to get some Brother Lin's clothes and make a clothes grave. Mu Xianxian had tears in her eyes. Brother Lin is so pitiful, he was burnt to the bone in the end. Jialan Yeyu wanted to say something, but the sound of fighting suddenly came from ahead. A series of magic spells shot directly into the sky from the ground and exploded in the air. In the air, the abyssal demons whirled and danced, also attacking. It's an abyss demon, ready to fight. Jialan Yeyu drew out her long sword in a snap, and rushed forward first. Lin Moyu continued on the planned route. Measure the earth. According to the information Bai Yuan told him, if he wanted to go around the core area, it would take at least a few months. The core area tends to grow larger year by year. Some people say that in another tens of millions of years, the core area will swallow the central area. It will even swallow the entire ancient battlefield in the end. If you don't have level 60 by then, don't even think about coming to the ancient battlefield. However, some people have different opinions, saying that although the core area is getting bigger, the entire ancient battlefield is also getting bigger, so there is no need to worry about it. In Lin Moyu's mind, since this kind of thing cannot be stopped, there is no need to think about it. It's better to think about how to kill more demons. How to break into the abyss world is important. Why are there so few monsters along the way? Could it be that I've walked the path that others have walked? The undead army opened the way ahead, sending information back continuously. There are few monsters encountered along the way. The undead army advances in a fan shape, with 10 skeletons as a group, separated by a long distance, and the area involved is not small. The route chosen by Lin Moyu is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the core area, which can be said to be advancing close to the core area. There should be a lot of monsters here. But along the way, there are very few blames. However, his speed has also become faster, and he can advance more than 1,600 kilometers a day. It's a good thing to think about it in retrospect. Some of them are not here for leveling. Hurry up and find the copy of Dragon Palace, and getting enough dragon crystals is the real business. If you want to level up, just go back and brush the dungeon, the efficiency is far higher than here. In the distance, Lin Moyu suddenly saw clusters of brilliant clouds twinkling in the distant sky. Clouds. How could there be clouds on the ancient battlefield? These clouds are composed of light clusters. Heaven and earth vision. Lin Moyu said softly, and rushed over quickly. There is a glimmer of expectation in my heart. It may be a copy of Dragon Palace. Every time a copy of Dragon Palace appears, there will be a big battle. The team that can enter the Demon Dragon Palace must go through many fights. The reason for this is that when a dungeon of Dragon Palace appears, it will always cause abnormal phenomena. There are many kinds of visions, and they are different every time. It's not just the Dragon Palace. For example, when Lin Mohan enters the dungeon, there will also be a band of light composed of stars falling off the screen. Obtain the original rune, and within the 10-day fusion period, there will also be visions of heaven and earth. This is a rule in the ancient battlefield. It tells others that there are treasures here, and they can grab them if they want them, thereby attracting a large number of creatures to come over, and the fighting continued. Not just dungeons, all secret realms, and places where treasures appear, will have visions of heaven and earth appear. Even when some bosses that drop treasures come, there will also be unusual pictures. During the 10-day integration period of the original rune, Lin Moyu also killed many abyssal demons and dragon professionals. Lin Moyu was still hundreds of kilometers away from the star cluster, so he rushed over quickly. In just half a day, Lin Moyu has arrived at the area where the vision is located. A few skeletons ran in front, sending back information in real time. Human professional, abyssal demon, dragon professional. 3-legged. Judging from the information sent back by the skeleton, the 3 parties seem to have fallen into a stalemate. There are many people on each side, and they are on guard against each other, and no one dares to act rashly. Lin Moyu leaned over and sensed the breath of the dungeon. But there was a trace of disappointment in my heart. It's not a copy of Dragon Palace. Bai Yuan once told him that the aura of the Dragon Palace dungeon is similar to a combination of abyssal demons and the power of dragon blood. Even if it has the characteristics of the dark attribute, it will also be mixed with the attributes of the dragon family. It's very strange. You don't need to see it with your eyes at all, it can be sensed tens of kilometers away. Now Lin Moyu has sensed the breath of the dungeon, but it's not like that. But even if it is not Dragon Palace, it must be an unusual treasure that can cause visions of heaven and earth. Is it also a copy of the original rune like my sister? Or something else? Lin Moyu approached quickly and saw the instant's entrance from afar. The entrance of the dungeon is a huge round stone. A huge stone with a diameter of more than 5 meters floats in midair, emitting a yellow light throughout. In the light, Lin Moyu felt a special element. Earth element. In the spells of human mages, there are only 4 elements of fire, wind, water, and electricity. There is no earth element. However, in the list of human occupations, there is a very rare occupation called Earth Knight. The Earth Knight is a hidden profession, and its rank is higher than that of the legendary knight. The number of awakened hidden occupations is far less than that of legendary occupations. The reason why hidden occupations are rare is that their awakening requires various conditions to be realized. Some of them can be obtained directly through the 10th job change awakening. There is also a part that needs to be realized by using some special items during the 2nd job change, or even the 3rd job change. Earth Knight is one of them. Awakening the Earth Knight requires a special item, the Heart of the Earth. When the paladin reaches level 40 and performs a 2nd job change, use the Heart of the Earth. At the same time, there must be professional sublimation before it is possible to become an Earth Knight. First of all, if you are a paladin professional, you need to upgrade your career when you change jobs for the 2nd time, and then you need to cooperate with the Heart of the Earth. The 3 are indispensable, and the difficulty is very, very high. The Terran has not obtained the Heart of the Earth for many years. Therefore, in recent decades, no land knights have been born. According to the records, the land knights are very strong, surpassing all other professional knights. In history, the knights of the land have rich and colorful records on the battlefield against demons. There used to be a god-level Earth Knight who forcibly withstood the siege of 10 demon kings. Made immortal feats for the victory of the war. Not only the abyssal demons, but the legend of the Earth Knights is also widely spread among the Dragon clan. The Land Knight can also be said to be the end of the knight career. The Heart of the Earth is produced from the copy of Earth Core, and Earth Core will only appear in the upper layer of the ancient battlefield. Center of the Earth, the probability of dungeons appearing is very low, and the duration is not long. The Heart of the Earth is only useful to humans. In order to prevent the human race from obtaining the Heart of the Earth, the abyssal demons and dragons will try their best to prevent the human race from entering the Earth Core instance. Lin Moyu quickly summed up the knowledge about the Heart of the Earth. He doesn't know much, but he knows that the Heart of the Earth is very important to the human race. In the high school classroom, the history instructor once sighed because the Land Knight had not been born for too many years. It turned out to be a dungeon of the Heart of the Earth. Lin Moyu has made up his mind to enter the dungeon and get the Heart of the Earth. When seeing the copy of Heart of the Earth, Lin Moyu immediately thought of Shishingen. This big brother with a good temper and a better temper had envious eyes when he saw the Holy Light Knight. Shishingen is one of Lin Moyu's few friends. If you can help, you will definitely help. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu walked towards the copy. In front of the dungeon, 3 parties stand together. The abyssal demons and the dragons stared at the human race at the same time, preventing them from entering the dungeon. This will continue until the secondary disappears. The human race is not weaker than either side, but it cannot fight against both forces at the same time. The abyssal demons and dragons also don't want to directly clash with the human race. No matter who causes casualties, it will benefit the other party. So the 3 parties stalemate like this. These guys, Qian Zhao Zhao is too hateful. Jialan Yeyu held the knight sword and stared at the abyssal demon with anger on his face. Mu Xianxian also hummed, with anxiety on her face. There are only 10 hours left in the dungeon. If you don't go in, you will run out of time. The strategy dungeon also takes time, and there are less than 10 hours left, which is not enough anymore. At this moment, Mu Xianxian suddenly thought of Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's army of undead. He said to himself, if he was here, it would probably be fine. Click, click. Footsteps sounded. An army of undead marched in formation, and Lin Moyu walked at the forefront of the army, like a commander. When Jialan Yeyu and Mu Xianxian saw Lin Moyu, they were struck by lightning and stood there dumbfounded. After a few breaths, Jialan Yeyu exclaimed, "You didn't die." These words flew into Lin Moyu's ears, and the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth couldn't help twitching. I'm not dead, are you surprised? Jialan Yeyu said instinctively, then my tombstone is not in vain. Lin Moyu really wanted the skeleton warrior to go over and give her a few knives. Ask you, can you speak? Officer Lin. Among the human team, Jiang Hansan strode out and saluted Lin Moyu. The sudden appearance of Lin Moyu not only aroused the vigilance of the abyssal demons and dragons. The human race professionals present also looked towards it. In their eyes, Lin Moyu is just a little guy at level 33. Although the undead army looks quite imposing, in fact, that's all there is to it. The attribute is too rubbish. What is the use of this attribute? A mage can destroy them with any group attack skill. Of course, there are also some people who know Lin Moyu, and their faces are full of joy. Especially the team that Jiang Hansan belongs to. They have seen how strong Lin Moyu is. Jiang Hansan saluted Lin Moyu respectfully, using a military salute. Lin Moyu also returned the gift to Jiang Hansan. Only then did they notice that on Lin Moyu's shoulder, that seemingly inconspicuous but shining golden sergeant's badge. Colonel badge. This young man, who was only 33 years old, turned out to be a colonel. Everyone present has a sergeant badge, but except for Jiang Hansan, no one is a colonel. From this point of view, Lin Moyu has defeated all of them. Especially when Jiang Hansan saluted Lin Moyu. It was obvious that Jiang Hansan believed that their status was not as good as that of Lin Moyu. This makes people who don't know Lin Moyu even more amazed. It seems that this young man is not simple. Although I don't know how strong it is, the colonel is the real deal. There are not a few demon dragons who died under his hands. It must be so. I don't know if he can change the situation. Time is running out. I hope to get the heart of the earth. The human race needs a new Earth Knight. The Jialan Guild has notified everyone who can be contacted. We just need to wait for their people to arrive. I'm afraid it will be too late. The arrival of Lin Moyu made the abyssal demons and the dragon clan vigilant. In their eyes, Lin Moyu is only level 33. The undead army is just some level 33 skeletons, and their attributes are even more messy. It's nothing at all. And Lin Moyu is not taken seriously at all. There was contempt in their eyes. But when they saw the sergeant's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder, all their contempt turned into horror. There was a murderous look in the eyes of a dragon professional, and he said in a low voice, I can feel the breath of our dragon from him. He killed many warriors of my kind. I seem to hear the wailing of my warriors. These breaths made me unable to bear the thought of killing him in the past. He whispered, but didn't move. Reason told him not to act rashly. If you want to move, let the demons move first. The demons of the abyss also stared at Lin Moyu. An abyss succubus said in a pleasant voice, I sensed that a top succubus marked him. He was once hunted down by a top succubus. Its words immediately caused an uproar among the abyss demon group. Being hunted down by a top succubus and still not dying. What is the origin of this human race? Lin Moyu had already walked in front of the human team, pointed at Mu Xianxian, come here, enter the dungeon with me. He took it for granted and didn't ask Mu Xianxian at all. It didn't matter that Mu Xianxian was already level 59, while he was only level 33. The most important thing is that Mu Xianxian did not object, but asked in her soft voice, just the two of us? Lin Moyu nodded, enough. After speaking, he had already invited Mu Xianxian to form a team. Mu Xianxian didn't refuse either, and became Lin Moyu's teammate out of nowhere. Lin Moyu led Mu Xianxian and the two towards the entrance of the copy. There are ethnic professionals who want to follow. Jiang Hansan waved to stop him, don't go. Jiang Hanshan's words here are very useful. The only colonel, the highest ranking man. They are all respected and prestige is not low. The abyssal demon and the dragon clan looked over, murderous intent enveloped Lin Moyu, as if they were warning. Lin Moyu ignored them at all, only the undead army, and looked up at the same time, refusing to give up. Mu Xianxian whispered, be careful, they might be about to attack. Lin Moyu pressed his hand, and put on a skeleton armor for himself and Mu Xianxian at the same time, they won't do anything. In the three-legged situation, Lin Moyu has long seen from their eyes that both sides want the other to make a move. Now I am only two people entering the dungeon, the large team of the human race has not moved, and it will not cause a full-scale war. The point is that Lin Moyu has no time to waste with them now. Of course, if they want to find them uncomfortable, Lin Moyu will not be polite. Can't beat, ancient Luan Niao, if you beat these guys, you can still use corpses to explode, that's not like playing. Mu Xianxian seemed to believe Lin Moyu's words very much, so she followed Lin Moyu towards the copy. Soon, the two came to the entrance of the instance. A copy is at your fingertips. As Lin Moyu thought, neither the Abyss Demon nor the Dragon Clan did anything. Both sides want to wait for the other to make a move. Lin Moyu reached out and touched the copy. Copy, center of the earth. Remaining time, 8 hours, 45 minutes and 41 seconds. The time is still decreasing a little bit. The dungeon is running out of time, less than 10 hours. No difficulty, no level limit. I know the situation in the copy. However, according to past experience, the dungeons that appear in the central area of the ancient battlefield, the highest will not exceed 60, and the lowest will not be lower than 45. It is probably such a range, and you have to go in to know the specifics. Get ready, enter the book. Well, ready. Mu Xianxian was obviously a little nervous. Two people had never tried to enter the dungeon. With a bang, the two entered the dungeon together. The undead army also disappeared at the same time. After Lin Moyu entered, the abyssal demon looked at the Dragon Clan with an unfriendly expression. The Dragon Clan also glared at the abyssal demon. Both sides think that the other has a problem, why not stop Lin Moyu? Originally, the two races were hostile. If they hadn't shared common interests this time, they might have joined forces to deal with the human race. On the surface it is united, but in essence it is still a hostile relationship. Lin Moyu has caught that with them. However, they all agreed that Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian were the only two to enter the dungeon. It is simply impossible to pass a copy. And it is very likely to die in the copy. After entering the dungeon, Mu Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief, they really didn't do anything. Lin Moyu whispered, they won't do it. Why? Mu Xianxian wondered why Lin Moyu was so sure. Lin Moyu said, because I have read 3 Kingdoms. Ah? Mu Xianxian didn't understand what it meant that I had read the 3 Kingdoms. Lin Moyu did not continue to explain, there is no need to waste saliva. His eyes patrolled the copy. This is a canyon-like area. The height is about 100 meters. There is a light source, but it is not sunlight. It is the light emitted by certain fungus occupations. There is water on the earth, and there are ponds, big and small. The water was bubbling, and bursts of heat came up, it was boiling water. There was a pungent sulfur smell in the air. Ah! Is this really the inner world? Mu Xianxian exclaimed. Lin Moyu glanced at her, and Mu Xianxian shut up in fright. At this moment, she forgot that she was a high-level professional at level 59, while Lin Moyu was just a low-level professional at level 33. The relationship between the two is completely reversed, and it is Lin Moyu who is leading her. Let's go. Lin Moyu walked forward first. Mu Xianxian followed. Ah! She exclaimed again, and as soon as she exclaimed, she immediately covered her mouth. Lin Moyu looked over strangely, did this girl have some brain problems? There is nothing to exclaim. Mu Xianxian pointed to the entrance of the copy and said, there is no exit. From Lin Moyu's point of view, there is indeed no exit. In all the dungeons that Lin Moyu has experienced, even the dungeons with difficulty in hell, there will always be exits at the entrance. If you can't beat it, you can leave the copy from the entrance. But here, there is no exit. Lin Moyu checked it, and found that the storage space on his body was still usable and not restricted. However, escape characters like advanced dungeons are restricted. At this moment Lin Moyu understood that either he could get through the copy, or just wait until the copy time is over. Leaving halfway, impossible. Instances don't give people a second chance to explore. There was no opportunity for him to convey information to the outside world. Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" "Just get through." As he spoke, an army of undead appeared beside him. Then a large number of skeletons spread out in all directions, looking for roads and exploring the dungeon map. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian followed behind the skeleton and quickly advanced through the dungeon. The dungeon's terrain is not complicated, the width is only a kilometer, and there are canyon dead ends on both sides. It's not a copy of a maze, there's only one way, straight ahead. Suddenly, a skeleton was attacked. Something strange. Lin Moyu rushed over quickly. The monster is a boa constrictor. It is about 10 meters long, at least half a meter thick, and very strong. The skeleton warrior is rolled up firmly, making it difficult for the skeleton warrior to move. However, the damage it caused to the skeleton warrior is not too great, it can only be said that it trapped the skeleton warrior. If you switch to an ordinary professional, it is very likely to suffocate. But the skeleton warrior doesn't need to breathe at all, and there is no possibility of suffocation. Lin Moyu ran over, and the detection technique flew out. Earth-centered Python, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 54. Power, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 30,000. Physique, 50,000. Skills, Death Coil, Devour. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, elemental damage reduced by 50%. Lin Moyu was slightly relieved when he saw the monster's attributes. Judging from its level, the copy should be around level 53 to 55. Enhanced elite monsters represent that the dungeon is of nightmare difficulty. Fortunately, Lin Moyu is not afraid as long as there are no monsters over level 60. It doesn't matter whether you are on nightmare difficulty or hell difficulty, it is not impossible to play. As long as the boss is not too perverted, you can grind it through. It's your turn. Lin Moyu said to Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian naturally understood, hummed and ran up. When she was about 10 meters away from the geocentric python, she threw out her skill. Skills, Gathering. A ball of fireworks exploded above the head of the geocentric python, and countless light spots fell on it. Mottled spots of light suddenly appeared on the body of the geocentric python, which were shining brightly. The monster was immediately absorbed by Mu Xianxian and rushed towards Mu Xianxian. This skill pulls hatred very much. The skeleton warriors had been preparing for a long time, and surrounded them all at once, bursting out their skills one after another. Lin Moyu cast his skills at the same time. Skill, Curse of Damage. Under 10 times the damage of the skeleton warrior is extremely amazing. Kill level 54 nightmare dungeon monsters, such as chopping vegetables with a machete. The geocentric boa constrictor screamed and was directly killed by the meter. Kill level 54 geocentric python, experience, plus 1,080,000. Acquire earth fragments. Obtain the earth fragments through the collection technique. Earth fragments, 1,000 pieces of earth fragments can form a complete heart of the earth. Lin Moyu looked at the explanation and couldn't help showing joy. He rose up together and brought Mu Xianxian into the book together. It seemed that he was leading the team. Although the experience is halved, the income is doubled. If every monster would drop an earth fragment, it would have required killing 1,000 monsters to form a complete heart of the earth. Now that there is Mu Xianxian, only 500 of them need to be killed. As I remember, you seem to be a skill collected by groups. How big is the range? How many targets can be cast at the same time? Mu Xianxian said honestly, I can control the range, up to a radius of 1 kilometer. I can also control the goals, the current upper limit is 200. Lin Moyu saw her release the group gathering technique before, which only affected 8 battlefield wolves. Thought she could only affect 8. It seems that this woman is not completely brainless, she knows her own ability, if she pulls too much, she will die. Lin Moyu had an idea in mind, when I pull the monsters together, you can go up and perform group collection. Don't worry, you won't be in danger, understand? Mu Xianxian nodded, well, I understand. Lin Moyu started pulling monsters again. The skeleton warriors ran scattered, drawing out all the monsters hidden in every corner. Some monsters hide in the pond and rush out with boiling water. The same is true of pythons and mice. Some monsters come out of the cracks in the stones, and they look like centipedes. Only bigger and more ferocious. All of a sudden, the entire canyon danced wildly. Earth Core Python. Earth Core Vajra. Central Iron Centipede. There are many in number and there are many types. There are all kinds of monsters here. It seems to have really entered a magical world of underground creatures. And these monsters all have a unified characteristic. The earth element is very strong. There are more or less khakis on the body. At the same time, the smell of sulfur rises. Seeing that Mu Xianxian's face turned pale, she couldn't help exclaiming again, there are so many monsters. She had never seen so many monsters brought out together. In the past, dungeons were played step by step, and they were played every day. She uses the collection technique, basically only one. Group harvesting is rarely used. She didn't understand what Lin Moyu was going to do. The skeletons ran fast and quickly pulled these monsters together. The number is just under 100. Let's go. Lin Moyu said, pointing his finger. Skill, slow curse. The red light filled the air, and all the monsters suddenly slowed down. Mu Xianxian was very obedient and had already run over. With a distance of more than 10 meters, a large group of fireworks was thrown. The fireworks exploded with a bang, extremely brilliant. It looks beautiful like the stars falling from the sky. Lin Moyu commented, this skill is used to set off fireworks, which is very good. Mu Xianxian blushed, Sister Yiyu and the others often let me use my skills at night, as a flower of cause. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing, he didn't expect to do such a thing. But then again, it's really pretty. The starlight fell on the monster and turned into mottled spots of light, constantly shining. Every monster has it, with exceptions. These monsters looked at Mu Xianxian at the same time, their eyes glowing red with anger. Being stared at by so many monsters at the same time, Mu Xianxian was startled and ran back in a whoosh. Even though she was level 59, she couldn't handle being targeted by so many monsters at the same time. It may be instantly killed. The monster had already rushed towards her, scaring her so that her pretty face turned pale and she trembled. Lin Moyu looked amused, why is he so timid, no wonder he is always taken aback. Another undead army appeared. The Lich General also released enhanced skills. At the same time as the soaring white light appeared, 2 undead legions and 260 skeleton mages focused their fire at the same time. 0. Asking for flowers. Level 33 skeleton mage, when there is no status bonus, the mental attribute reaches 98,000. After the Lich General status bonus, the attribute is close to 130,000. Although the skills are still those skills, but the power is much improved compared to before level 30. The 260 level skeleton mage aimed at a monster at the same time and fired at it. Even if there was no damage curse, it would instantly kill the opponent. The moment the scream sounded, Lin Moyu raised his hand, cursing the transformation. Curse of Slow, converted to Curse of Damage. Skill, Corpse Burst. The explosion sounded in the inner earth world. The huge sound came back and vibrated in the canyon, ringing non-stop. Mu Xianxian covered her ears in fright and almost fell to the ground. This courage. It's so small. Lin Moyu really can't imagine how she got to level 59. Lin Moyu cast Corpse Explosion several times in a row. The sound of the explosion passed back and forth in the canyon, and it lasted for several minutes before it was completely dissipated. A large amount of information jumped out, and one piece of earth fragment after another appeared in his storage space. A total of 188 pieces. Each monster can get 2. Lin Moyu glanced at Mu Xianxian with admiration. No wonder the collector is the most popular profession as long as it appears. It would be better to have one less output in the group, but also to bring a collection master. Make a copy once, and the income can be doubled directly. No matter who you change, who doesn't like it? No wonder. Lin Moyu said softly that he wanted him, and he was also willing to form such a collection master. Mu Xianxian finally put down her hand and whispered, "It's over?" Lin Moyu said, "It's just that the first wave is over, and there will be more in a while." Mu Xianxian snorted, "Okay, then I'll play it later." The two continued to walk deep into the canyon, and the skeleton warrior had already taken the first step, and continued to pull monsters inside. Lin Moyu asked, curiously, "How did you get to level 59? Mu Xianxian replied truthfully, "Sister Yu and the others took me to level up. I usually don't need to fight monsters, just follow the team and perform the collection technique." Lin Moyu felt even more strange, "But I see that your combat awareness doesn't seem to be bad. In the core area, you know how many monsters you can carry." Mu Xianxian whispered, "That's because of my talent." Didn't expect her to have talent. Talented occupations, plus extremely rare legendary occupations. God really blessed her. What talent? Mu Xianxian believed in Lin Moyu very much, and did not hide anything. Battle instinct, I know how many monsters I can fight and how many monsters I should fight, and all kinds of fighting skills don't need to be learned and practiced deliberately, they can be mastered naturally. Lin Moyu was a little speechless. If this talent is placed on a combat professional, it is simply perfect. But put it on Mu Xianxian, a timid collector. He glanced at the long-handled hammer on her shoulder. Well, not too bad. In any case, it can be regarded as half a combat professional. It can't compare to the rare ones, but it can't compare to the legendary ones. Compared with ordinary fighters, it is always not bad. The four-dimensional attribute is still very strong. Center of the earth, the terrain of the dungeon can be seen as a canyon, or as a huge cave. You can go straight to the end all the way without even a bend. The types of monsters inside are also strange, and they seem to be variations of various animals. The body size increases, the skin hardens, and the strength becomes stronger. Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton warriors to lure out the monsters hidden in every corner. 80 or 90 at a time, after focusing, hand it over to Mu Xianxian to use the group collection technique, and then clean it up. In this way, his income is directly doubled. Gradually, the two became a little familiar. Apart from being a little timid, Mu Xianxian didn't seem to have any problems. She's already level 59, and she's no longer that kind of ignorant little girl. The result is quite simple. Her experience is simple, and her personality and thoughts are also very simple, just like a blank sheet of paper. Another batch of monsters have been dealt with, and the skeleton warrior has already gone to pull new monsters. Mu Xianxian lost her initial panic, and since the second wave, she has adapted to Lin Moyu's group killing style. The fighting instinct talent played a role, giving Mu Xianxian an excellent adaptability to fighting. Lin Moyu asked as he walked, "Why did you erect a tombstone for me?" Mu Xianxian replied in a low voice, "At that time, you deliberately lured ancient Luan Bird away, sacrificing yourself so that we could survive. We saw the explosion from a distance, and although it was far away, we still felt the power. We feel that you may not survive. To commemorate you, we set up a tombstone for you." What he said was well-founded, and Lin Moyu found himself unable to refute it. Well, so be it. Anyway, the tombstone has turned into rubble, and it is estimated that it has disappeared now. That's it for the matter. Another wave of monsters was pulled over, and Mu Xianxian completed her work very dutifully. Lin Moyu cleaned up the monsters in a familiar way, and doubled the land fragments. In a blink of an eye, 1,000 pieces of earth fragments have been collected. Only 2 hours have passed since entering the copy. This efficiency is astonishingly high. 1,000 fragments of the earth fused with each other, turning into a ball of khaki light, and finally turned into an inconspicuous yellow stone. The yellow stone exudes the breath of earth elements, not strong, but very strange. Heart of the Earth, a must-have item for becoming an Earth Knight. Lin Moyu has also come into contact with many pure elemental gemstones. Heart of the Earth gave him a different feeling. It is not made of pure elements, and it seems to contain some kind of strange energy. That kind of energy seemed familiar. After thinking about it carefully, it suddenly dawned on me, it's somewhat similar to the energy when I changed jobs. The Heart of the Earth can indeed help a paladin to become an Earth Knight, and it can even increase the probability of a paladin's career sublimation in the second job. With it, it is possible for the human race to give birth to the Earth Knight again. Mu Xianxian's big eyes were shining with surprise. This is the Heart of the Earth. I heard that the Earth Knight is very powerful. Have you seen it? Lin Moyu asked. Mu Xianxian shook her head. I haven't seen it, but I read it in a book. It is said that the Earth Knight is the pinnacle of the knight profession, stronger than the Holy Light Knight and the Elemental Knight. Even the Dragon Knight of the Dragon Clan can't compare to it. Dragon Knight is the most powerful knight profession in the Dragon Clan, and the number is also surprisingly small. The two collided once, and the result was that the Earth Knight won the battle. This also established the title of the Earth Knight as the strongest knight. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. Maybe in the future, I will have the opportunity to see it with my own eyes. Book records always lack a sense of picture, and it is better to see it with one's own eyes. Lin Moyu also wants to see the demeanor of the Earth Knight. The canyon came to an end, and a strong heat wave came with the airflow. The scorching high temperature, coupled with the pungent sulfur that is always present, makes the air even more cloudy. In the line of sight, red and yellow alternated, covered with a layer of yellow mist. At the end of the canyon is a cliff. The lava flowing below seems to have really come to the inner world of the earth. Looking down, you can see that the ground is full of flowing magma. And there are waterways running through the magma. The high temperature of the magma boiled the water channel, and all that flowed was boiling water. The magnificent picture of interweaving water and magma is shown in front of the two. It's amazing. Mu Xianxian couldn't help but let out another exclamation. Lin Moyu is no stranger to this girl. The number of exclamation is too amazing. It's useless to remind myself. It won't take long. Lin Moyu's eyes are like lightning, and his powerful spirit makes him sense the picture beyond his sight. There are sporadic black spots appearing in the magma. These black dots are the monsters hidden in them. Magma and water channels are intertwined and flow far away. Looking around, there seems to be a magma waterfall thousands of meters away. Covered by the yellow mist, there is no way to fully see it. With a move in his heart, the skeleton warrior has already rushed down first. Even though it was just a nightmare-level dungeon, the monsters inside were not too strong for him. Lin Moyu didn't relax his vigilance because of this. If it weren't for Mu Xianxian's existence, he would only have collected half of the materials for the Heart of the Earth at most. The rest of the materials must be obtained from this world where magma and boiling water are intertwined. This is the second half of the dungeon, and the difficulty should increase. The Heart of the Earth must not be so easy to obtain, otherwise the Heart of the Earth mastered by the human race would not be so rare. Just as the skeleton warrior rushed down, suddenly a tentacle flew out of the magma. With a bang, it engulfed the skeleton warrior and dragged it directly into the magma. The speed was so fast that even Lin Moyu didn't realize it all at once. The skeleton warrior was burned by the magma, and the skeleton warrior instinctively fought back. The big knife kept falling on the tentacles, and the tentacles were injured but entangled even tighter. Every time the skeleton warrior cuts down, it carries a huge force, arousing the pillar of fire. The pillar of fire in the magma soared into the sky, more than 10 meters high. The tentacles kept trembling, seemingly about to break, but they just kept on. What kind of creature? It is hidden under the magma and cannot be seen with the naked eye. The tentacles entwined desperately, tightly entangled the skeleton warrior, and dragged the skeleton warrior down. Some nearby skeleton warriors rushed over. Wow! A large amount of magma and sulfurous boiling water exploded at the same time, and a large number of tentacles stretched out, dragging all the nearby skeletons into the magma. Lin Moyu saw it in his eyes, and his heart moved. A Lich general quickly ran over. Sure enough, when General Lich ran to the edge of the magma, another tentacles stretched out and directly dragged it in together. Lin Moyu made the skeletons stop resisting and let the post drag them away. A large number of tentacles dragged Lich General and nearly 100 skeleton warriors, flying and moving under the magma. The speed of the tentacles is so fast that it has passed 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye. The terrain map under the magma appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Under the magma is a series of winding passages, which are very complicated. In the magma, there are still many monsters. These monsters look like fish and snakes, and their body length is mostly kept at about 2 meters, so they can survive freely in the magma. When the skeleton warriors are dragged past them, they will rush to attack. The attack power is very strong. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, the power attribute should be between 50,000 and 60,000. It is stronger than those monsters that were eliminated before. General Lich was being dragged away while using his skills. It and the skeleton warrior constantly had white light emitting from it, and the wounds it received were constantly being healed. In a short period of time, there is no danger at all. After dozens of seconds, Lin Moyu finally met the owner of the tentacles. An incomparably huge flower blooms lushly in the magma. These deposits are 0.3 of its rhizomes, which grow out from the bottom of it, densely packed, all over the entire magma world. Above it is the magma waterfall, and the magma pours on it and waters it. Boss of the plant department? Rare to see. Let's go. Lin Moyu said something and jumped down first. Mu Xianxian also quickly followed. The skeleton warriors who were dragged back released their skills one after another at the moment Lin Moyu took action. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The powerful attack power exploded in an instant, cutting off the tentacles tied to him. The magma shot up into the sky, reaching a height of tens of meters, and a rain of flames immediately fell. The rain of fire fell on the earth, and the crimes burned. Falling into the sulfur pool, aroused a lot of yellow smoke. Skeleton warriors broke free one after another, and brought General Lich up by the way. A large number of monsters jumped out of the magma, and their lower bodies had tiny feet, and they could move freely even if they escaped from the magma, crazy chasing skeleton warriors and Lich generals to bite. The sharp teeth in the mouth are very sharp, and it can make a sound like a metal strike when biting down. The monsters frantically chased and bit the skeletons. Dense tentacles and roots protruded from the magma, whipping the skeleton like a whip. There are too many tentacles, tens of thousands, and the attack frequency is ridiculously high. Almost every skeleton has to withstand dozens of attacks every second. Fortunately, the attack power is not particularly strong, and General Lich can still sustain it with all his strength. The skeleton warriors also fought back one after another, dancing with their swords quickly, killing the monster fish chasing them one by one. Killed a 55th level Earth Fire Fish, experience, plus 11000000. Acquire Earth Fragments. Lin Moyu saw the information, the level 55 monster. It's not that powerful, and it's not even a bit worse than the monsters in the core area. It's just that the skeleton warrior killed a little too fast. When he arrived, dozens of them had been killed. Lin Moyu lost dozens of Earth Fragments. Throw detection at the boss. Lin Moyu is very interested in plant bosses. Flower of the Earth Elite Boss. Level, 56. 80,000. Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 120000. Skills, Whip, Pollen, Regeneration. Characteristics, Fire Attribute Immunity, Element Damage Reduction by 50%, Physical Damage Reduction by 50%. It turned out that it was not a boss, but a boss-level monster. The total attribute is 240,000, which is much weaker than the boss of the same level as 02. After all, the total attributes of a Lord-level boss at level 55 can reach 300,000. There was no need for Lin Moyu to say anything. Mu Xianxian had already rushed over in response. Skill, Group Collection. Firework-like skills were thrown out and landed on all monsters. At the same time, it also fell on the Flower of the Earth. The Flower of the Earth gave up attacking the skeleton warrior in an instant, because the tentacles pulled towards Mu Xianxian at the same time. At the same time, the Earth Fire Fish also rushed towards Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian screamed and ran back quickly. The tentacles were very fast, and they lashed at Mu Xianxian one after another. The bone armor gleamed, blocking all attacks. Mu Xianxian didn't seem to notice the existence of the skeleton armor, and ran to Lin Moyu's side without looking back. Lin Moyu looked a little amused. As a level 59 professional, he had played countless dungeons. How could he be so timid? The red light flickered slightly, and all the monsters in front of them were shrouded in the curse of injury. Then came the familiar explosion. Harvest time. When the corpse exploded, Indie Fire Fish died cleanly almost in the blink of an eye. The Flower of the Earth was also bombed very miserably. A large number of petals were blown off and fell into the magma. The Flower of the Earth was angry, and the entire magma land was rumbling. Countless tentacles rushed out of the ground. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, almost everything has become a world of tentacles. Tentacles covered the sky and the sun swept over. Every 100 tentacles are intertwined and become thick rattans, which are more powerful when drawn. Skeleton warriors were blown away one after another. I didn't expect that they are still together, and the attack power has increased a lot. Lin Moyu senses the damage received by the skeleton warrior, and thus judges the opponent's attack power. After the merger, it is indeed much stronger than before, but it is still not enough. The skeletons quickly counterattacked, grabbing the big knife and cutting the rattan back. The skills of the skeleton mage were also played densely, and they all aimed at the Flower of the Earth. As long as the main body dies, these tentacles are naturally dead objects. As the Flower of the Earth exploded, hundreds of earth fish jumped out of the magma and sulfur water. The appearance of so many monsters at the same time, coupled with the flying tentacles and vines, once again scared the timid Mu Xianxian into a cold sweat. Although they are only nightmare-level monsters, there are too many of them. If only a 6-man team comes in, it's no different from dying. At least a team of 18 people is needed to defeat it, and even more people can completely ensure safety. According to past experience, the 18th level team is the bottom line. Earth Center, the dungeon has not limited the number of people who come in, and more people can be organized to come in. As for 2 people coming in, it is impossible to beat them down. So when Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian came in, the Abyss Demon and the Dragon Clan didn't stop them either. They feel that it is impossible for 2 people to make a copy, and they will die in it instead. Unfortunately, everything is beyond their cognition. Mu Xianxian glanced at the calm Lin Moyu. I can't help but feel more at ease. She knew that the entire dungeon was done by Lin Moyu alone, and she was just a tool person. But this is also good. Most of the time, I am a tool person. There seems to be nothing wrong with being a tool man. On the contrary, Mu Xianxian kind of enjoyed the happiness of being a tool man. Your life is coming. Mu Xianxian happily responded, okay. As she spoke, she ran over and started setting off fireworks. There are too many monsters, and Rijuo Dian is not enough. Mu Xianxian bloomed one after another, making all the monsters sparkle. After the release, Mu Xianxian ran back with a whoosh, running fast. Then she heard a deafening explosion. Skill, Corpse Burst. Lin Moyu kept detonating the body one after another. The ground was exploded, and the magma and sulfur water were blown together, creating thick smoke. The entire space is filled with a strong sulfur smell, which has become extremely poisonous. The skeleton armor automatically emerged, blocking all poisonous gas. Earth Flower was seriously injured again in the explosion. Countless rattan tentacles were blown to pieces and scattered on the ground. It is glowing all over, and a large amount of magma gathers on it. The petals that had been blown off were rapidly being reborn. Skill, Rebirth. Mu Xianxian said, plant-type monsters have extremely strong vitality, and it's hard to die. To deal with them, you have to kill them all at once. Lin Moyu understood what Mu Xianxian meant. The vitality is extremely strong, which is the characteristic of all plant monsters. The flower of the earth suddenly sprayed out a large amount of pollen, and the pollen fell into the air, and then exploded. The skeleton armor blocked all attacks. Amidst the explosion, the skeletons threw the body of the earth fire fish to the earth flower. Lin Moyu started detonating again. This time, the explosions continued. There are hundreds of corpses on the ground, which is enough. The skeletons were throwing non-stop, and Lin Moyu's skills were also non-stop. As long as the kill message doesn't pop up, Lin Moyu won't stop. The magma pool where the flower of the earth was located was completely blown up, and magma shot everywhere. The magma waterfall was blasted upstream. The entire sky was raining magma, and it had turned into a sea of flames. Kill the flower of the earth, experience, +224,0000. Get earth shards *500. Get earth fragments *500 through the collection technique. The kill message appeared, and Lin Moyu stopped bursting. The vitality of plant monsters is indeed strong. He blew it up at least 50 times before and after it was completely killed. This kind of plant monster can quickly regenerate as long as there are 523 roots left. The harvest is very big. The flower of the earth directly gave 500 pieces of the earth, plus the 500 pieces of the collection technique. It is equivalent to directly obtaining a piece of the heart of the earth. And those big fire fish that were blown up before. The obtained earth fragments can be combined into a heart of the earth. Suddenly got 2 hearts of the earth. Naturally, the more rare reserves such as the heart of the earth, the better. Now Lin Moyu has 3 hearts of the earth on hand. The copy is not over yet. After killing the flower of the earth, the magma waterfall also disappeared. The land lost its vitality and became languid. The flowing magma cooled at a speed visible to the naked eye and became dim. Sulfur water also no longer boils. Let's go. The two jumped onto the cliff and moved on. On the cliff is a brand new land. There should have been waterways flowing with magma on the ground. But now the magma has cooled, and the waterway has turned into hard ground. The two walked for a while, but did not encounter any monsters. The skeleton warrior running ahead also did not encounter any monsters. The empty black land looked a little weird. The atmosphere of the earth element here is more intense. It feels that every inch of land is exuding a strong atmosphere of earth elements. The more weird the situation is, the richer Lin Moyu's heart is. This area is too big, larger than the first 2 areas of the dungeon. The light irradiated by the plants in the air is getting less and less, and the whole space is getting darker and darker. There is light ahead. Mu Xianxian suddenly pointed forward. After walking for a while, I finally saw a different color. The red light is like a light shining on the dark land. Taking a closer look, the source of the red light is magma. And the source of the magma is a huge monster, crawling on the ground. It curled up and crawled on the ground like a hill, at least 10 meters high. If you stand up, I'm afraid it will exceed 30 meters. The source of the dungeon's magma is the saliva it dripped when it fell asleep. Drop by drop of magma is falling from the corner of its mouth. There is no waterway to flow out. But now the ground has cooled, and the magma turned into stones not long after it hit the ground. Needless to say, it is the real leader of this dungeon. So big. Mu Xianxian covered her mouth. The boss in front of him is even bigger than the ancient Luan bird seen in the core area. The detection technique came out and landed on the boss. Ancient Earth Dragon, Weakened Lord Level Boss. Level, 58. Power, 130000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 60,000. Physique, 150000. Skills, Flame Dragon Breath, War Trample, Dragon Tail Sweep. Characteristics, Physical damage reduced by 70%, elemental damage reduced by 70%, curse effect greatly weakened. Seeing the word ancient, Lin Moyu instinctively felt vigilant. He already has a shadow on ancient Luan bird. But seeing the attributes, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The total attribute is 400,000, which is the same as the level 56 world-class boss. I can still handle it myself. Mu Xianxian asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by a weakened lord-level boss?" Lin Moyu didn't think about it for a while, and shook his head, "I don't know." It was also the first time he saw a weakened monster. Mu Xianxian frowned, "I've seen enhanced monsters before, and they are much stronger than similar monsters. But this is the first time I've seen weakened monsters." Lin Moyu shook his head, expressing that he was not sure. "It is indeed the first time I see you." While thinking, Ancient Earth Dragon suddenly shook its head, and it woke up. A mouthful of hot air spewed out of the huge nose, blowing like a 12-level hurricane. It actually made the skeleton armor appear automatically. Strong. Lin Moyu felt awe-inspiring. Be the first to strike first. With a heart move, all the undead legions were released. There are 13 undead legions, a total of 2,600 skeleton warriors, and 1,690 skeleton mages. Adding up the state, the white light illuminates the dark land. The skeleton mage quickly dispersed and circled the ancient earth dragon, enclosing it in the middle. Skeleton warriors have rushed up one after another. At this time, ancient earth dragon just stood up, raised its head, and shook its huge body. Another gust of wind blew up, causing the skeleton warrior's charge to stop for a bit. It is more than 30 meters high, and it looks like a hill when lying down, and it is even more terrifying when standing up. With its huge size, every slight move it makes will cause huge movements. Ancient Earth Dragon looked at the skeleton warriors rushing from all directions as if they were ants. Raise your foot casually and step down. Ability, War Stomp. A spider web of cracks appeared on the ground. The skeleton warriors rushing forward flew out like raindrops. All of them were seriously injured. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, so strong. Looking at the attributes is okay, but the skills are very powerful. Just one blow seriously injured the skeleton warriors, making them almost in a state of frequent death. Just one more hit, and the skeleton warrior is dead. General Lich has started treatment. A series of white lights lit up, causing the skeleton warrior to recover quickly. No matter how strong its attack is, as long as it is not an instant kill, it is worth fighting. As long as it is not like Ancient Luan bird, which cannot even be touched, then there is a chance to grind to death. A large area was blown away by the skill, but more skeleton warriors climbed up later. Just like the reappearance of the scene when the job was changed, the skeleton warrior will be covered with Ancient Earth Dragon. The attacks came as expected, and they landed on Ancient Earth Dragon, one after another, making the sound of hitting iron. Ancient Earth Dragon, the body is covered with thick scales, and its defense is extremely strong. With a physique attribute of 150,000, the attack of the skeleton warrior can only cause negligible damage. Then grind it. Lin Moyu fingertips, skill, curse of damage. Ancient Earth Dragon, a small red sword appeared above his head. It's just that the color of this sharp sword is a little dim, not as bright as usual. Lin Moyu knows the characteristics of Ancient Earth Dragon, which can greatly weaken the effect of the curse. Judging from the color, the effect of the curse has been weakened by more than half. At most, there are only 4 successes. Either way, it's better than nothing. With the addition of the curse, the damage of the skeletons has increased a lot. The skills of the skeleton mage pierced the sky densely and landed on Ancient Earth Dragon. They stand scattered, each one is 200 meters away from Ancient Earth Dragon. A huge encirclement circle was formed. Ancient Earth Dragon opened the dragon's mouth and let out a fierce roar. Skill, Flame Dragon Breath. The dragon's breath carried terrifying heat, and the skeleton warriors were ignited one after another. The damage of this blow is still powerful, and the skeleton warrior who was sprayed by the dragon's breath immediately reached the edge of life and death. Before Lich General could treat him, a huge dragon tail had already swept towards him. Skill, Dragon Tail Sweep. Hundreds of skeletons were swept away hundreds of meters away. Among them, more than 30 skeletons collapsed in midair. Lin Moyu felt pain in his heart, and said in a deep voice, although the attributes have been weakened, the skills are still the original skills. Lin Moyu didn't know how strong the Ancient Earth Dragon was before the weakening. Now it seems that the attributes have weakened, but the skills are still the same as before, and they are still powerful. Otherwise, with the skills of a normal Lord-level boss, it would be impossible to kill the skeleton warrior so quickly. One dragon breath and one flick of the tail directly caused Lin Moyu to lose more than 30 skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu felt distressed for a while. The undead army that had just been replenished suffered another loss. Glancing at the time, there are still more than 5 hours before the end of the Earth Core dungeon. They have been in for almost 4 hours. If the battle can be resolved within half an hour, then you can do it again. One is because I want to do one more brush, and the other is that I don't want to see the skeleton warrior lose any more. Lin Moyu took the initiative to join the battle. The soul flame in his hand was blazing and landed on the top of Ancient Earth Dragon. Ancient Earth Dragon gave a sudden pause, and looked at Lin Moyu with a pair of big eyes. Lin Moyu froze for a moment, but there was no response. Could it be that the soul flame has failed? Lin Moyu felt that it was impossible, no matter if he had faced Master Su Yan or Yuan Guluan recently. The flame of one's own soul has always been invincible. Unexpectedly, it was invalid in Ancient Earth Dragon. The damage is still there, but Ancient Earth Dragon has no pain at all. No, he felt pain. Lin Moyu was startled, he saw anger in the eyes of the Ancient Earth Dragon. Careful! Lin Moyu violently pulled Mu Xianxian behind him, and at the same time added bone armor to himself and her. Ow! A mouthful of flaming dragon breath has been sprayed towards the two of them. It was scorching hot, with a destructive aura, and the skeleton armor gleamed. Immediately afterwards, the dragon's legs were raised, and the war trampled one after another, giving Lin Moyu no chance to escape at all. With a bang, the two flew into the air, the bone armor shattered. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly and added the bone armor to himself halfway. At the same time, he didn't forget Mu Xianxian behind him. At this time, Mu Xianxian's pretty face turned pale, obviously injured. She didn't transfer damage, and the injuries were real. The two flew hundreds of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Moyu stuffed several bottles of recovery potions for her. Go away, I'll tell you to come back. Mu Xianxian hummed, and ran quickly with the medicine in her arms. Ancient Earth Dragon obviously didn't let go of his hatred, and rushed towards Lin Moyu again. It was more than 10 meters away with every step, and it came to Lin Moyu after only a few steps. The two are reborn with 1 foot. This time it was not a war trample, it was an ordinary stampede. But the power is still not to be underestimated. With the huge wind pressure pressing down on his head, Lin Moyu had a thought, and several Lich generals appeared beside him. Although General Lich has no combat power, his physique is the strongest among all his summons, Zhao's. The figure is also tall enough. Lin Moyu used Lich General to block the stampede of Ancient Earth Dragon. Raised both hands at the same time, aiming at the sauls of Yuan Gudilong. White light flashed at the fingertips. A white light suddenly appeared, and the fangs of the skeleton came out in response. Lin Moyu bows left and right, attacking with both hands at the same time. In less than a second, the bone fangs were cast 6 times at a time. The white light is as bright as snow. The fangs of the skeleton pierced through the soles of ancient earth dragon's feet with screams, making bloody holes one after another. Ancient earth dragonet was clearly in pain and let out an angry roar. Lift your foot and step down again. The entire dragon's foot was glowing, obviously using skills. Ability, War Stomp. Lin Moyu was prepared this time and kept refreshing his skeleton box. The bone armor blocks all attacks flawlessly. Lin Moyu pointed toward Ancient Earth Dragon. Skill, Poison Star Ring Yun. Ancient Earth Dragon was immediately dyed green, then the fire light danced and continued to the soul flame. Now that the aggro has been pulled, Lin Moyu once again became a tank. Ancient Earth Dragon was deeply offended by Lin Moyu. All attacks were directed at Lin Moyu, regardless of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Let's hit. Chop it. Lin Moyu secretly lamented that it was wrong for him to fight like this. As a necromancer, he is not a warrior, so why should he participate in the battle himself? Looking at it from a distance, watching the skeleton grind it to death a little bit would be good. I can even find time to sleep by myself. But who let me be in a hurry now? That is, I don't want to see the loss of skeletons, and I am in a hurry. Then I can only be this meat shield. Seeing that the skeleton warriors had already covered the ancient earth dragon when it attacked itself, hundreds of skeleton warriors had already climbed onto its body. Plus the skeleton warriors under its feet, under its body, and in every corner. There are thousands of them that can explode their skills at the same time. 1690 skeleton mages stopped firing at the same time. Come here, use the collection technique, quick. Everything is ready, Lin Moyu roared. Mu Xianxian rushed over in response to the sound. A level 59 professional, with all his strength, was much faster than Lin Moyu. He ran over with a whoosh, then released a ball of fireworks, and ran back with a whoosh. Mu Xianxian came quickly, hit even faster, and was super obedient. At the same time as the fireworks exploded, Lin Moyu's strongest skill, Strength Soldiers, also exploded at the same time. Skill, Strong Soldier. Strong Soldiers, within 30 seconds, all basic attributes of self and summoned objects will be increased by 200%, and the damage caused by all attacks will be increased by an additional 500%. 1 hour cooldown. The runes on the back of the hand erupted with brilliant light, and the light fell on every skeleton. The attributes of the skeleton skyrocketed in an instant, and at the same time, it began to burst out with violent crit skills. Level 33 Skeleton Warrior, 52,000 points of strength. Under the 460 ability of strong military skills, it directly increased to 156,000. Under the increase of Lich General, the power attribute has reached 200,000. A violent blow, causing damage equal to 400% of the power attribute. This knife is equivalent to 800,000 points of strength. Deals an additional 500% damage. Even though Ancient Earth Dragon has an attribute of 80% physical immunity, the damage of this knife is still very considerable. The same goes for the Skeleton Mage. After Strong Soldier and Legion Strengthening, the spiritual attribute is close to 400,000. The skill damage has been greatly increased, and there is an additional 500% damage. Terrible damage, an astonishing number of units. And their own skills. Lin Moyu knew that Ancient Earth Dragon couldn't stop it. Ancient Earth Dragon modeled light spots lit up on its body, and its target immediately turned to Mu Xianxian. Before he had time to move, a flame had already entered the top of his head. Soul Flame, Lin Moyu's mental strength increases due to the skill of strengthening soldiers. The strength of the Soul Flame is significantly increased, plus 500% additional damage. Finally, Ancient Earth Dragon let out a scream. It's not that it doesn't hurt, but that it didn't hurt much before. The target of Ancient Earth Dragon quickly turned from Mu Xianxian back to Lin Moyu. The mouth is open, ready to spray Tianlong's breath. At this time, the attack of the skeletons came. Thousands of skeleton warriors unleashed their strongest blow at the same time. Thousands of red lights are falling all over the sky, which is very beautiful. In the sky, there are brilliant rays of light across the sky, illuminating the dungeon. 1690, Act, skills landed on all parts of Ancient Earth Dragon at the same time. Ancient Earth Dragon let out a tragic roar, then fell down softly. The light in the eyes gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Kill the Ancient Earth Dragon, experience, plus 580000. Get the Earth Dragon armor. Obtain the Earth Crystal. Obtain the Earth Gem. Win the Heart of the Jade Earth. Obtain the Earth Dragon armor through the collection technique. Obtain the Earth Crystal through the collection technique. Obtain the Earth Gem through the collection technique. Get the Heart of the Earth by collecting Jade. Earth Dragon armor, for warriors only. Platinum level armor, all attributes, plus 2000, damage reduced by 20%. Skill, total defense. Comprehensive defense, within 1 minute, the defense power is increased by 1000 times, all damage is reduced by 99%, and the cooling time is 20 minutes. Earth Dragon armor, for warriors only. Platinum level armor, all attributes, plus 2000, damage reduced by 20%. Earth Crystal, it can be combined with other single-element crystals to form elemental god stones, increasing the probability of professional sublimation at the 3rd turn. The more elements you fuse, the stronger the effect of the god stones will be. It can also be used alone to permanently enhance physical attack resistance. After using it alone, it will no longer be able to get the help of the elemental god stone. Earth Gem, permanently reduce physical damage by 50% and have a chance to obtain a physics-based skill. If the paladin uses it during the second job change, it can greatly increase the probability of professional promotion. Heart of the Earth, a must-have item for becoming an Earth Knight. Under the full explosion, Ancient Earth Dragon was instantly killed without any suspense. Strong soldiers, the skill is really too strong. In the hands of Lin Moyu, this skill has been brought into full play. With the existence of the collection technique, the harvest was directly doubled. Even such equipment as the Earth Dragon armor has one more piece. It's just that the two attributes are different. One has very good skills and the other doesn't. Equipment is only second, Earth Gems and Earth Crystals. This was a completely unexpected harvest, and Lin Moyu couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. It is really too profitable to form a collection master. Especially for a solo brush like him, the benefits are even more astonishing if you form a collection master. Mu Xianxian ran over with a look of excitement. That's amazing, you actually killed the boss in seconds. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, took out a skillful Earth Dragon armor and threw it to Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian took it, overjoyed. Give this to me? Lin Moyu hummed, compare yourself and see which one is better than the one you are using now. Mu Xianxian checked the attributes and put on the Earth Dragon armor without saying a word. Obviously, the Earth Dragon armor is better. Wearing the brand new Earth Dragon armor on her body, Mu Xianxian's graceful figure was fully displayed. Although Mu Xianxian was a little timid, she didn't really have a good figure. Mu Xianxian had a pleasant look on her face, and she could see that she liked the armor she was wearing very much. As for other things, Mu Xianxian didn't mention it, and didn't care. This girl is as pure as white paper. Lin Moyu thought for a while, then threw a piece of Earth Gem to Mu Xianxian. Activate it, now. Mu Xianxian was slightly taken aback, seeing the effect of the Earth Gem. Is it too wasteful for me to use this? In her opinion, Lin Moyu should use such a good attribute by himself, at least for professionals like knights. It's too wasteful to use it for yourself. Lin Moyu said, don't talk nonsense, use it quickly, we have to continue to brush the book, hurry up. Oh. Mu Xianxian didn't dare to object and directly activated the Earth Gem. She was soon enveloped in an earthy yellow light. At this time, Lin Moyu also fused the Earth Crystal and the Elemental God Stone. Soon, he obtained a piece of Elemental God Stone fused with the 3 elements of fire, poison, and earth. Element God Stone, fire, poison, earth. Use it at the 3rd turn. which can increase the chance of professional sublimation by 10%. The 3-element God stone can only increase the chance of professional promotion by 10%, which is not enough. We must continue to look for elemental crystals and continue to fuse. As for the earth stone, Lin Moyu did not use it. He wants to see if the boss will continue to drop earth gems in the next round of raiding. If it won't fall again, then he will leave this earth gem to Shishingen. This can greatly increase the probability of Shishingen becoming an earth knight. As for himself, he already has physical resistance passive skills. The physical damage on him has been reduced by a full 4 times. Even if the passive skill cannot be upgraded, as his talent improves in the future, the physical resistance will also increase accordingly. What's more, he is not a warrior, and he has damage transfer and bone armor. As long as you don't die, there will be no danger. Therefore, the effect of the earth gem on him is not as great as imagined. As for skills, physical skills are useless for him as a mage. The light on Mu Xianxian's body disappeared, and the fusion ended. From then on, all physical damage can only cause half damage to her. Have you acquired any skills? Lin Moyu asked. Mu Xianxian shouted happily, I got a physical skill called stun. Stun, there is a certain probability of causing a stun effect on the target, which lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooling time of 5 seconds. For targets higher than its own level, the stun duration will be shortened accordingly. I finally have fighter skills. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this skill, even Lin Moyu had to be a little envious. If Mu Xianxian's strength is high enough to surpass the opponent's physical attributes, very likely to form an infinite stun. This skill may not be very useful in group killing. But if it is one-on-one, it can be called a magic skill. Mu Xianxian jumped up and down happily, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Lin Moyu said, it's really a good skill. Get ready, let's get the money out. Don't stay outside, keep getting in the money. A copy, then 4 hours. There are still 4 hours and 40 minutes until the center of the earth dungeon closes, totally in time to brush again. Even twice, and a third time, the two appeared outside the copy, and Lin Moyu used the cooling amulet to cool down the time of the copy. He used his own cooling amulet instead of the advanced cooling amulet given by Bai Yuan. Lin Moyu moved quickly, within 2 seconds before and after, the two entered the dungeon again. Outside the copy, the 3 parties are still confronting each other. This has happened many times in recent decades. The standoff continues until the replica is closed. They came out. Hey, why did they go in again? God, they didn't die in there. This dungeon has no exit. Could it be that they got through the dungeon? Is it possible? The professionals of the human race were all stunned. The mouth is wide open, I can't believe it. Earth Center, the dungeon is very special, unless you clear the customs, or wait for the dungeon to disappear. Otherwise it would be impossible to come out. All escape props are invalid. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian were able to come out, it can only be said that they really got through. And now start playing the second time. Jiang Hantan said silently in his heart, of course it is possible. Only those who have seen Lin Moyu fight will know how strong Lin Moyu is. It is really not difficult for his undead army to brush this kind of dungeon alone. Seeing Mu Xianxian come out, Jialan Yeyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that something would happen to Mu Xianxian inside. The two grew up together as sisters. Seeing that she is safe now, she is naturally relieved. Jiang Hantan narrowed his eyes slightly, brothers, from now on, we must keep our spirits up. When Colonel Lin comes out next time, the abyssal demons and dragons are likely to launch an attack. Jiang Hantan knew very well that the abyssal demons and the dragon clan did not want the Earth Knight to be born again in the human race. In the historical records, the Earth Knights brought them a huge defeat. So they are very likely to kill Lin Moyu. Understood. Everyone cheered up, ready to fight at any time. On the other side of the Abyss Demon and the Dragon Clan, there was a dangerous light in their eyes. The leaders of the two clans have gathered together. Devil, the first time he used it for 4 hours, the second time maybe faster, maybe about 3 hours is enough. Dragon Clan, we're ready to deliver the coup de grace when he comes out. The Earth Knights are absolutely not allowed to appear in the human race. That's right, the threat of a god-level Earth Knight is stronger than 3 god levels from other professions. There is an iron order in our clan, no matter at any time, we must prevent the birth of Earth Knights in the human race. The second time I entered the book, the environment is already very familiar. Standing at the entrance, thinking about how to play. Strength soldiers, skill cooldown time is 1 hour. Without this skill, the final, ancient Earth Dragon would not be easy to fight. That is to say, even if you brush the book at the fastest speed, you have to do it once an hour. Seeing that Lin Moyu seemed to be deep in thought, Xian Mumu watched quietly from the side without interrupting. She was a little excited at this time, with new equipment, warrior skills, and great skills on the equipment. Plus physical immunity 50%. She has gained so much, it's impossible not to get excited. Lin Moyu raised his head suddenly. No, you don't have to rely on strengthened soldiers' skills. As long as I move fast enough, I can use the Earth Flower and Earth Fire Fish to fry Ancient Earth Dragon. I don't know what the effect will be when the boss is blown up. The vitality of the plant boss is amazing. Lin Moyu is very curious about the effect if it is used for frying. If his idea can work, there is every chance to brush a few more rounds of dungeons. At least, according to the cooldown time of the Strengthening Soldiers skill, it can be used for another 3 to 4 rounds. As soon as his eyes lit up, he just laughed. It's been a long time since I did a quick scan. Lin Moyu's blood is boiling. Mu Xianxian, have you tried speed brushing? Quick brush? Mu Xianxian shook her head, expressing that she didn't understand. Lin Moyu exhorted, in a while, I will pull the monsters together, and you run with me. When I start gathering monsters, you can judge the timing yourself and go up and release the group gathering technique. If it doesn't feel right, it doesn't matter if you don't let it go. The degree of it is up to you. Only the boss and the final boss, you can't miss the collection technique. Since you want to brush quickly, you have to give up some benefits. As long as you keep the big head, you should let go of some petty profits. After listening to Lin Moyu's words carefully, Mu Xianxian nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will do my best. Okay, let's start. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, he put on the bone armor on himself and Mu Xianxian. With a light drink, the skeleton warrior came out. There are not many skeleton warriors to pull monsters, 2 undead legions, 400 skeleton warriors are enough. Skeleton warriors run like the wind in the canyon. This time, there is no need to pull in batches, but run all the way to the end. Some monsters that are too hidden, Lin Moyu directly let them go and let them survive. A large number of monsters are attracted by the skeleton warriors, and the number is increasing. In the canyon in the first section of the dungeon, there are about 500 monsters. Lin Moyu gave up some and pulled a large part, about 400. 400 huge monsters occupy a large space. When running, mud and rocks flew, water splashed, and the momentum was astonishing. Mu Xianxian followed Lin Moyu obediently. She had never seen such a monster. She finally understood that this was what Lin Moyu called speed brushing. Clear the entire dungeon as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, she also became a little excited. The fighting instinct talent was running fast, and his mind became extremely clear at this moment. When her talent was used, Mu Xianxian got rid of her timidity and her thoughts were clear. At the same time as the monsters were gathering, she screamed and ran over. Skill, Group Collection. A large ball of fireworks was thrown. The range limit, the monsters affected are also the limit. Instantly absorbed the attention of 200 monsters. 200 monsters gave up their targets at the same time and rushed towards Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian did not run away, but ran around the periphery of the monster. Lin Moyu found that the monsters she attracted were all in the second half of the group. There are also a lot of monsters who are not paying attention to her. Very smart. Mu Xianxian was running, waiting for her skills to cool down. After 10 seconds, she cast a mass gather again. This attracted the attention of all the monsters. The speed of gathering monsters is even weirder than that of Lin Moyu. All monsters have only one target, Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian didn't run away again this time, but gave Lin Moyu "I believe in you" eyes. Skill, Total Defense. When the skill he just obtained was activated, Mu Nyonyo glowed all over. Within 1 minute, the defense power is increased by 1,000 times, and the damage is reduced by 99%. And this 1% damage, in the face of 1,000 times the defense power, is almost equivalent to no damage. In this minute, Mu Xianxian was almost invincible. The meat shield doesn't even have her flesh. Lin Moyu didn't expect her to do this cooperation. There is no other word to describe it except perfect. Lin Moyu didn't wait half a second longer. When Mu Xianxian released the group collection technique for the second time, Lin Moyu had already moved. More than 200 magic spells pierced the sky, the skeleton warrior's broadsword burst into red light, and a soul flame in Lin Moyu's palm jumped and boiled. A red light fell, and the curse of injury turned into a sharp sword. A monster was attacked by a concentrated fire, instantly killing it. Then the roar resounded through the dungeon. After more than a dozen loud bangs in a row, it was quiet all around. Countless messages popped up, and I couldn't even see them. Lin Moyu gave Mu Xianxian an appreciative look. Good job. Mu Xianxian's pretty face was reddish and hot. Thank you. I am a little happy to be praised by Lin Moyu. Continue. Since it is a fast brush, it cannot be stopped. The skeleton warrior grabbed a large number of monster corpses, ran forward, and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian also followed behind and jumped directly. The second part of the copy, a world composed of magma and sulfur water. The skeleton warrior dragged the corpse and rushed towards the flower of the earth. Along the way, a large number of earth fire fish were attracted, and the tentacles of the earth flowers also protruded from the magma sulfur water, but the skeleton warriors ran too fast, and not many were entangled. After the skeleton warriors arrived, they threw the corpses in their hands on the ground next to the earth flower. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian rushed over afterwards. Mu Xianxian didn't say anything, and went straight up to face the festoon group collection technique of the earth. The flower of the earth immediately released its skills at Mu Xianxian. The tentacles frantically whipped over, but were all blocked by the bone armor. The red light falls, hurt and curse. There was an explosion. After only 3 explosions, the flower of heaven and earth was seriously injured. The nearby earth fire fish also died. In the next second, the flower of the earth exploded. It began to display regeneration skills, recovering from injuries. At the same time, the tentacles crazily stretched out from the ground, forming vines. More than 200 earth fire fish rushed out of the magma. Mu Xianxian shouted, and performed the group collection technique again. Even if it can't cover all the earth fire fish, it can at least cover 80%. Explosions continued to sound, and during the explosion, the skeletons had already thrown their bodies at earth flower. Lin Moyu seized every minute and every second, not wasting a bit. Mu Xianxian was dumbfounded. It's too fast to play a copy like this. Entering the dungeon this time has only taken more than half an hour at most. Most of the time is spent on the road, and there is not even 5 minutes of real fighting time. Mu Xianxian has seen it. This is Lin Moyu's so-called quick brush. It's so exciting. Amidst the roar, the flower of the earth was killed, even more aggrieved than last time. Not even a chance to fight back. Not waiting for the magma to cool, not waiting for the ground to harden, not waiting for the waterfall to disappear. The skeletons have grabbed the corpses of the earth fire fish and the earth flower and jumped onto the cliff. The earth flower's corpse was too big and its tentacles were very long, so it was very inconvenient to drag it around. The skeleton warrior kept chopping with a knife, cutting off all of its shoulders. Then it was carried by 4 skeleton warriors and ran towards ancient earth dragon. Mu Xianxian sighed softly. I'm afraid the flower of the earth would never have imagined that she would be dismembered after she died. Lin Moyu gave her a weird look. This girl's focus is a bit strange. A long time, Lin Moyu ran too slowly, far from keeping up with the skeleton warrior's speed. He had to let the skeleton warrior run with him on his back. Although it was not very comfortable to bump up, and the bones of his whole body were flustered, Lin Moyu decided to endure it. Mu Xianxian grinned at Lin Moyu and blushed slightly. Actually, if you feel uncomfortable, I can carry you on my back. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Fortunately, I'm used to it. Oh. Mu Xianxian felt a little disappointed for some reason. Now in the entire team, a large group of skeleton warriors ran at the front with their corpses. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian are in the middle. The last one is the Lich General. Last time the dungeon walked for more than half an hour, this time it took less than 3 minutes to run away. The fresh and fiery corpse no longer exists, and at least half of its vitality has been lost. But it's better than nothing. As for the vitality of the flower of the earth is still very strong, even if more than half of it is lost, it is far better than ordinary dungeon monsters. The leader of the plant department, the vitality is self-evident. Lin Moyu is looking forward to the damage it can cause. Ancient Earth Dragon appeared in sight. At this time, the magma has not been extinguished, and the 617 water from the magma mouth of Ancient Dilong is still continuously added to the flow of magma. Ancient Earth Dragon didn't respond much to the arrival of the skeletons. He just raised his eyelids and glanced lazily. It saw a large pile of corpses flying towards itself, getting closer and closer. Why stuff? A trace of doubt appeared in the huge dragon eyes. In the next second, the curse fell. Then a violent explosion fell from the sky. The volley exploded, and the power of terror swept over. Especially the sincerity of the flower-bursting, ancient earth dragon's scale armor was broken, and it was blown to a bloody mess. Mu Xianxian rushed up amidst the explosion, cast Collect on Ancient Earth Dragon, and then fled quickly. Now Ancient Earth Dragon had no time to take care of Mu Xianxian. The continuous explosions made him dizzy. The injury continued to expand, and if the explosion continued like this, he would really die. Suddenly, it saw Lin Moyu in the explosion group. It's him, this hateful ant. Before it could make a move, a large number of skeletons appeared in sight. The skeleton mage directly focuses fire to attack, and the skeleton warrior will slash with a knife no matter what happens. A skeleton continued to throw corpses, and Lin Moyu continued to detonate. For this time, Lin Moyu prepared a full 200 corpses. It's only half exploded now. No matter how high your defense is, no matter how powerful your damage reduction is. Lin Moyu believed that even 200 corpses would not be able to explode. Ancient Earth Dragon leaped high with a roar, and stomped down hard on Lin Moyu. Ability, War Stomp. Lin Moyu remained motionless, still detonating the corpse step by step. Just one war trampled on, can't break the bone armor. It can be seen that Ancient Earth Dragon has reached its limit and cannot last long. 1690 skeleton mages set fire. The skeleton warriors leaped desperately to activate their skills. For the Ancient Earth Dragon that has reached its limit, it is a fatal blow. Under the trampling of war, Lin Moyu's skeleton armor shone brightly, blocking all attacks. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers and detonated several corpses in succession. Amid the bursts of roaring sound, Ancient Earth Dragon fell unwillingly in his eyes, and fell down with a bang. The little ants ignored by it only gave it a chance to display its skills. Kill the Ancient Earth Dragon, experience 580000. Obtain the Earth Dragon Strong Bow. Obtain the Earth Crystal. Obtain the Earth Gem. Win the Heart of the Jade Earth. Obtain the Strong Bow of the Earth Dragon through the collection technique. Obtain the earth crystal through the collection technique. Obtain the earth gem through the collection technique. Get the heart of the earth by collecting jade. Earth Dragon Strong Bow, for archers only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, plus 3500, bow and arrow skills increase by 90%. Skill, Ultimate Dodge. Extreme Dodge, within 30 seconds, dodge 100% of the attacks without any damage, and the cooldown time is 30 minutes. Earth Dragon Strong Bow, for archers only, platinum level weapon, all attributes, plus 3500, bow and arrow skills increase by 90%. 2 Earth Dragon Strong Bows, one with skills and the other without skills. The weapons obtained through the collection technique do not have skills. Lin Moyu didn't know if it was a coincidence or a limitation of the collection technique. The ultimate dodge skill attached to this Earth Dragon Strong Bow is also among the best. This skill is completely another life for archers. It can be used not only to fight against the enemy, but also to escape. Mu Xianxian's face was full of surprise. It only took 37 minutes, it's too fast. It took 4 hours for the first time and 37 minutes for the second time. The gap between them is too great. Lin Moyu counted the remaining time. There are 4 hours left, a full 240 minutes. Even if there is room, at least 5 times can be brushed. Every time you can harvest at least 4 hearts of the earth, fragments of the earth and wealth. Counting the first 2 times, a total of 7 times a day. A total of 28 to 30 hearts of the earth. In this way, at least in the next few hundred years, the human race will no longer be short of earth knights. That being the case, then brush it. Putting on the skeleton armor for himself and Mu Xianxian respectively, he warned, when teleporting out, you may encounter attacks from abyssal demons and dragons. Don't panic, and don't bother with them. You just need to directly choose to re-enter the dungeon, and I will eliminate the cooldown time of the dungeon as soon as possible. Now we need to swipe as many times as possible to get enough hearts of the earth. Mu Xianxian hummed vigorously, I understand, with Sister Yiyu here, they will deal with the abyssal demons and dragons. Okay, then let's publish the book now, let's go. The two left the copy. To Lin Moyu's surprise, no one came to attack them at all. Lin Moyu completed the dungeon reset within 2 seconds, and the two re-entered the dungeon. The abyssal demon and the dragon clan looked confused. What happened just now? Why did those 2 human races come out of the dungeon, and then went in again in a flash? Obviously, it's been less than 40 minutes since they entered the dungeon last time. Is this the hell? The abyssal demons and dragons couldn't believe it. Not only them, but the human race couldn't believe it either. Not sure what happened. Jiang Hanshan murmured, is it so fast? What kind of efficiency is this? Then he was ecstatic, with a thick smile on his face, if this is the case, at least I can brush it 4 or 5 times. In the next few hundred years, the human race will not lack the heart of the earth. The knights of the earth will inevitably be born again. Ancient Earth Dragon fell in front of Lin Moyu again. Now in the hands of Lin Moyu, there are 5 pieces of earth gems and 5 pieces of earth crystals, and 13 pieces of the heart of the earth. Mu Xianxian looked very excited, 1 minute faster than last time, this time it only took 36 minutes. Lin Moyu hummed. There are still 3 hours and 18 minutes left in the time. If it goes well, it will be no problem to swipe 4 more times. If you are lucky, you may be able to brush 5 times. Like the earth gem, the earth crystal, and the heart of the earth, there are not too many of these 3 reserve materials. The two left the dungeon, then entered again. The abyssal demons and dragons outside have yet to recover. Who would have thought that a dungeon of this level would be completed in less than 40 minutes by 2 people? This is simply a fantasy. Is this guy really a human race? It can't be the reincarnation of the boss. It took 40 minutes to clear the center of the earth dungeon. Is the difficulty of the dungeon, center of the earth, so low now? I don't believe it. I think he must have used some special props that we don't know about. Anyway, no matter what, he must not be allowed to leave alive. Don't worry, we are ready. When he comes out next time, we will do it. He can't escape. The Abyssal Demon and the Dragon Clan were discussing, staring at the dungeon, and the murderous intent in their eyes became more and more intense. The atmosphere changed, and Jiang Hanshan sensed it immediately, and whispered, "They may be about to attack, everyone, get ready. It's already been prepared. Kill it for a while." The atmosphere of 0.0 is becoming more and more tense, swords are on the verge of breaking out, and a war will break out at any time. If it wasn't for the demons and the dragons standing together, the war would have started long ago. Even if they join forces, the human race is also not afraid, and fights whenever they want. Entering the dungeon for the fourth time, the cooperation between Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian became more and more proficient. Quickly cleaned up the monsters in front, and passed the second stage of the dungeon in just 30 minutes. The skeletons skillfully cut off the tentacles of the flower of the earth, jumped up the cliff with its corpse, and ran towards the ancient earth dragon. Lin Moyu still let the skeleton carry it on his back, enjoying the joy of bone-hitting flesh. Mu Xianxian smiled, "This time we are fast again, maybe we can break through the 35-minute mark." Lin Moyu hummed, thinking about the outside world. The Abyss Demon and the Dragon Clan should be about to react. Suddenly his gaze changed suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he saw, Ancient Earth Dragon, standing there. Unlike sleeping on the stomach like the previous few times, the Ancient Earth Dragon has fully awakened. Why did it wake up? Mu Xianxian said strangely. Has a problem. A sense of crisis arises spontaneously. Roar. The roar resounded through the entire dungeon. Ah! The screaming started and then stopped abruptly. Terrifying airflow blows through the body like a knife. The bone armor creaked, almost breaking. The skeleton and Lich General were all blown away and fell to the ground, unable to move. Mu Xianxian was also blown away with the skeleton, and fell to the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. The only one who can stand now is Lin Moyu. And all of this came from the Ancient Earth Dragon's roar. Ancient Earth Dragon appeared in front of Lin Moyu like a teleportation. A pair of giant dragon eyes stared at Lin Moyu. A chill rose from his spine and went straight to his mind. The whole person's hair stood on end. In the eyes of Ancient Earth Dragon, he saw emotions and wisdom. The Ancient Earth Dragon in front of him is by no means the one I saw before. What the hell happened? Lin Moyu is not clear, the development of the matter is beyond his understanding. You are too much. There was a thunderous sound, which made Lin Moyu's ears hurt. The boss actually spoke. Things seem to be getting a little out of hand. Ancient Earth Dragon's dragon eyes flashed with dangerous light. As the saying goes, there are only 3 things. How many times do you want to kill me? Lin Moyu raised his head, his mind spinning rapidly. I have never encountered such a being. After considering all the causes and effects, Lin Moyu caught the 3 big characters of weakened type. Are you the real Ancient Earth Dragon? Lin Moyu asked. Ancient Earth Dragon snorted, what do you think? 2 huge breaths came out of his nose. The bone armor creaked again, and then exploded into pieces with a bang. Lin Moyu did not replenish the bone armor. He can blow off his skeleton armor even with 1 breath, and it is easy to kill him. It doesn't make sense to add it. This dungeon has no escape route, and all escape props are invalid. Intuition told him that the Ancient Earth Dragon in front of him was more terrifying than the Ancient Luan bird in the core area. Ancient Dragon lowered its head and leaned over. Lin Moyu could see his own reflection in its eyes. Lin Moyu's head continued to run at high speed. Dear existence, you seem to have violated the rules. At this moment, Lin Moyu guessed that the Ancient Earth Dragon in the dungeon is just a clone. That's why it's called the weakened type. This is the same as the body clone of the god Shada. And in front of him, the main body arrived. But Lin Moyu has calmed down, so he can have the courage to say this sentence. What did you say? Ancient Giant Dragon let out a roar. the airwaves rolled, and the terrifying aura rose to the sky, as if it wanted to break through the entire dungeon. In the outside world, the entrance of the dungeon suddenly burst into brilliant light, illuminating the earth. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what happened. How does the dungeon entrance glow, and what is going on in the dungeon? Neither knows. The three parties confront each other, and no one can go in and see. I hope Colonel Lin is fine. Jiang Hanshan thought silently in his heart. Jiao Lanyeyu was also worried, but it was Mu Xianxian who was worried. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu tried hard to calm himself down. I said you violated the rules, and at the level of the Earth Core dungeon, an existence like you should not appear. Lin Moyu is now 80% sure that the dungeon boss is the clone of the existence in front of him. Ancient Dragon suddenly let out a thunderous laugh, and the dungeon was once again in trouble. Lin Moyu waited patiently and quietly. He had already seen that the terrifying existence in front of him had no intention of killing him. Ancient Dragon laughed for a while, then suddenly lowered his head, opened his mouth and roared, "Believe it or not, I can burn you to ashes with one breath of the dragon." Lin Moyu shook his head, "You won't kill me." "Oh?" It was its turn to be stunned this time. Lin Moyu continued, "If you want to kill me, you can do it when we met just now. You don't need to control my undead army and stun my teammates on purpose. I guess you're here to warn me." When he said this, Lin Moyu looked calm and honest. "Anyway, the worst result is to die, there is nothing to be afraid of." Ancient Dragon laughed again, "Yes, you are very good." Lin Moyu knew he had guessed right, and continued to ask, "Then do you have anything else to do?" Ancient Dragon shook his head, "It's okay, I just came to see, who can make this deity's avatar so miserable." Sure enough, he guessed right again. It is really its avatar. Lin Moyu said, "I don't know." Ancient Dragon the voice became low and interrupted Lin Moyu, "Okay, I didn't want to eat you, you guessed it a long time ago, you don't need to pretend now. The deity is here and wants to make a deal with you." Lin Moyu immediately said with a little respect, "Senior, please speak." Ancient Dragon said, "Don't worry, you are not qualified to complete this transaction now. When will you be able to walk to the real center of the upper space? The deity is waiting for you there." Lin Moyu suddenly showed surprise, "You are?" Ancient Dragon did not answer him, "The deity is waiting for you in the center." After the words fell, Ancient Dragon disappeared into thousands of stars. It is exactly the same as Lin Moyu saw the starlight behind the monster's death in the core area. A vortex that can leave the dungeon appeared in front of my eyes. Lin Moyu breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately the other party didn't really want to kill him, otherwise I would definitely not be able to survive. Even Lin Moyu felt that the puppet charm given by Bai Yuan would not be useful. At most, it's just to make the other party spend a little more time. If you guessed correctly, it should be the one sitting in the center of the core area of the upper space. I didn't expect it to have wisdom, not an ordinary boss. Lin Moyu thought of Ancient Luan Bird. Ancient Luan Bird also seems to have wisdom, and I saw a similar look in its eyes at that time. It's just that, Ancient Luan Niao's wisdom is very simple, like a child of a few years old. In comparison, the wisdom shown by Ancient Earth Dragon just now is no different from that of an adult. Could it be that wisdom was born because I have not been killed by people for countless years and lived too much? It's still because of the lights in the core area. The center of the core area, I will go sooner or later. An arrow of revenge will definitely be avenged. Ancient Luan Niao chased him to the sky and had no way to go down to the ground, extremely embarrassing. It is impossible for Lin Moyu to forget. While Lin Moyu was thinking, General Lich and the skeletons were covered one after another. They didn't suffer any injuries, they were just controlled. From this point, it is enough to say how superb the method of Ancient Earth Dragon is, far surpassing the phenomenon of Lin Moyu. With a soft moan, sleepy Xian woke up faintly. She rubbed her head, "What happened just now?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's okay, the copy has mutated, and the boss is gone." Opening his eyes and talking nonsense, Lin Moyu didn't blush or heartbeat, but took it for granted. That's the look. Ah? Mu Xianxian couldn't believe it. This kind of dungeon mutation is very rare. It was only heard of before, but I didn't expect it to be encountered by myself. In his memory, he had just arrived at Ancient Earth Dragon, and then he was yelled at, and he fainted. 823, I didn't expect it to be so. After some copies mutate, they will become very strong. It is normal for a boss to increase by more than 10 levels at once. Even with Lin Moyu's strength, it may be dangerous. After all, the matter of Ancient Luan Niao is still vivid in my mind. She asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Fine." Mu Xianxian patted her towering chest. "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine." Lin Moyu said, "The copy is over, it's time for us to deal with those guys outside." Mu Xianxian snorted, "Will it not appear again?" "They are all gone, how could they appear again?" "This is the avatar of that Kunda. Even if he is standing here now, Lin Moyu will not kill him if he can." Lin Moyu put on the bone armor for himself and Mu Xianxian, and at the same time took out the earth gem and activated it. Now he still has 5 earth gemstones in his hand, 1 for Shi Xing'an, and 4 for himself. So naturally not stingy. The earth gem bloomed with earthy yellow light and enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu successfully obtained the property of reducing physical damage by 50%, but did not obtain the corresponding physical skills. Lin Moyu had already prepared in his heart and was not disappointed. Besides, he is a legal professional, so physical skills are very useful. Is it possible to let him go up to kill monsters? Isn't the soul flame strong? Isn't the bone and fangs fragrant? I'm a little curious, if you use the group collection technique on the abyssal demons and dragons, what will you gain? Lin Moyu said softly. Mu Xianxian shook her head, I don't know, I've never tried it. If you have a chance, you can try it later. Yeah. Lin Moyu was half joking, but Mu Xianxian answered seriously. Since Ancient Earth Dragon left, the light outside the dungeon also disappeared. All fell silent. The people outside were waiting, one by one extremely vigilant. Until a slight distortion occurred in the space, 2 figures appeared at the door of the copy. They're out. Do it. Amid the stern shouts, the abyssal demon and the dragon clan fought at the same time. From leaving the copy to the end of the transmission, it takes about 2 seconds. 2 seconds is very short, but enough to launch a wave of attacks. A little light exploded in the air, and instantly a huge enchantment shrouded everyone in it. Abyss Demon is good at enchantment, has skills and various props. Within the enchantment, even high-level random teleportation symbols are useless. Lin Moyu must die, this is the consensus reached by the 2 clans. Protect Lin Moyu. The moment they started, Jiang Hanshan also roared. Hundreds of professionals from the human race were prepared and rushed forward without hesitation. The one rushing to the front is Jianghan Mountain. He launched the charge skill and rushed to the front of the dungeon first. Skill, Group Protection. The sturdy shield appeared with soft light, blocking the first wave of attacks when there was no time to send it. Huge fireball meteorites fell in the air, and more than one. There are more than 20 mages from the Dragon Clan present, and they acted at the same time, and the power of each meteorite is extremely astonishing. The rain of arrows fell densely, covering a large area. The abyssal demon sprinkled a large amount of abyssal power, like 10,000 swords firing together, causing a violent explosion. Human race professionals charged forward against the attack. Mages and archers have launched long-range attacks to directly strike demons and dragons. It's just that the abyssal demons and dragons can fly, and the human race is at a disadvantage. Jiang Hanshan faced hundreds of attacks at the same time, and the shield shattered. A second shield appeared instantly and took over his job. Jiao Lanyeyu arrived, only half a second behind him. The meteorite fell, and the shield persisted for less than a second before shattering again. The two looked at each other. raised their shields at the same time, and blocked Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian respectively. No matter what, protect each other. White light suddenly lit up on the two of them. The skeleton armor appeared on the two of them, blocking all attacks. Lin Moyu's voice sounded, "Thank you." Jiang Hanshan chuckled, "This is what I should do." He knew that as long as he helped Lin Moyu block the first wave of attacks, the outcome of this battle would be decided. He is clear, but the abyssal demons and the dragons are not. They were still yelling. He came out and killed him. We can't let him take the heart of the earth back. Must die, none of the human races here can be let go, all of them will be killed. With a sneer on the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth, he said to Jiang Han, "Let him come down." Jiang Hanshan nodded, and immediately shouted, "Forbidden." The shadow mage in the Jiang Hanshan team held up his staff, and a beam of light exploded in the air. In an instant, the air forbidden domain was formed, and the abyssal demons and dragons fell from the air in panic. Not good, they have mages who can ban air skills. What about the air ban? We can also kill after landing. The forbidden time is limited, 1 minute at most, don't worry everyone. The two races yelled wildly without any fear. Suddenly one army after another undead appeared on the ground. 13 undead legions, with a total of 4,290 skeletons, appeared with a strong killing intent. How could there be so many? How could he have so many summons? This is simply an army. I know why he can brush so fast, it's simply because of numbers. Hold on, the air ban is only for 1 minute, as long as you stick to it, it will be fine. Up to now, the abyssal demons and the dragons finally understand how Lin Moyu is making dungeons. In less than 40 minutes, a copy is completed. It is not opportunistic, it relies on hard power. But now, it's too late to say anything. They couldn't hold on for a minute. Lin Moyu won't give them a chance either. Abyssal demons and dragons fell into the cold arms of the undead army. The back of Lin Moyu's hand became hot and exploded violently. Skills, strong soldiers. A beautiful light falls, and all skeletons are collectively enhanced. Together with Chongbing, Mu Xianxian's group collection technique was launched. A ball of fireworks exploded in the air, and more than half of the abyssal demons and dragons were covered by the fireworks, shining in sight. What's this? Why is it glowing? Amidst their doubts, the attacks of the skeleton warrior and skeleton mage have fallen. The skills of the skeleton warrior erupted, and the damage at this moment was terrifying. There were screams on the battlefield. It was then overwhelmed by the spells of the skeleton mage. In just a few seconds, the battlefield became silent. Strong soldier, with the skill, even the corpse burst is saved. The strength of the skeleton warrior has completely surpassed everyone's expectations. At that time, when he used the strong soldier skill for the first time, he instantly killed the abyss fire spirit. Not to mention these ordinary demons and dragons. Just like what Jiang Hanshan thought, when Lin Moyu did it, the ending was already doomed. Information from Lin Moyu keeps popping up. A lot of killing information, a lot of experience, a lot of military achievements. There were more than 300 abyss demons and dragon clans present. And all of them are above level 50. 2,000 military merits per person. The total military merit is close to 700,000. He and Mu Xianxian shared the military merits equally. The sergeant badges on the shoulders of the two were shining. A star appeared on Lin Moyu's colonel badge. 1 star colonel achieved. At this time, Mu Xianxian's 3-star second lieutenant badge has also transformed into a colonel, but there is no star yet. Mu Xianxian was not excited about her promotion to colonel, but said to Lin Moyu, "Wow, you have been promoted." Lin Moyu's body was glowing with white light, he had upgraded. Brush several copies in a row, plus so many abyssal demons and dragons. Even if he teamed up with Mu Xianxian, the experience gained was reduced by half, and he was still allowed to complete the upgrade. After level 30, most professionals need 2 or 3 months to advance to a higher level. Since Lin Moyu let go of his hands and feet to fight monsters, he has gone from less than 31 to the current 34, and it took only 20 days. This speed is already considered very fast. Not only has it been upgraded, Lin Moyu found that his corpse explosion skill has also been upgraded by one level. Has reached level 5. Corpse explosion, level 5, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 30% of the corpse's HP to enemies within 5 meters. After talent enhancement, the skill's killing range has reached 200 meters, and the damage has reached 12 times the corpse's HP. Lin Moyu felt that as long as he could give himself enough corpses, I can completely blow up the abyss upside down. This kind of thought was smothered by him the moment it appeared, and he thought of the core area. No dead bodies at all, shit. He also cannot bring corpses into the core area. At most 10 minutes after the death of the corpse, the vitality is completely lost. At that time, it will be useless. If you want to exert the greatest power of corpse burst, you need fresh corpses. The skeletons began to pick up the equipment of the dragon professionals. Dragon professionals can always send a lot of things. Even if these equipment cannot be used directly by the human race, they can be returned to the furnace to obtain materials. Lin Moyu looked at the massive amount of information with curiosity in his eyes. It turns out that the collection technique is also useful for demons. Kill the devil. Through the collection technique, obtain the devil core fragments. Devil core fragment, after using it, you can envelop yourself in the devil's breath within 1 hour. Through the collection technique, obtain the essence of low-level dragon blood. Low-level dragon blood essence, it can be made into potions by pharmacists, and can be used by alchemists and blacksmiths when making battlefield equipment. At first glance, the demon core fragments are not very useful, shrouded by the breath of the devil. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Moyu knew the function of these materials. If one day he single-handedly entered the abyss world, it might be useful. Usually killing demons, regardless of level, can only get demon blood essence. Unexpectedly, through the collection technique, the devil's core fragments could be obtained. There is also the essence of dragon blood. It is different from the dragon monsters killed in the copy of you on battlefield. After Lin Moyu came to the ancient battlefield, he killed these dragon professionals, but did not get any items. I thought they wouldn't drop things, but it seems that they still have to rely on the collection technique, get it, to get them. Lin Moyu realized that the role of a rare legendary professional like Mu Xianxian was not only in the dungeon, but also on the battlefield. In the human race team, except for Jiang Hanshan and others, everyone else was stunned. It was obviously a big battle, but it ended in a blink of an eye. What skill did Lin Moyu use, and how did his skeleton become so strong all of a sudden? Not only many, but also strong, otherwise it would be impossible to end the battle in just a few seconds. Suddenly someone pointed at Lin Moyu and shouted, "It's the skill of the original rune." That's right, it's the radiance of the origin rune. Look carefully at the back of his left hand, there is a source rune storehouse on it. No wonder, each of the original runes is very powerful. If used properly, it can explode tens or hundreds of times in combat power in a short period of time. I'm so envious, he's only level 33. Oh no, he's now level 34. He can get the origin rune at level 34. I'm also envious, I've been in the ancient battlefield for several years, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the original rune. Heh, even if I let you see it, can you keep it? Everyone talked and looked at Lin Moyu with admiration in their eyes. More than 300 abyssal demons and dragons of at least level 50 were killed so easily. Even with the help of the origin rune, it is enough to prove Lin Moyu's own strength. Lin Moyu took stock of the harvest of this, center of the earth, dungeon. A total of 3 dungeons were brushed before and after, and the 4th time due to the arrival of the main body of the ancient earth dragon, it was not possible to clear all of them. Because of Mu Xianxian's existence, the experience was halved, and the rest of the income was doubled. Get 6 earth gems, 6 earth crystals, and 14 earth hearts in total. He and Mu Xianxian each used an earth gem. I also used up 2 pieces of earth crystals. A piece of elemental stone composed of fire, poison, and earth, and a piece of elemental stone composed of earth and fire were synthesized respectively. There are still 4 earth gems and 4 earth crystals left. The heart of the earth has never been used. This thing is the human race's war preparation material, and it is temporarily useless to him personally. Since entering the ancient battlefield, Lin Moyu has had many opportunities. Various opportunities have greatly increased his strength. What Bai Yuan said is correct, although the ancient battlefield is dangerous, opportunities are everywhere. As long as it is not too full, it can always increase a lot of strength. The power of divinity has been upgraded to level 34, and each upgrade can increase an additional 34% of attributes. Lin Moyu doesn't know why the power of divinity can increase the probability of professional sublimation. But the sooner you get it, the better, that's true. Mu Xianxian returned to Zhao Lanyu's team, and Lin Moyu was used to going on the road alone. She has experienced speed brushing with Lin Moyu, which is something she has never experienced before. That feeling is so cool and exciting. Mu Xianxian was already obsessed with this feeling. She reluctantly watched Lin Moyu leave, until Lin Moyu completely disappeared from sight. She couldn't bear to move away. Why, can't you bear it? Zhao Lanyu suddenly leaned into Mu Xianxian's ear with a teasing smile. Mu Xianxian was taken aback, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she whispered 130, "No way, Sister Yu, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Lanyu smiled and said, "Hey, our little Xianxian is still blushing." Zhao Lanyu's words drew good-natured laughter. The sisters in the Night Rain Nights looked at Mu Xianxian one by one, covering their mouths and chuckling. Mu Xianxian was embarrassed by the look. "No really, I just think that his way of brushing books is very special, very exciting, and the speed is very fast." Zhao Lanyu's curiosity was also aroused. "Tell me, how did you get the copy?" A group of women gathered around. They are also very curious about Lin Moyu's way of copying. How did he manage to clear the Heart Dungeon within 40 minutes? In historical records, the best result is more than 6 hours, and it is still under the premise that more than 20 people enter the capital together. Mu Xianxian didn't hide anything either, and started talking in detail. She was holding a teleportation stone in her hand as she spoke. This is the positioning teleportation stone given by Lin Moyu, and it is two-way positioning. Lin Moyu made an agreement with her to notify each other when they found the copy of Dragon Palace. Mu Xianxian is also looking forward to Lin Moyu taking her to brush books together again to experience the fun of speed brushing. Lin Moyu left under the respectful eyes of everyone. Earth Center, the dungeon has disappeared, and the boss in the center of the core area seems to have a bad temper. Center of the Earth, when the dungeon will appear again depends on his mood. He embarked on the path of searching for a copy of Dragon Palace again. Dragon Palace is not only a task given by Bai Yuan, but also his own pursuit. Talent. How difficult it is to awaken talent. Lin Moyu is not sure whether the talents given by the system are considered talents. If it is counted, then the probability of awakening talent at the second turn, even if Bai Yuan has made a good arrangement, is only 30%. Therefore, it is extremely important to go to the Dragon Palace dungeon and obtain the Dragon Crystal. Through Dragon Crystal, there is a chance to get talent. At that time, even if the talent cannot be awakened at the second turn, it will not be a loss. Lin Moyu quickened what Master Su Yan said to himself. He very much hopes that there will be another god-level powerhouse with 3 talents in the human race. A god-level powerhouse with 3 talents is terrifying to think about. It is enough to protect the human race for hundreds of years, so that the abyssal demons and dragons dare not act rashly. Of course, the 3 talents must be strong, and they cannot be useless talents. Lin Moyu summoned and replenished skeletons as he walked. At level 34, the undead army needs to be replenished again. There are 14 Lich Generals who have reached level 34, and each Lich General can own 340 skeletons. This time, the Skeleton Mage is still added. When the replenishment is complete, The spare skeletons in the summoning space are not counted. The total number of skeletons in the 14 undead legions will reach 4,760. Nearly 500 more than at level 33. As long as you don't encounter super-attacking flying bosses like Ancient Luan Bird. With strong soldier skills, Lin Moyu has the competence to face most bosses. The only trouble now is that I can't fly. The inability to fly is also the biggest disadvantage of most professionals of the human race before level 70. After walking for 10 days, Lin Moyu finally replenished the undead army. Once the 14 undead legions are released, they will be massive, and they will be a terrifying army. Go all the way, and clean up the monsters along the way. Near the core area, there are a lot of monsters. Although the increase in experience is not as good as that of dungeons, it is generally not bad. To level up, brushing dungeons is the kingly way. After walking for 10 days, I haven't seen the secret realm, nor have I seen any dungeons. Instead, they encountered several waves of abyssal demons and dragons. The gang of the Dragon Clan were not very smart, and they were quickly deceived by Lin Moyu and wiped out directly. Abyss is a bit more troublesome than other places. Seeing the 1-star colonel rank on Lin Moyu's shoulders, several abyssal demons fled faster than anything else, and didn't dare to stay at all. Lin Moyu didn't bother to chase him either. In the eyes of some smart abyssal demons, those who can reach the rank of colonel are basically stained with their blood and the blood of the Dragon Clan. I hate and fear this kind of person. Gradually, news about Lin Moyu spread in the Shogu battlefield. Whether it is the abyssal demons, the dragons, or the human race, they all know that there is a person like Lin Moyu. There were even abyss demons who sent news back to the abyss world. Many demons in the abyss world also knew that there appeared in the ancient battlefield a strange species who only reached level 34 but reached a 1-star colonel. If you can kill him, it will definitely be a great contribution. But demons are not idiots, no one would think of dying. The abyss world is not always black, there are green flames burning everywhere. There will also be a strange creature called the magic lightbird flying in the sky. When they are in flight, they will emit light, bringing light to the abyss world. The magic lightbird is neither a demon nor a monster, but a creature that simply lives in the abyss world. They are numerous and inexhaustible, almost covering the entire abyss world. There is no devil to toss them, because there is no benefit at all. Outside the gorgeous palace where the succubus king was, the space twisted and fluctuated, and then a huge flame jumped out of the darkness. One eye opened in the flames. The flame demon king appeared outside the succubus king's palace, with an angry voice, "Succubus king, come out." The sound boomed, and the whole palace shook. The figure of the succubus king appeared in the air, with sleepy eyes and anger. "Lai Yan, do you know what will happen if you disturb my sleep?" Flame jumped violently, as if flinching. The flaming demon king still held back his face. "Whatever the consequences, I ask you, do you know that Lin Moyu is on the ancient battlefield?" The succubus king yawned. "I know, sure." The flame demon king said, "I know why you didn't tell me, you clearly know." The succubus king laughed softly. "It's ridiculous, I know he is on the ancient battlefield, why did I tell you? Who are you to me? Unless you come to spend the night with me, they will tell you everything." The flames danced more violently, and the flame demon king retreated 100 meters with a whoosh. The succubus Wang Jiao smiled and said, "You dare to provoke me with such a small amount of courage, this time I will forgive you, if there is another time I won't want your eye." Anger rose from his huge eyes, but he didn't dare to refute. Although both are demon king level existences, the flame demon king knows that he is not as good as the succubus king. If there is a real fight, his eye cannot be kept. But no matter what, face is still important. The flame demon king said forcefully, "Since you know that Lin Moyu is on the ancient battlefield, why didn't you send someone to kill him?" The succubus Wang smiled charmingly. "How do you know that I didn't send anyone to kill him? I even dispatched the Red Moon Demon and the Abyss Fire Spirit, so I couldn't kill him either. It's not that you don't know the rules of the ancient battlefield. If you have the ability, you can do it yourself." What do you come to me for? The Flame Demon King said in a deep voice, I want to know about Lin Moyu. The Succubus King naturally knew what he wanted to know. It is nothing more than some information about Lin Moyu's skills, attributes, etc., so that he can find his weaknesses. Although the Succubus King looked down on it, as a demon king, he basically had to give him some face. The Succubus King threw a black stone at it, all the information you want is inside. I'm going to go to sleep. I warn you not to disturb me again, otherwise, I want you to look good. After finishing speaking, the Succubus King disappeared into the air. The Flaming Demon King held the black stone, didn't dare to fart again, and disappeared with a bang. Lin Moyu didn't know how far he had traveled. Tens of thousands of kilometers? Or 100,000 kilometers? There is no day and night in the ancient battlefield. If it weren't for the time on the communicator, Lin Moyu would not know how long it had been since he came to the ancient battlefield. Keep advancing along the periphery of the core area, it seems that there is always no end. There are 3 areas in the upper space, the largest is the core area, and it is also the most dangerous. If it is not necessary, Lin Moyu does not plan to enter the core area again for the time being. The skeletons are driving ahead, cleaning up all the monsters along the way. The monsters in the ancient battlefield can never be killed. The dead monsters are swallowed and submerged by the earth, light spots in the sky fall from time to time, and brand new monsters will appear on the battlefield again. It has been like this for countless years. Lin Moyu is also a little curious about this. There are similarities and differences between the ancient battlefield and the Yuan battlefield. The existence of the Yuan battlefield is the result of years of war between the human race and the Abyss world. At least there are traces to be found and history to trace. There is no way to study the existence of the ancient battlefield. Since the history of the human race, the ancient battlefield has existed for an unknown number of years. Its history is too long. Lin Moyu thought of a conversation between Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen seems to be very interested in the secret of the ancient battlefield, but for various reasons, he has no time to find this secret with his clone. Bai Yuan persuaded him not to die, and those who went to find this secret never came back. The human race once lost several god-level powerhouses for this. Today's human race can no longer afford such a loss. From their conversation, Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted to explore the secrets of the ancient battlefield, he had to go to deep space. The ancient battlefield is divided into 3 layers, upper layer, lower layer, deep layer, and 3 layers of space. From the map shown by Bai Yuan, the 3-story space has the same structure as Hamburg. The upper level corresponds to levels below 70, and the lower level is between 70 and 89 levels. And when they reach level 90 or above and become god-level powerhouses, their activity area becomes a deep space. The deep space is the core and most dangerous place in the entire ancient battlefield. Lin Moyu has some longing. In the future, I will go and have a look. Talking to himself, the fingertips shimmered, and a skeleton mage appeared beside him. 5 days ago, Lin Moyu was upgraded again. Reached level 35, the 15th undead army was born. Lin Moyu is working overtime to supplement. Fortunately, the recovery of mental power is fast enough now. Even if Lin Moyu doesn't stop to meditate, it only takes 7 or 8 days to replenish the army of undead. 15 undead legions, composed of 5,250 skeleton warriors, are extremely powerful. For skeleton warriors reaching level 35, the 4-dimensional attributes reach 60,000 respectively. A level 35 skeleton mage has a mental attribute as high as 110,000. With the status bonus provided by General Lich, the 4-dimensionality of the skeleton warrior can reach 78,000, while the spiritual attribute of the skeleton mage can exceed 140,000. Every upgrade can bring a huge improvement in strength. There are still 4 levels. If you can't find Dragon Palace at level 39, then you have to go back. Lin Moyu stared into the distance, and was about to prepare for a second job change at level 39. If you haven't found Dragon Palace by that time, you can only use Mermaid Tears, hoping to awaken your talent when you change jobs. At the same time, it is necessary to prepare for professional sublimation when changing jobs. It is much more difficult to do both at the same time. Dragon Palace is still the first choice, and there is still time for level 4. After level 35, the upgrade rate slows down a lot. It takes almost 10 days to advance to a higher level. In fact, Lin Moyu also knows that his upgrade speed is much faster than most people. But compared with Lin Mohan, it's really weak. My sister, the upgrade speed is too fast, so fast that it completely subverts and breaks the historical record of the entire human race. Lin Moyu knows that her sister's talent is to speed up the upgrade speed, and it is the best talent that can be upgraded. The higher the level of others, the slower the leveling. But it didn't affect Lin Mohan at all. As the level increases, the talent is also upgraded, and the speed of leveling has a tendency to gradually increase. My sister is very likely to become the youngest god-level powerhouse in the history of the entire human race. Lin Moyu feels that his guess is likely to become a reality. While thinking, the skeleton warrior killed another monster on the road. Gained millions of experience. The twilight of the fingertips was still beating, and another skeleton mage appeared beside him, and then entered the summoning space for backup. The 15 undead legions have been filled, and now Lin Moyu is replenishing the spare skeletons in the summoning space. Suddenly, a special breath came from afar. The breath is mixed with the blood of the dragon race, but it is somewhat different from the dragon race. Lin Moyu sensed it. This breath not only contains the bloodline breath of the dragon clan, but also the breath of the abyssal demon, and it is accompanied by the breath of the dungeon. Dragon Palace. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and there was joy in his eyes. This breath was exactly the same as what Bai Yuan described. After searching for so many days, I finally found it. Lin Moyu strode away without thinking. The distance is not far, about more than 100 kilometers, and it will not take much time to arrive. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu stopped suddenly. His eyes became serious. No. There are no bands of light hanging down in the sky, and there are no visions of heaven and earth. When I felt the breath just now, I was so excited that I ignored it. When the Dragon Palace dungeon appears, there will inevitably be a vision of heaven and earth. The scope of the vision of heaven and earth spreads thousands of kilometers, which will attract a large number of people from the 3 races. A big battle is inevitable. But at this time only the breath of Dragon Palace came out, and no vision of heaven and earth appeared. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the dungeon of Dragon Palace has not yet fully formed, and the vision of heaven and earth has not yet appeared. The second possibility is that the front is not Dragon Palace at all. Just thinking about it, Lin Moyu saw a light spot explode in the distance. A large colorful cloud is formed, illuminating the surrounding fields. The range of the colorful cloud is huge, from which Lin Moyu saw a dungeon vortex that is being formed. The vision of heaven and earth has appeared, the dungeon is also being formed, and there is no problem with the breath. I just thought of it, and it appeared. What a coincidence. Lin Moyu faintly felt something was wrong. But no matter what, you always have to go over and take a look. At this time, Lin Moyu was less than 20 kilometers away from Kaiyun. After only a few minutes, it was already under the colorful clouds. The fingertips glowed slightly, and Lin Moyu's first reaction was to use the detection technique to check. This is also the first reaction of human professionals. With a ray of breeze, the detection technique landed on the dungeon vortex in the colorful clouds. The colorful clouds were blown away by the wind, and just like that, they completely dispersed in front of Lin Moyu and disappeared. Together with the dungeon vortex inside, it also disappeared at the same time. A huge barrier quickly formed, covering Lin Moyu in it. Enchantment. Abyss Demon. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with my sixth sense, there was indeed a problem. On the ground, a hexagonal crystal was inserted. The crystals are glowing, but faintly. All the aura about the dungeon of Dragon Palace comes from this hexagonal crystal. The detection spell falls on the crystal. Dragon crystal, used. There is a chance to awaken talent after use. 00. It turns out that this is the dragon crystal, but it has been used and lost its effect. Someone used a special method to arouse the aura inside, making himself hooked. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter sounded. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, then relaxed again. The voice was familiar, old acquaintance. Flame Demon King, so it's you. Lin Moyu relaxed on the surface, but he was already vigilant in his heart. A giant eye burning with raging flames appeared in the sky. But it's just a projection, not the real body. Under the rules of the upper space of the ancient battlefield, whether it is the Flame Demon King or the Succubus King, the limit is the limit if they are projected. Otherwise, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Lin Moyu knew this rule well, so when he saw the projection of the Flaming Demon King, he didn't have any fear at all. The voice of the flame demon echoed in the barrier, Lin Moyu, this time you are dead. Lin Moyu heard something wrong with the Flame Demon King's tone, it seemed to be full of confidence. I don't know where the confidence comes from. There are no demons, no boss, nothing around. Except enchantment. Lin Moyu couldn't help guessing, is this trying to trap himself in it? The Flame Demon King continued, enjoy your last time, you will be wiped out and die completely. This king will watch you become an idiot, a fool, and then be killed and dismembered. What kind of genius of the human race, in front of this king, is it bullshit? Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army appeared to protect himself. With solemn eyes, he wanted to see what the Flame Demon King was doing. To attract himself, without arranging a monster, what kind of method is he playing? How can self-confidence kill oneself? There's something weird going on here. The mist grows in the enchantment, and it is difficult to detect if you don't look carefully. When Lin Moyu found that the line of sight had changed, a layer of thinness had already spread in the entire enchantment. The Flame Demon King's eyes were also hidden in the mist, becoming hazy. The mist is thicker and thicker. The vision is also getting worse and worse, and the picture is gradually blurred. The projection of the Flame Demon King disappeared, completely hidden in the mist. The skeleton warriors have long been invisible, only the blossoming soul fires, which can still be vaguely seen in the mist. After a while, even the soul fire disappeared from sight. There was a clicking sound in the ear, and the skeletons ran towards the surroundings. It doesn't matter if the line of sight is blocked, it won't affect Lin Moyu's induction through the skeleton warrior. The enchantment covers a range of about 1 kilometer. There are no monsters in the enchantment, there is fog everywhere, and there are no dead ends. What is the Flame Demon King going to do? The skeleton warrior brought Lin Moyu detailed information in the enchantment. But Lin Moyu didn't want to understand how the Flame Demon King would deal with him. What's the use of just trapping yourself? Is it really possible to trap yourself to death? Under Lin Moyu's order, the skeleton warriors began to attack the enchantment. The barrier buzzed, and remained motionless under the attack of the skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu tried to make the skeleton explode with skills, and the barrier only produced some slight 707 ripples. The enchantment prepared by the Flame Demon King is very strong, and it cannot be broken for a while. I don't know if the strong soldier skill can break the barrier. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. As he breathes, arrogance continuously enters his body. In addition to breathing, the mist will also seep in through the skin. None of the skeleton armor responded. Lin Moyu believes in the bone armor very much. Since the bone armor does not respond, it should be non-toxic and harmless. More and more mist was sucked in, and Lin Moyu seemed to hear the laughter of the Flame Demon King. The picture in front of him began to change. All the pictures that have been experienced before appear in front of my eyes. Kill demons, kill bosses, professional contests, various dungeons, meta battlefields. Scenes of pictures appeared in front of my eyes, and then disappeared. Lin Moyu feels as if he has forgotten something. Those images that have appeared and passed away are being forgotten. After a while, he found himself at school. There was a lively voice in my ear. What am I doing? Lin Moyu is weird. He felt as if he shouldn't be in school. But the memory told him that he should be a student and was about to change jobs. Gao Yang appeared in sight. Boy Lin, it's your turn, hurry up. Xia Shui also said aside, I've called you twice, why are you still in a daze? Next, Lin Moyu. Someone in the transfer circle was calling his name again. Lin Moyu walked into the transfer circle with doubts. How do I remember? I seem to have changed jobs. Did I forget something? The doubts in Lin Moyu's eyes are getting stronger and stronger. The upper limit of proofreading for users who are not logged in is 1,000 words, and more words can be proofread after logging in. Always feels wrong, but just can't remember. The magic circle began to operate, and the job transfer began. The dark wind came, and the vision was born. Lin Moyu saw a mage wearing a magic robe, and in front of him were endless skeletons, a plethora of skeletons. A giant dragon was covered with skeletons, and the dragon was howling and screaming. I seem to have seen this scene before. Lin Moyu felt that this scene was a bit familiar, and it was not the first time he saw it. If you look far away, there are more skeletons in the distance. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, and a huge undead army are fighting on the battlefield, and the number is in the hundreds of millions. Charge to kill the skeleton at the front, riding a white bone warhorse. Not only on the ground, but also in the air, undead dragons are soaring in the air, and their backs are full of archers. This time, the picture I saw was far better than what I saw when I changed jobs. Suddenly, the necromancer suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. As if he saw something, he raised his hand, showing his slender fingers, and tapped lightly. A flame exploded in Lin Moyu's sight. Boom! A crisp sound sounded. The picture in front of Lin Moyu's eyes was suddenly fragmented. Lin Moyu woke up with a start. He found himself standing on the ground of the ancient battlefield. What he experienced just now was like a dream. In dreams, everything is forgotten. Memories fade quickly. If it continues, he will really become an idiot. What happened? Lin Moyu's eyes were full of flames. He found himself burning. It doesn't hurt, but it's warm. What burns is not only the surface, but also every corner of the body. Bang bang sounded continuously, accompanied by screams. A large number of unidentified objects are being burned to death in the body. This is the fire of the soul. What I just saw was an illusion. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered the knowledge he had read in a book. Among the demons of the abyss, there is a strange, mysterious, and dangerous demon. They are called abyssal phantoms. The phantom of the abyss is 100 times smaller than a hair. It exists in the form of groups, and there are trillions in a small group. If counted by the number alone, it can be said to be the most numerous type of demon among the abyssal demons. This kind of demon can drill into the body, create illusions, corrode the soul, erase memory, and even occupy the magpie's nest. Once they succeed, they will become idiots, lose themselves, and eventually become puppets of phantoms. Lin Moyu was afraid for a while. The phantom is too small and weird. Before invading the body, it doesn't have any attack ability, and even the bone armor doesn't respond. Fortunately, the mage and the vision. Lin Moyu was surrounded by soul flames. The phantoms that entered his body were all burned to ashes by the soul fire. It was the first time Lin Moyu used the soul flame on himself, and he did not expect to have such a miraculous effect. Then, with his thoughts, the skill soul flame erupted. A bright flame rose from Lin Moyu's palm, and then the flame exploded, turning into a huge fireball. A lot of screams came from the mist, and the abyss phantom hidden in the garden was burnt to death, with no resistance. Soul flames are their nemesis. Huh. You can find out. What kind of fire is this? Why can you burn phantoms to death? There was a slight hum in the air, followed by a loud roar. Lin Moyu was full of anger, and his killing intent was stronger than ever. Extinguish your fire. The Flame Demon King laughed loudly. I am the Flame Demon King. I was born to control flames. It's ridiculous for you to play with fire in front of me. Try it and you'll know. I almost fell into the Tao, and I could never recover. Fortunately, at the last moment, that mysterious existence pulled him back. The flames danced in the palm, and the target was the Flame Demon King in the air. Even if you're just projecting, Lin Moyu has to give it a try. The soul flame locked onto the projection of the Flame Demon King, and then, through a connection in the dark, a spark fell into the head of the Flame Demon King, far away in the Abyss world. The screams resounded through the Abyss world. Severe pain swept through the soul. The Flame Demon King was screaming, and its official palace was roaring and shaking. The projection on the ancient battlefield disappeared with a bang, and a black gem fell into the sky. Lin Moyu held the gemstone in his hand, and he could feel the strong abyssal power from it. He remembered that when the Succubus King projected it, he also used this kind of black gemstone. Devil King Gem. The gemstone formed by the condensed power of the Abyss Demon King contains the calendar area of the Demon King. Lin Moyu looked at it, and it seemed that there was nothing special, and he couldn't see any use. Put it away first. The soul flame grows further, burning the Abyss Phantom in the air. Lin Moyu didn't know how many Abyss Phantoms the Flaming Demon King had brought in this time. Anyway, he planned to burn all the enchantment inside. A small number of abyssal phantoms are not terrible, and their survival period is not long. But if the number is too large, it is quite a terrifying existence. It can kill 5.7 people silently. In the Abyss world, the screams of the Flame Demon King finally stopped. Lin Moyu followed the projected connection, and the attack directly locked on the soul of the Flame Demon King. And within a second, 3 consecutive skills were issued. For the Flame Demon King, Lin Moyu's attack is not that powerful. But it was so painful that it was unbearable. He rolled down from the Demon King's throne amidst the screams, frightening the other demons in the palace to tremble. Master Demon King, is Tao okay? Several demons rushed over. The Flame Demon King waved his hand, and there were several bang 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 bangs, and the demons who rushed over were burned to ashes in an instant. The embarrassing thing about this king, don't let others know. The Flame Demon King covered his head and returned to his throne. Together with the Demon King's throne, they are all burning. The stronger the flame, the stronger its anger. With murderous intent raging, the Flame Demon King said coldly, Lin Moyu, this king vows to kill you. If you are capable, you will never go out of the ancient battlefield. Come here, pass on the king's order. The flames of the soul burned fiercely, burning all the phantoms of the abyss to death. Lin Moyu is burned carefully, over and over again. The abyss phantom is hard to guard against, Lin Moyu said, and his memory was almost wiped out. This also gave Lin Moyu a warning. Skeleton armor is not omnipotent, and there are also existences that its defense cannot detect. Cannot rely entirely on bone armor. This time it was luck, but next time it will be hard to say. In addition, the Abyss world is far weirder than the human world, and there are many unknown things in it. After going back this time, I need to go to the library to soak for a few days. Make up for the knowledge about the Abyss. It can also be used when entering the Abyss someday. No matter with the Flame Demon King or with the Succubus King, they will never die. Even if I don't go to the Abyss to find them, they will come to the human race to find me. According to the current trend, they will not let themselves grow. Once they reach the god level, it will be a huge threat to them and the entire Abyss. Lin Moyu has this confidence in his career. Especially in the illusion just now, seeing the scene where the army of hundreds of millions of undead swept everything, Lin Moyu felt this way. In the future, I will be stronger. It will bring an army of hundreds of millions of undead to sweep across the Abyss world. After burning out the Abyss Phantoms, skeleton warriors and skeleton mages set fire to attack the enchantment. The energy source of the barrier is 02, the Black Abyss Gem. Now that the Abyss Gem has fallen into the hands of Lin Moyu, the enchantment has not been able to supply it. It was quickly shattered by the skeletons. The barrier dissipated, and Lin Moyu felt his waist vibrate. A gleam of joy flashed in his heart. It was the teleportation stone that Mo Yun gave him. Could it be that she found Dragon Palace? Put away the undead army, suit the armor that should be taken. Lin Moyu activates the teleportation stone. The transmission time is a bit long, up to 2 minutes. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, the distance is close to 30,000 kilometers. Unknowingly, the two are already so far apart. The footsteps landed, the line of sight has not yet recovered, and the breath of the copy has already been felt. The power of the abyss, the blood of the dragon, and the aura of the dungeon are mixed together. It is 99% similar to the aura emitted by Longjing before. In addition, there are fighting sounds, the sound of skill explosions, and the breath of violent fluctuations in elements. Very confusing. 2 seconds later, the line of sight was completely restored. A transparent mask enveloped herself, and Mo Yun and her Holy Spirit unicorn were standing aside. Mo Yun looked at herself with a smile on her face. She was not arrogant at all when facing Lin Moyu. The Holy Spirit unicorn also took a look at Lin Moyu and snorted softly as a greeting. This man, it knows. Lin Moyu was almost certain in his heart that Yuan Yun had found Dragon Palace. A scuffle was going on not far away. Abyssal demons, dragons, human professionals, dozens of teams, hundreds of people. Intertwined with crazy wars. The three-party battle is preventing the other party from entering the copy. Dragon glass is useful for every race. There are thousands of stars in the sky, falling side by side, like a silver galaxy, very beautiful. The vision of heaven and earth also appeared. Under the starlight, a dungeon vortex is spinning endlessly. The detection technique flew out. Dungeon, Demon Dragon Palace. Level, 53. Difficulty, Normal, Nightmare, Hell. Mo Yun smiled lightly. How about it, let me find it quickly. Lin Moyu nodded. The two were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. If it wasn't for Mo Yun, he might not be able to find it even after half a month of searching. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked. Thank you. Mo Yun quickly waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. I know you will have to brush many times. If you have extra dragon crystals, just give me 1 or 2. Everyone can use dragon glass multiple times. But talent can only be awakened once. Once successful, the remaining dragon crystals are useless. Lin Moyu agreed without hesitation. No way. Mo Yun didn't plan to enter the dungeon, the level 53 dungeon of hell difficulty. The monsters inside are very strong. Moreover, the difficulty of Dragon Palace is said to exceed the difficulty of hell in a dungeon of the same level. If there is an accident, she is only level 42, and she is likely to be killed on the spot. Mo Yun urged, go in quickly. It's hard to say how long Dragon Palace will exist, and it might disappear soon. It will be difficult to find it next time. Well, I'll call someone over again. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out a positioning teleportation stone and sent a message. Mo Yun looked strange, but she knew Lin Moyu's character. Besides Ningyi, who else would Lin Moyu be called? 2 minutes later, the light around Lin Moyu was beating, and the Japanese were teleported. Mu Xianxian carried the iconic giant long-handled platinum hammer, and directly betrayed her profession. Among all professions, there is only one that can use a long-handled hammer, Master Collector. The most special existence among legendary professionals. Mo Yun's basic knowledge is extremely rich, so she recognized it at a glance, and she was surprised. He turned out to be a Master Collector. At this moment, she also knew what Lin Moyu was going to do. Take the collection master to brush books together, and the income will be doubled directly. Especially for a solo player like Lin Moyu, it's perfect to bring a collection master. Mo Yun murmured, you can meet such a rare professional. Lin Moyu chuckled, it's just luck. Mu Xianxian saw the scene in front of her clearly, and exclaimed, it's Dragon Palace. Have you seen it? Lin Moyu asked. Mu Xianxian hummed, I've seen it a few times, and I've entered it once. It's a pity that the difficulty is too high, so I couldn't get through. What level did you enter? When did you enter? Mu Xianxian said, we entered the Dragon Palace at level 55. At that time, we were lucky, the dungeon had just been formed, and there was no competition, so we rushed in. The monsters inside are all above level 57. We really couldn't beat them, so we retreated. Level 55, Dragon Palace, is very difficult for most professional teams. Unless the entire team is above level 60. Hell difficulty, only a team of 12 at most. In a team like Mu Xianxian's and the others, there were mostly nurses, and with the addition of a collector, it was normal that they couldn't beat them. Lin Moyu added bone armor to Mu Xianxian and Mo Yun respectively, and joined Mu Xianxian at the same time. You leave first, pay attention to safety. Prepare the high-level dungeon breakaway talisman and potion. Lin Moyu let out a low drink, and rushed towards the copy with Mu Xianxian. 2 armies of undead appeared, and the Lich General instantly filled his state. With the iconic clicking sound, the skeleton warriors rushed to the doctor aggressively. Those who were fighting were taken aback. Undead Legion. It's Lin Moyu. How did he come here? Stop him. This guy has such a strong dragon aura, at least hundreds of clansmen died in his hands. The skeletons opened the way to cover and escorted Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian into the Dragon Hall. Several clever human teams rushed into the dungeon with Lin Moyu. All of a sudden, most of the human professionals outside left. After Lin Moyu entered, the undead army also disappeared. The number of human races has decreased by more than half, and they are immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing that the situation was not good, several teams retreated quickly, away from the battle circle. Only the Abyssal Demon and the Dragon team are left. You look at me, I stare at you. The Abyssal Demon and the Dragon team stared at each other, as if a war was about to break out. No matter how they play, the winner of this round is the Terran professional team. At least 10 teams rushed into the copy just now. After staring for a long time, Evil and Dragon Clan stopped fighting at the same time. Then the 2 sides rushed to the entrance of the copy together. I don't know where the tacit understanding came from, and I didn't do anything during the whole process. A team rushed into the copy. The rest of the people on the side stared dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? The hostile races that have always met will be divided into life and death, but now they will stop fighting if they don't fight. After a few seconds, they also rushed to the copy quickly. All of a sudden, the dungeon was empty outside. Only visions are telling people that there are treasures and good things here, hurry up and grab them. In the distance, Mo Yun sat in the air on the Holy Spirit unicorn. She was stunned, and couldn't figure out how such a thing could happen. Dragon Palace dungeon has always been one of the most competitive dungeons. The 3 clans fought for the chance to enter the copy. Every time they fight, until the end, there will definitely be rivers of blood. There will be no fewer casualties among the 3 races. Unlike now, the dungeon is empty, and all teams have contributed to enter the dungeon. She couldn't understand anyway, the world had changed too much, and she couldn't accept it. In the distance, a team of abyssal demons roared towards them. Terran professional teams also appeared on the ground. Mo Yun quickly dodged and moved a little further away. She is alone, with no goals. The new abyssal demons saw that the outside of the dungeon was empty, thinking they were the first to arrive, they couldn't help rushing in excitedly. The same is true for human professionals. In just 5 minutes, Mo Yun once again saw at least 10 teams rushing into the dungeon. She estimated that this time should be the most crowded in the Dragon Palace dungeon in history. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian entered the Dragon Palace instance. The cold air came oncoming. and the temperature dropped sharply to below zero. There are ice edges hanging everywhere here, and the ground is also covered with a layer of light blue ice. The temperature is very low, at least around -50 degrees. For professionals, this temperature is acceptable. Mu Xianxian exclaimed slightly, "Good luck, it's the ice demon dragon." Lin Moyu glanced at her. There was ice everywhere, as if he knew it without saying anything. Dragon Palace, the dungeon is very strange, and the environment is different every time you enter. It's somewhat similar to God's Choice Secret Realm. Sometimes you encounter fire dragons, sometimes you encounter ice dragons, and there are also dragons of other elements. According to statistics, Dragon Palace, so far, there are more than a dozen kinds of magic dragons that have appeared. Among them, the most difficult is the black dragon. Like the ice dragon, it is relatively simple. However, the higher the difficulty, the more dragon crystals will drop. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "After a while, you can see the right time to perform the collection technique. Mu Xianxian and Lin Moyu have already cooperated, don't worry, mine." In front of the two is a huge dragon cave with a height of 100 meters and a width of 50 meters. Another special feature of the Dragon Palace dungeon is that there are no mobs. There is only one monster in the entire dungeon, and that is the magic dragon. Kill the dragon, you can pass the copy. The rules for facing the boss are very simple. But it's not easy to really get through. Depending on the difficulty, the attributes of the magic dragon in the dungeon will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Entering the dragon cave, a gust of cold wind blows. There is a moist breath in the wind, and the ice layer on the ground thickens instantly. The ice edge hanging in the cave has also become much larger. Skeleton armor emerged, and it was obvious that the wind was aggressive. Judging by the state of the skeleton armor, the attack power is not small. Mu Xianxian's small face turned slightly pale, it seems to be its breath. Lin Moyu asked, "The last time you entered the Dragon Palace, what kind of dragon did you meet?" Mu Xianxian said, "We encountered a poisonous dragon, and they were all poisoned at the beginning of the battle. The 5 healers in our team were too late. And its poison skill level is very high. The therapist can't solve it. And as the fighting goes on, the toxicity gets stronger. In the end, we had no choice but to exit the copy." Lin Moyu asked, strangely, "Didn't you prepare the antidote?" Mu Xianxian said, "I prepared, but it's useless. The whole dragon cave is full of poison. I just got rid of the poison and hid it again. The antidote also has a cooling time, so it cannot be used all the time." Listening to Mu Xianxian's words, Lin Moyu felt somewhat similar to the earth-touching dragon god. But in this case, he is not afraid. The dragon cave is big and deep, and the two walked for 20 minutes before finally seeing the ice dragon. The ice dragon lay on the huge crystal throne, its blue body exuded a billowing chill, freezing the entire cave. There are a lot of treasures frozen in the throne, shining brightly. The ice around the cave is so thick that it is obviously its masterpiece. The ice dragon was still sleeping, and when it breathed, it let out a mouthful of cold air, which blew towards its face like a gust of wind, arousing the flattening armor. Mu Xianxian was right, the cold air was just its breath. Lin Moyu felt its breath, although he hadn't used the detection technique to check it yet, he already had a bottom line in his heart. It is roughly equivalent to earth-touching dragon god. It is far inferior to ancient Luan bird. Compared with the main body of ancient earth dragon, it is even more different. The boss has been killed a lot, and Lin Moyu has cultivated his intuition. The ice demon dragon opened his eyes and saw Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian. There was a killing intent in the cold eyes. With a high-pitched roar, it came to life. It is 30 meters high and more than 50 meters long. With a long tail and huge wings spread out, it roared towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's detection technique should also fall on it. Ice Demon Dragon, Hell Level Leader. Level, 56. Power, 100,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 120,000. Physique, 160000. Skills, Ice and Snow, Large-Scale Freezing, Super Ice Burst. Characteristics, Water Element Damage Immunity, Element Damage Reduction by 50%, Physical Damage Reduction by 50%, Curse Effect Greatly Weakened, Vitality Greatly Enhanced. The total attribute is 440,000, which is equivalent to the 58-level Earth-touching Dragon God. Level 56, Hell Level Difficulty Dungeon Boss, but its attributes can exceed Level 58 World Level Boss. The difficulty of Dragon Palace is indeed very high. If you want a strategy, you have very high requirements for the entire team. Bai Yuan said at the time that he was level 45, and he happened to encounter a level 40 copy of Dragon Palace, pure luck, although he said so, but now it seems that it can't be so simple. Strength also plays a large part of it. World Boss can also be piled up by the number of people. Dozens or hundreds of people can fight a World Boss. But Dragon Palace is a dungeon, and the Hell difficulty is at most 12 people. Overall, Dragon Palace is still more difficult. Start work. Lin Moyu said softly. 15 undead legions appeared in front of them in unison. Fortunately, the dragon cave is big enough to accommodate it. The Lich generals raised their staffs together. The roar echoed in the cave, the white light soared into the sky, and the reflected ice was dazzling. The skeleton warrior had already rushed up when he was in a state of increasing. The skeleton mage ability has also been thrown. 3,000 skeleton warriors, 2,250 skeleton mages. The momentum was so great that even the ice demon dragon was taken aback. The growling sound also changed strangely accordingly. The skills of the skeleton mage covered every corner of its body. The flames were burning, the wind was howling, and the thunder was bursting. Various sounds intertwined into a pile, ringing non-stop in the cave. On the blue body of the ice dragon, small explosions continued to occur. Mu Xianxian looked in a daze. Lin Moyu's skeleton was more obvious than the last meeting. After a daze is excitement. With so many skeletons around, I'm sure we can beat the Wang Zhao. Mu Xianxian already felt that Long Jing was waving to him. After Lin Moyu awakened his talent, he would definitely distribute the extra dragon crystals to himself. She believed that Lin Moyu would do this. After all, she even used the earth gem last time. Before the ice dragon's roar was over, a large number of spells from the skeleton mage fell into its mouth, blocking its voice immediately. The wings spread out and flew up quickly, breaking through the mage's attack net. The skeleton warrior has already rushed to the front, and a large number of skeleton warriors jumped up, grabbed the dragon scales on its body, and flew up with it. When the skeleton warrior was taken to fly, he did not forget to slash with a knife and was very dedicated. The ice dragon has a red piece and a black piece. The red ones were burned by fire, and the black ones were struck by lightning. In addition, there are many dragon scales that have been broken, which were blown away by the wind knife. The skills of the skeleton mage are no joke. More than 2,000 magic attacks have caused a lot of damage to the ice dragon. The ice dragon was angry and shook all over, trying to shake the skeletons off. The skeleton warrior is holding on to it tightly, and it won't fall off no matter how you shake it. For stability, even the feet are used. The sharp bones and feet got firmly stuck in the gap between the dragon scales. The big knife kept chopping, and cracks appeared on the dragon scales. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the red light fell. The damage curse is in effect. Skill, Curse of Damage. Curse of Damage, level 35, curse the enemy within 27.5 meters, increasing all damage received by the enemy by 27.5%, lasting for 1 minute. The entire dragon cave was shrouded in a cursed red light. The red light was infinitely reflected in the mirror-like cave, and in an instant, the ice-blue cave turned red. The damage curse of level 11 is greatly weakened by the characteristics of the ice demon. Can only double the damage. Whether it is a giant dragon or a dragon clan, as long as they have the blood of a dragon, they are naturally resistant to curses. The skeleton attack is already very high, and it can double the damage, which is already very powerful. Those skeleton warriors stuck on the ice dragon exploded their skills one after another. All of a sudden, ice blood splashed, and the ice dragon screamed. The whole body of the ice demon dragon glowed, and a thick layer of ice appeared all over its body. In an instant, all the fighters on it were frozen. Skill: freeze in a large area. The temperature of the entire cave dropped sharply, and a thick layer of ice appeared on the skeletons on the ground. The movement of the frozen skeleton became extremely slow. It's like the slow curse. General Lich continued to use elimination skills, and the control state was released due to the battle. Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian had bone armor on their bodies, which blocked the freezing attack. Freezing also has a certain attack power, but the attack power is not strong. Control is its forte. It's just useless against General Lich. The ice dragon roared angrily, and a thick blue light appeared from its body again. Skills: ice and snow. Snow suddenly floated in Long 217 cave, and the flakes were like knives, falling on the skeleton and exploding one after another. The blasted snowflakes froze the skeleton again. General Lich got busy again, treating and thawing again. The ice dragon hovered in the sky and refused to land. Skeleton warriors can play too little role, and can only rely on skeleton mages to attack it. If you can't fly, it's trouble. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He thought of the undead bone dragon in the job change vision. Whenever I can summon such undead, that would be great. The ice demon dragon's skills have a wide range, and they all have control effects, but it's a pity that the power is too small to pose a threat to the skeleton. The two sides fell into a stalemate again. Lin Moyu still thought about brushing a few more times, and didn't want to wait any longer. Flame rises in the palm. The ice dragon let out a scream immediately. The huge dragon's body was trembling, and the flying ones became addictive. Lin Moyu hit the soul flame several times in a row, causing severe pain to the ice dragon. The ice dragon also shifted its target to Lin Moyu. Come down and see how I deal with you. Lin Moyu whispered. The ice demon dragon just couldn't come down, roaring one after another. The blue light on his body exploded again, stronger than the previous 2 times. Skill: Super Ice Burst. The skill was used, and the entire dragon cave began to vibrate and tremble. The thick layer of ice accumulated in the dragon cave exploded at the same time, smashing down crazily. The ice cubes fell on the ground and exploded again, like a fireball exploding, sweeping with a terrifying aura. The bone armor creaked, and Lin Moyu became a little more serious. I used to think that the ice demon dragon's skills were only control, but not too strong attack power. Looking at it now, it is not the case. The attack power of this skill is astonishing. And still keep attacking. I don't know how thick the ice layer in the dragon cave is. Layer after layer exploded, as if there was no end to it. The skeleton warrior was buried by a large amount of ice, and Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian were also buried by the falling ice. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose rapidly and quickly reached the extreme. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu took back all the undead army and shouted at the same time, "Defense!" Mu Xianxian also seemed to feel the danger, and she had already used her skills when Lin Moyu had just spoken. Skills: Total Defense. Just as the skill was released, there was a loud bang. The whole cave completely exploded. Lin Moyu finally understood what a super ice burst is. While this skill continued to cause damage, there was actually a final explosion. Some skeletons were not recovered in time due to being controlled, and lost contact with themselves at the moment of the explosion. Dead, completely dead. The bone armor was shattered, and the terrifying power bombarded the body. Lin Moyu saw the skeletons in his summoning space die in batches. With elemental resistance passive skills, all elemental damage is reduced by 4 times. 4,000 attacks can only cause 1,000 damage to oneself in the end. Even so, nearly 100 skeletons in the summoning space died due to damage transfer, plus dozens of skeletons that were not recovered in time. This wave of skills caused Lin Moyu to lose more than 150 skeletons. Lin Moyu is still a little lucky. Fortunately, he responded in time and took back most of the undead army. Otherwise, the entire undead army will be wiped out. The power of this skill is too great, not only the power of the ice dragon, and the energy in all the ice blocks in the entire dragon cave. Now the ice in the dragon cave has been completely blown away, exposing the dark rock wall. The reason why this skill is so powerful, because it can only be used 10 times. No wonder it's so powerful. Lin Moyu said to himself. Sure enough, it's not easy to deal with, so we still have to be cautious. Mu Xianxian looked scared. It's okay, it's okay. She opened the comprehensive defense, and did not suffer any damage. A roar sounded in the air, and there was a trace of weakness in the voice. Mu Xianxian looked up, and her fighting instinct told her that the opportunity was good now. She shouted coquettishly, stomped her feet on the ground, and jumped up violently. The huge force cracked the ground. Mu Xianxian shot straight into the sky like a rocket, at an incredible speed. Violent girl. Lin Moyu didn't expect Mu Xianxian to explode suddenly, and the explosive power was so strong. Although it was not a combat class, Mu Xianxian's attributes were definitely not low. Before the ice demon dragon could react, Mu Xianxian had already arrived at it. Grasping the dragon scale in one hand, the platinum warhammer slammed down while shining. Skill, stun. The probability of causing dizziness to boss is not high. But this time it happened by a very coincidence. The ice dragon fell into a stunned state and fell down. Chance. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army all attacked. All the skeleton mages set fire. Skeleton warriors jumped up one after another, took their positions, and their skills exploded. 5 seconds of stun time. As long as it is used well, it is enough to make the ice dragon half disabled. Lin Moyu is not idle either. The soul flame has already started. At this time, Mu Xianxian threw a ball of fireworks and exploded, and the collection technique was used, making the ice dragon glow all over. Mu Xianxian's movements were unbelievably fast, and she looked fluent. Mu Xianxian's fighting instinct was brought into full play. Lin Moyu's cooperation is also perfect. The whole process takes only 0.5 seconds before and after. Before the ice dragon fell to the ground, the magic attack of the skeleton mage had already landed on the ice dragon. Then the first batch of skeleton warriors had already intercepted it in the air, and all the skill bursts fell on it. Then the second batch, and the third batch. By the time it fell to the ground, 4 rounds of skeleton warriors had already completed their explosive attacks. Then more skeleton warriors jumped on it, fighting every corner of the ice dragon. Skills burst out like crazy. In 5 seconds, almost all the skeleton warriors discussed their skills. The skeleton mage's skills also focused for 5 full rounds. This is a gang fight, an out-and-out group fight. 5 seconds later, the ice demon dragon woke up from the stunned state. A feeble growl suddenly burst out from his mouth. The voice fell in the ears of Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian. No matter how it sounded a bit like a dying cry. Everyone can tell that the ice demon dragon is over. Although it was the undead army that ended its life, the culprit was Xian Mumu. If it weren't for the 5 seconds it won, Lin Moyu would probably spend a while with it. Kill the ice demon dragon, experience, plus 56000000. Obtain dragon crystal *4. Through the collection technique, get dragon crystal *4. Dragon crystal, there is a chance to awaken the talent. There is no limit on the number of uses, and the talent can only be awakened once. Dragon Hall. The dungeon will not drop any equipment, only dragon crystals. Each time ranging from 3 to 6 pieces. This time I dropped 4 pieces, and got an additional 4 pieces through the collection technique, which is considered very good. Among the many magic dragons, the ice magic dragon is relatively weak. As long as it can block its last super ice burst skill, it is not difficult to kill the ice demon dragon. Lin Moyu looked at the hexagonal dragon crystal, which contained extremely strong energy. Thanks to you, very nice. Mu Xianxian was very happy to be praised, and said with a giggle, then let's continue. Okay, go on. Outside the dungeon, the light band remains. A gust of wind blew, Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian stood in the wind, a little dazed. Why? Not a single person. No humans, no demons, no dragons. A light fell from the sky, Missouri Yin flew down, and quickly told Lin Moyu what happened just now. It was beyond Lin Moyu's expectation that such a thing would happen. Just because he entered the dungeon, and at the same time slipped into a group of human teams with him. As a result, the balance of the three races outside the copy was completely interrupted. In the end, everyone stopped being beaten to death, and all entered the dungeon to compete with the magic dragon. Lin Moyu whispered, "Fortunately, I didn't take you in just now." After thinking about it carefully, Mo Yun understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. It may be dangerous if you go in by yourself. Mo Yun said in a low voice, well, you can continue to brush, the copy of Dragon Palace will disappear at any time. Okay, you stay safe outside. Lin Moyu took out the advanced cooling amulet given by Bai Yuan, and directly reset the cooling time for the two of them. The advanced cooling talisman is prepared for Dragon Palace. Compared with the low-level cooling talisman, the high-level cooling talisman can be used 100 times. He and Mu Xianxian use it together, and they can also brush it 50 times repeatedly. After the two cool down, enter the copy again. As soon as I entered the copy, I heard a roar. In front of him was a high mountain, a very dark mountain. There happened to be a boulder rolling down on the high mountain, raising a large cloud of smoke and dust. Mu Xianxian swallowed. It's the black demon dragon, currently known among all the dragons in the Dragon Palace, the most difficult one to fight. Shall we change it? Lin Moyu thought about it, and said later. It's not his character to say change without fighting. What's more, Lin Moyu also has his own plans. Mu Xianxian listened to Lin Moyu very much. We spent a total of 33 minutes last time. I don't know how long it will take this time. Lin Moyu said, this time it will be much faster. Said he had already ran out. The second time I checked, I knew the situation of the Dragon Palace, and Lin Moyu started to let himself go again. A huge, pitch-black cave with no light at all. The Black Demon Dragon is known as the strongest boss in the Demon Dragon Palace. Lin Moyu would like to see it. The last time I fought the Ice Demon Dragon, it took a total of 33 minutes, of which more than 20 minutes were spent on the road. It took about 10 minutes to actually fight the Ice Dragon. This time, Lin Moyu ran so fast that he almost used his skeleton back. It took only 6 minutes to run to the end of the dragon cave and saw the black dragon lying on the ground. There is almost no light in the cave, and the soul flame burns in the palm, becoming the only light source. Seen through the soul flame, the black dragon is even more ferocious and terrifying. Its size is obviously larger than that of the ice demon dragon. It is estimated to be over 40 meters high and over 70 meters long. The black ink-like tail is covered with sharp barbs. The dragon scales on his body exude a black luster and are very strong. The arrival of Lin Moyu and Mu Xianxian woke it up. It didn't pay attention to a little guy like Lin Moyu, and there was provocation in his eyes. A mouthful of hot air came out of the nose, and a hurricane suddenly blew up in the dragon cave, whistling loudly. Lin Moyu responded to its provocation with action. The undead army appeared instantly and attacked it at the same time. The skeleton mage's attack arrived one step ahead, and Lin Moyu's detection technique was also mixed in it. Black Demon Dragon, Hell Level Leader. Level, 56. Power, 150000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 200000. Skills, Earthquake Explosion, Dragon Tail Sweep, Crazy Crash. Characteristics: elemental damage is reduced by 80%, physical damage is reduced by 80%, the curse effect is greatly weakened, and vitality is greatly enhanced. It is also a hell-level boss at level 56, and its total attributes are 10,000 more than that of the Ice Demon Dragon, reaching 450,000. Although the total attributes are only 10,000 more, the distribution of attributes is completely different from that of the Ice Demon Dragon. The strength of the Black Dragon is as high as 150,000, and its physique is as high as 200,000, double immunity to elemental damage and physical damage, up to 80%. Another boss with high attack and high defense. Coupled with its skills, it means that it is very likely to kill skeletons in seconds. In the battle against the Ice Demon Dragon, more than 150 skeleton warriors were lost. This time, if the enclosure is not good, there will be a lot of losses. Lin Moyu turned slightly cold and made a decision. Just as he was about to make a move, the eyes of the Black Demon Dragon suddenly flashed red. Lin Moyu felt palpitations, as if something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the Black Dragon rushed towards the skeleton warrior with a roar. It didn't fly, it obviously had wings, but it didn't fly, and it was colliding with the ground with its wings closed. The whole body was emitting black light, and the black light wrapped it, crushing it like a ruthless fortress. Skill: Crazy Rush. Lin Moyu wanted to take back the skeleton warrior, but it was still a step too late. A batch of skeleton warriors were knocked into the air, and some skeleton warriors were crushed head-on. News of the skeleton warrior's death continued to come in. Lin Moyu was completely numb. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts, he uses skills directly, and the power of skills is still so powerful. The Black Dragon performed a frenzied charge, rushing into the middle of the skeleton warrior with invincible crushing force. Suddenly, he stopped. Another flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Long Ding stomped heavily on the ground. Skill: Earthquake Explosion. The dragon cave shook violently. Not good. Lin Moyu was shocked, and immediately ordered the skeleton warrior to be taken back. Another step too late, the skeleton warrior has been attacked inexplicably and cannot be recovered. The attack comes from the ground. The earth roared, and terrifying energy swept out, even more terrifying than the crazy collision just now. I don't know how many skeletons will die in this wave. It is estimated to be in the thousands. Fight. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth cruelly, the soldier characters on the back of his hand gleamed, and the Strength Soldier's skill was activated instantly. The attributes of the undead army increased wildly. With powerful attributes, he can resist the skill attack of Black Magic Attack. Facing the attack, the skeleton warriors fought back one after another. The skeleton mage also attacked frantically. Lin Moyu's damage and curse skills responded. Lich General is fully healed. Mu Xianxian rushed out quickly. Come back, you don't want to die. Lin Moyu yelled. Her comprehensive defense cooldown has not ended yet, and now she will be attacked by the Black Dragon when she rushes up. Bone armor may not be able to withstand it. Mu Xianxian seemed to have never heard of it, and the fire of fighting spirit was burning in her eyes. The combat instinct talent has been fully activated, allowing her to see a different picture. The Black Dragon's skill attack is not without dead ends. While running, Mu Xianxian was looking for a gap to walk through. Until she ran in front of the Black Dragon, she hadn't been attacked once. This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to be shocked. The talent of fighting instinct is so strong. Mu Xianxian threw out fireworks, embellishing the Black Dragon into a flashing dragon. The Black Dragon's hatred instantly concentrated on Mu Xianxian, and with a cry, the dragon's tail swept over at an incredible speed. Skill: Dragon Tail Sweep. Although Mu Xianxian had fighting instincts, the Black Demon Dragon's skills were too fast to dodge in time. She simply didn't dodge, and swung around the sledgehammer violently towards the Black Dragon's tail. The only combat skill used is Stun. With a bang, Mu Xianxian flew upside down and hit the cave wall. A large area of cracks appeared in the skeleton armor. Lin Moyu saw it and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the skeleton armor is still there, Mu Xianxian is dead. Then he was stunned, and the black demon dragon actually entered a state of dizziness. The stun ability works again. What luck is this? 5 seconds, especially 5 seconds in the state of strong soldiers, can completely determine the life and death of the black demon dragon. Even though it is immune to 80% damage. However, he still couldn't withstand the exponentially increasing attacks. Lin Moyu was also in the attack sequence. The soul flame is released at the fastest speed. The skills of the skeleton warrior exploded crazily. The same goes for the skeleton mage. The entire undead army poured all their attacks on the black dragon within 5 seconds. No matter how strong it is only a level 56 hell level boss. No matter how strong the vitality is, there is a limit. Before the vertigo time was over, it had already fallen down with an unwilling cry. Mu Xianxian ran back quickly and shouted happily, "I'm killed, I'm dead." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "You have done a good job again." Mu Xianxian said with a giggle, "I'm really good." Kill the black demon dragon, experience, plus 5,600,000. Obtain the Dragon King certificate. Obtain Dragon Crystal *6. Obtain Dragon Crystal *6 through collection technique. Dragon King credentials. Credentials for entering the dungeon of the Dragon King Hall, located in the lower layer of the ancient battlefield. Spoon. Dragon King voucher, is directly bound to the soul and cannot be traded to others. The certificate looks like a statue of a giant dragon, only the size of a palm, with the word exquisite everywhere. Lin Moyu was also very pleased that the black demon dragon would drop Dragon King credentials. Didn't it mean that Dragon Palace will only drop dragon crystals, so what is it? In other words, there are too few teams that can kill the black demon dragon, so there is no record. I guess so. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, that's the guess. According to the records, for thousands of years, the number of times the black demon dragon has been killed can be counted on the fingers of one's fingers. So its drop also lost the record. Dragon King Palace, dungeon, he heard Bai Yuan mention it. But nothing specific. Lin Moyu looked at Mu Xianxian, do you know the copy of Dragon King Palace? Mu Xianxian nodded, I've heard of it. It's said to be a very powerful copy. In the lower space of the ancient battlefield, I don't know anything else. It seems that if you want to know more, you still have to go back and ask Bai Yuan, perhaps Mo Yun would also know something. Lin Moyu didn't continue to worry about the dungeon of Dragon King Palace, and started the dungeon again. There is no one outside the copy according to the old 757. After the two reset, they re-entered the copy. Mu Xianxian became the time recorder. We took 33 minutes for the Ice Dragon copy, and 9 minutes for the Black Dragon copy. I don't know how many minutes it will take this time. Lin Moyu said, this time it must be slower. The reason why the Black Demon Dragon is fast is because it used up the Strength Soldier's skill. Now that the Strength Soldier's skill is on cooldown, the speed must slow down. At least how long it will be slow, Lin Moyu is not easy to judge. The key depends on whether Mu Xianxian is good enough. Her stun skills contributed a lot in the first 2 battles. It can be said to be the decisive key. If it's okay this time. For the 3rd time, they faced Feng Malong. The wind howls in the whole dragon cave, and it doesn't stop all year round. The wind was like a knife, and the wall of the rock cave had been scraped extremely smooth, like a mirror. The Feng Malong was covered in blue light, and its wings fluttered up and down. It hovers in midair, and with every flap of its wings, a powerful whirlwind can erupt. The skeleton warrior approached with difficulty against the whirlwind, and his speed became very slow. After finally approaching, it was firmly blocked by the wind element, unable to really attack the wind dragon. The wind element is very strong, turning into strips of wind visible to the naked eye, wrapping around Feng Tulong's body. It's like putting an armor made of wind elements on the wind demon dragon, shutting out all the skeleton warriors who approached. The attributes of the wind demon dragon are comparable to those of the ice demon dragon, but it is obviously more difficult to deal with than the ice demon dragon. Its whirlwind armor is more troublesome than a shield. Even many of the spells of the skeleton mage were blown away by the strong wind. Lin Moyu had a feeling of being at a loss. Fortunately, its attack skills are not strong. The range of wind element skills is very large. It is completely a map gun. Each attack can cover the entire dragon cave. Fortunately, the power is not very powerful, and it cannot cause a fatal blow to the skeletons. General Lich can completely cure them. I can't hit you, and you can't kill me. Skeleton warriors are unreliable, and the skills of skeleton mages can only play half of their effect at best. Feng Malong also launched attacks continuously, but it had no choice but to take Skull and Lin Moyu. The two sides reached a stalemate. Mu Xianxian said, "Why don't I try it?" Anyway, Feng Malong doesn't have deadly skills, and De Xianxian is protected by bone armor. Her comprehensive defense cooling time has also ended, and coupled with her fighting instinct, there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Moyu put on the bone armor on her, "Be careful." Mu Xianxian hummed, fighting spirit rose in her eyes, and her fighting instinct came into play. In her sight, the whole world has changed. The wind element glows with blue light, and every attack formed is clearly visible. Mu Xianxian quickly ran towards the wind dragon, shuttling back and forth between the attacks of the wind element. Dodge if you can, dodge if you can. If she really couldn't avoid it, Mu Xianxian would swing the sledgehammer in her hand and forcefully smash the wind element into pieces. There was disdain in the eyes of Feng Malong hovering on the throne. It didn't care about Mu Xianxian, who was leaning over. The whole body is protected by whirlwind armor, so don't get close. Mu Xianxian rushed in front of Feng Malong, jumped up and rushed forward. The whirlwind armor burst out with a buzzing sound, and the terrifying wind blew on Mu Xianxian like a knife. Feng Imo Longan was disdainful. It knew that Mu Xianxian would definitely be blown away. Nothing can break through its whirlwind armor. The effect of forcing the shock to fly is not a joke. At this moment, Feng Malong revealed its arrogance. Things exceeded its expectations. The bone armor blocks the whirlwind and is immune to all skill effects. Relying on the bone armor, Mu Xianxian forcibly withstood the flying effect of the whirlwind armor, cut it against the whirlwind armor forcefully, and landed on Feng Malong abruptly. The gust of wind fell on the bone armor like a knife, making the bone armor creak. There are dense cracks on it, which are about to burst. Lin Moyu stood below, pointing his fingers, and added another layer to Mu Xianxian. What Lin Moyu hates the most is skills like the Black Demon Dragon, which are so powerful that they can't even be healed in time. Lin Moyu is not afraid of Feng Malong's persistent and explosive attacks. Mu Xianxian landed on Feng Malong and raised the sledgehammer. Skill, stun. With a bang, the sledgehammer fell, and the Feng Malong remained motionless. The stun effect did not appear. Feng Malong let out a roar, as if mocking Mu Xianxian's overreaching. With such a little power, it can't do much harm to him at all. Mu Xianxian was not disappointed, once failed, twice. 5 seconds later, another hammer fell. Still no effect. Feng Malong snorted again. It only hits once in 5 seconds, which is too slow. A gust of wind blows in the dragon cave, whistling loudly. All skeletons are under the attack of the wind element all the time. Lin Moyu is ready to do it any time. Mu Xianxian did it for the 3rd time. With a bang, the gust of wind stopped in an instant. The wind demon dragon fell down and hit its throne. The whirlwind armor on his body also weakened and faded at the same time. It works. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and the skeleton warriors who had been prepared for a long time rushed forward like wolves and tigers. The skills of the skeleton mages can finally smash through without hindrance. The curse of damage falls at the same time. The soul flame is also carried out simultaneously. Mu Xianxian didn't stop, she hammered one hammer after another. There are still words in his mouth. I let you look down on me, let you look down on me, now I will be beaten. She is not stupid, she can fully feel the disdain of Feng Malong. The skeleton warriors rushed forward one after another, bursting out with their skills, their big knives, glowing red, chopped up the remaining wind elements, and slashed at Feng Malong fiercely. 5 seconds is very short for ordinary people, but for the skeleton warrior, it is completely enough for a round of explosion. It is also enough for a skeleton mage to focus fire for 5 rounds. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Moyu is sure to hit Feng Malong severely. Without the protection of the whirlwind armor, Feng Malong's skin was torn apart, and he looked miserable. 5 seconds later, screams resounded through the dragon cave. There was anger in the screams. It caused unimaginable damage in just 5 seconds, almost dying. The wind element became stronger, and the whirlwind armor was about to take shape again. Mu Xianxian yelled softly, and hit Feng Malong on the head with another hammer. The Feng Malong let out a cry, and its anger dissipated with the blow. It was stunned for another 5 seconds, announcing its death. Lin Moyu deeply felt that Mu Xianxian's skill was a little abnormal. The probability of being stunned is too high, and it is still facing the boss. If you are facing ordinary monsters, you can really faint until you die, and you can control them infinitely. It now appears that Mu Xianxian, a master collector, is evolving in a perverted direction. If someone wanted to single out Mu Xianxian, they would definitely be tortured and cried. After 2 consecutive rounds of stun, the Feng Malong was killed without any resistance. The two reset the cooling time and continue the script. Again and again. 5.9 There are fast and slow speeds. Lin Moyu encountered various dragon bosses. Poison dragon, fire dragon, lightning dragon. Among them, the lightning dragon caused some troubles to him, and it took a full hour to wear it to death. With the cooperation of Mu Xianxian, the other magic dragons can be quickly cleaned up. In just half a day, Lin Moyu took Mu Xianxian to brush 8 times. With Mu Xianxian's collection skills, each harvest can range from 6 dragon crystals to as many as 12 dragon crystals. After 8 times, Lin Moyu has a total of 72 dragon crystals in his hands. After the 8th brushing, Lin Moyu found that the instant's entrance had changed. The breath at the entrance of the dungeon became unstable. Mo Yin flew over, the dungeon is about to disappear, half an hour at most. Mu Xianxian hurriedly said, then let's hurry up and do it again. Lin Moyu thought about it for half a second, then shook his head and said, no more. As he said that, the undead army appeared on the ground and surrounded the entrance of the dungeon. Seeing this, Mo Yun's eyes lit up, you want to? Lin Moyu's killing intent rose, block the door and kill. There are still many teams in the copy now. During this half-day, many teams passed the customs smoothly. They didn't stay outside and teleported in again for the second round. A team with 12 members can only drop 3 to 6 dragon crystals each time. No matter how lucky you are, you need at least 2 rounds to get 12 dragon crystals. Mo Yun calculated, in the instance, there are 20 teams of us, 23 people. Abyss Demon has 18 teams, the number is 216. Dragon Clan has 16 teams, the number is 192. The number of dragons and abyssal demons combined exceeds 400. Lin Moyu thought about it, joined Mo Yun, and said to Mu Xianxian at the same time, remember to set off the fireworks. Mu Xianxian hummed, don't worry, none of them will be missed. Mo Yun asked, strangely, what kind of fireworks? Mu Xianxian giggled, it's one of my skills, it looks like setting off fireworks. I see. Mo Yun only knows that there is such a profession as a collector, but he has never seen it. I don't know much about the various skills of the collector. But she knew that collectors didn't have any powerful combat skills, but with stronger attributes, they could bring huge benefits to the entire team. And the number is extremely rare. Therefore, the collection master is listed as a legendary class. Lin Moyu has already made all preparations for 02, just waiting for the copy to disappear. Mo Yun and Mu Xianxian were also ready to fight. After a while, there was a fluctuation in the space, and a team left the instance. The skeletons didn't do anything. The human team came out, and the skeletons stood still. The team had just left the dungeon when they found murderous skeletons standing around them. Everyone was surrounded by several skeletons, and the big knives in their hands were shining sharply. Although it looks like it's only level 35, its attributes are pitifully low. But the appearance is too scary. The wind was swishing on the body, making people shudder. Instinctively, each of them put on a fighting posture, but they didn't dare to make a real move. "Please leave." Lin Moyu's voice came. "Why, we want to do it again." Someone objected and shouted at Lin Moyu. Several others also yelled together, "Yeah, why are you?" Lin Moyu frowned. "Don't you know how much you weigh? Do you know how long it takes to brush once? The copy disappears in 20 minutes at most, what a fart." Mo Yin flew down on the Holy Spirit Unicorn. "The dungeon will disappear soon, you don't have time to refresh it again. Leave quickly, it won't be good if you accidentally hurt you in a while." Mu Xianxian also said at this time, "Hurry up and leave." The man wanted to say something more, when his captain held him down and said to Lin Moyu, "Okay, let's go right away." After speaking, he waved his hand and left with a group of people. The skeletons also automatically give way to them. After leaving, some team members were not convinced. "Captain, why are we leaving?" The captain said in a deep voice, "The dungeon is indeed coming to an end, we don't have time to do it for the second time. And the opponent is Lin Moyu, we better not offend him." "What's wrong with Lin Moyu? No matter how powerful he is, he can't block the gate of the dungeon." The man had heard of Lin Moyu's name and knew that Lin Moyu was very powerful. "But no matter how powerful you are, you can't be so unreasonable," the captain said. "I think he might want to kill the abyssal demons and dragons." The rest of the team raised their heads and looked towards Lin Moyu. At this time, Lin Moyu was full of murderous intent, staring at the exit of the copy. Before the dungeon disappeared, several teams came out after clearing the level. They were all human teams, and did not arouse the reaction of the skeletons. These people were also dissuaded by Mo Yun and Mu Xianxian. Most people are easy to talk to, they have also heard Lin Moyu's name, and they can probably guess why Lin Moyu did this. But some people ignored Lin Moyu, they insisted on re-entering the dungeon. In this regard, Lin Moyu also followed them. If they were accidentally injured for a while, it was their own fault. As an adult, you are responsible for your own choices. The space where the copy is located is distorted more and more seriously. The moment the copy disappears, all the people in the copy will appear here. Lin Moyu is ready, and the characters on the back of his hand are getting hot gradually. Mu Xianxian also clenched the hammer tightly, one hand was also glowing, and her fireworks were ready. Mo Yun circled and inspected in the air. Her role is to fill the void. If there is a fish that slipped through the net and flies into the sky, she can use the air-forbidden skill to let the other party experience the happiness of gaining and losing again. As for the other human teams that are still in the instance, Lin Moyu can only try to ensure that they are not accidentally injured. Abandon the wind and water skeleton mages, leaving only the fire and electricity skeleton mages. The skills of the two types of feng shui skeleton mages are all group attack skills. With the increase of strength soldier skill, it will hurt if you rub it. With a soft sound, the vortex at the entrance of the dungeon burst like a bubble. In the next second, the space violently fluctuated and distorted, and all the creatures in the dungeon were teleported out. Do it. The red light fell, and the slow curse took effect instantly. Strong soldiers, skills and Mu Xianxian's fireworks exploded at the same time. Gorgeous. The skeleton and the professional who just came out glowed at the same time. The soul fire of the skeleton warrior jumped violently, and at the same time, he raised his sword to explode his skills. The skeleton mage also releases skills and unleashes a large number of attacks. They have the same goal, and they are all winged guys. Abyssal demons and dragon professionals were fatally hit. The screams became one piece and continued to sound. Mu Xianxian's fireworks can only target 200 people at a time, and there are many human professionals among them. But there is no way, it cannot be forced. It is also impossible to wait for her skill cooldown to end before releasing it a second time. Lin Moyu's goal is to completely resolve the fight within seconds. The screams never stopped from the beginning. The flames exploded, and the thunder and lightning rolled. A red light flashed on the broadsword, splashing with blood. The blood of demons and dragons intertwined with screams, soaking the ancient battlefield. Leave the copy about 2 seconds to adapt. In these 2 seconds, Lin Moyu has done many things. Not to mention just some professionals, even the Black Demon Dragon, under the strong soldier skill, within 2 seconds, Lin Moyu is sure to seriously injure it. Because there are races mixed together, otherwise it would be simpler. A few corpses exploded in the past, and everything was clean. Some of the human race teams that were previously driven away by Lin Moyu were all sweating coldly when they saw this scene. They saw the horrors of the abyssal demons and dragons. He just left the dungeon without even having time to react, so he was decapitated directly. Waves of attacks are dizzying. They try to imagine that if these attacks were directed at themselves, this would be the result. There is only one answer: die. This lethality is due to cheating. These are demons and dragons of more than 50 levels. Why do they look like tofu? They were directly chopped up. It can only be said that these skeletons of Lin Moyu are too strong, and Lin Moyu himself is too strong. These guys are really miserable. They finally got the dragon crystal, but they couldn't keep it. Lin Moyu is making a lot of money this time around. That's right, military merit, experience, dragon crystal, all of them have made a lot of money. The abyssal demons and dragons were quickly wiped out. 2 seconds later, there were only a few who were still alive. Black light erupted from the whole body of the abyssal demon, and the abyssal power rolled and moved, unexpectedly knocking back the surrounding skeletons. It broke through with serious injuries and soared into the sky. Mo Yun came sitting on the Holy Spirit Unicorn, and released the skill, No Space. Unwillingly, the demon fell back to the group of skeletons, and then there was no movement. There are also Dragon Knights who have activated the ultimate defense and broke through crazily. When Mu Xianxian arrived, she slammed the giant hammer down on her head. Skill, stun. It froze in place on the spot, and then the limit defense was directly ignited and killed on the spot. 5 seconds later, the fighting stopped. The battlefield became extremely quiet in an instant. Apart from the wind blowing from the skeleton, there was no sound. Lin Moyu felt the strong breath of dragon crystal. There are many dragon crystals scattered on the ground. Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment. All the dragon crystals obtained by these guys fell out. With a move in his heart, the skeleton warrior immediately picked up the dragon crystal, and at the same time picked up the dragon's equipment skillfully. Among the skeleton group, there are hundreds of human professionals. They're just now realizing what's going on. Lin Moyu actually fought an ambush against the abyssal demons and dragons outside the dungeon. Killed more than hundreds of abyssal demons and dragon professionals on the spot. It didn't take more than 5 seconds before and after. This action was too fast and too crisp. They didn't react until the skeletons finished picking up the dragon crystals on the ground. The sergeant badges of Lin Moyu, Mu Xianxian, and Mo Yun were all shining. The 3 of them have obtained more than 270,000 military merits, respectively, and they all have a lot of experience. Through the collection technique, Lin Moyu obtained a lot of demon core fragments and dragon blood essence. There are also a lot of dragon equipment thrown into the storage space by Lin Moyu. The biggest gain is the dragon crystal. Lin Moyu didn't expect that the dragon crystal could be exploded. A total of 151 dragon crystals were obtained by accident, plus his own 72. His number of dragon crystals has reached 273, which is extremely astonishing. The undead army disappeared, leaving behind a large number of corpses. There is no need to clean the battlefield. The characteristics of the ancient battlefield, these corpses will not exist for more than half a day. The entire ancient battlefield, like a devouring beast, will digest the corpse without making a sound. Lin Moyu left with a large number of dragon crystals. No one dared to stop him. Some people are envious, others are jealous, but no one dares to stop Lin Moyu. Just look at the tragic end of the abyssal demons and dragons. Lin Moyu's skeleton will not be soft. After walking for half an hour, he had already left the battlefield more than 10 kilometers away. The three found a clean place and stopped. Lin Moyu said, "Which one of you will come first?" He was referring to Dragonglass. Using the Dragon Crystal Awakening talent, the probability can be high or low, not to say good. Need to try piece by piece. Now he has 273 Dragon Crystals, enough for 3 people to use. Mo Yun said, "The chance of awakening talent with Dragon Crystal is about 10% to 15%. In other words, 7 to 10 Dragon Crystals can awaken talent. However, this is only an approximate probability. Some people have used 20 Dragon Crystals to awaken their talents. There are also people who have succeeded with only 1 Dragon Crystal. In short, as long as the number of Dragon Crystals is sufficient, the talent will surely be awakened successfully." Mu Xianxian said, "Yes, I have heard of such a saying." Only Lin Moyu, "This is the first time I heard such a statement." In this kind of knowledge, he is still lacking. It's the same as he doesn't know the Abyss Phantom, otherwise he might be able to react immediately. Lin Moyu took out 10 Dragon Crystals. "Which one of you will come first?" Mo Yin smiled, "I'll come first. It happens that I didn't awaken my talent when I changed jobs for the second time, so it won't affect the probability of Dragon Crystal." As he spoke, he took the Dragon Crystal and activated one of them. Dragon Crystal suddenly burst into a hazy light, turning into a light cluster covering Mo Yun's whole body. Strange power is spreading. Dragon Crystal's aura is very complicated. There is the breath of the abyss, the breath of the dragon, and some inexplicable breaths. After being intertwined together, it formed its unique appearance. After a while, the Dragon Crystal's light disappeared. There will be visions when awakening talents, but Mo Yun obviously does not. There was no disappointment on Mo Yun's face. She calmly picked up the second Dragon Crystal and continued to activate it. The misty light group enveloped Mo Yun again. There was a light in Mu Xianxian's eyes, and she was a little excited when she thought that she would also use the Dragon Crystal to activate her talent. Like Mo Yun, she awakened her talent when she changed jobs for the first time, Fighting Instinct. Later, when he changed his job for the second time at level 40, no new talent was awakened. It should be said that most talented professionals are like this. Being able to awaken a talent is already very enviable. It is also rare among professionals. The vast majority of professionals spend their entire lives without even a single talent. I don't know what talent Mo Yun can awaken. Mu Xianxian said in a low voice. Lin Moyu shook his head, expressing that he did not know. Mu Xianxian said to herself, "There are countless talents, and some talents are useless. If some useless talents are awakened, it will be wasted. I hope Mo Yun can awaken a useful talent." The light disappeared, and the second Dragon Crystal still had no effect. Continue. The third block, the fourth block. Until the 10 Dragon Crystals were used up, Mo Yun still had no talent for awakening. But Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be a special aura in Mo Yun's body. It is the accumulation in its body caused by the continuous use of Dragon Crystals. Lin Moyu took out another 10 Dragon Crystals and continued. Yeah. Mo Yun picked up the 11th Dragon Crystal without hesitation. 11 yuan, 12 yuan. Lin Moyu felt that the Dragon Crystal's aura was getting stronger and stronger on Mo Yun. Finally, when the 16th Dragon Crystal was activated, Mo Yun's aura reached its peak. It was as if a certain boundary was broken and the breath exploded. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, it's done. Mo Yun's body was full of light, she closed her eyes tightly, and slowly lifted into the air. The whole person is like a goddess, beautiful and holy. It's so beautiful. Mu Xianxian exclaimed. At this moment, Mo Yun exudes an unimaginable layer. After half a minute passed like this, Mo Yun fell back to the ground again. There was a lot of joy in his eyes. Mu Xianxian hurriedly asked, how about it, what talent has you awakened? Mo Yun said, I have awakened the talent of holy flames. From now on, my attacks will always have the effect of holy flames. The attack power can be greatly improved, especially for the abyssal demons, which can increase the damage by at least several times. Mo Yun was originally a summoner of the Holy Spirit, and the skills all over his body contained divine power. The sacred power has a restraining effect on the abyssal demons, and can increase the damage by at least 50%. Now that there is a layer of holy flame, Mo Yun's attack power against the abyssal demon is even stronger. Xing Yan's talent and Mo Yun's career match so well, it can be called perfect. Mu Xianxian congratulated, this talent is really good, it suits you very well. Mo Yun is also in a very good mood at this time, she is very satisfied with Xing Yan's talent. Thank you, it's your turn. Mu Xianxian hummed, picked up a dragon crystal, and activated it directly. The first block, unsurprisingly, failed. Mu Xianxian then picked up the second dragon crystal. Still fail. With Mo Yun's experience, Mu Xianxian was not disappointed, but continued with the dragon crystal. Anyway, Lin Moyu has a lot of dragon crystals, so she doesn't feel bad. Lin Moyu sensed the special aura emerging from Mu Xianxian's body. With the use of the dragon crystal, the breath is constantly increasing. When Mu Xianxian was using the fifth piece of dragon crystal, Lin Moyu suddenly said, 12 pieces. Mo Yun looked over curiously, what? Lin Moyu said lightly, she needs 12 dragon crystals. Lin Moyu stated the reason for his judgment. Mo Yun couldn't sense the aura Lin Moyu said at all. But she didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words, but suggested that Lin Moyu ask Bai Yuan after he went back, maybe he could get the answer. Sure enough, when Mu Xianxian was activating the 12th dragon crystal, the light cluster changed. She also stands in the air like Mo Yun. Mu Xianxian's appearance was no worse than Mo Yun's, especially her figure. At this time it looks equally astonishingly beautiful. But in the eyes of Lin Moyu, a straight steel man, there is no difference between the two, and they didn't even appreciate it. He was still thinking about why he could feel this unusual breath. Half a minute later, Mu Xianxian fell to the ground again, and the awakening was over. Without waiting for Lin Moyu and Mo Yun to ask, Mu Xianxian has already spoken out her talent very happily. I have awakened the talent that must hit. During the activation of the talent, my skills can hit 100%, and the special effects in the skills can also take effect 100%. After listening to Mu Xianxian's words, the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth moved slightly. The girl carrying the sledgehammer seems to be even more perverted. This talent combined with her stun skill is simply a cheating weapon. Lin Moyu felt that it would be infinitely easier to bring her to fight the boss in the future. Mu Xianxian didn't notice Lin Moyu's strange eyes at all, and exclaimed happily, I'm so talented. Mo Yun didn't know that Mu Xianxian had the ability to stun. Simply speaking, this talent is really good. Any skill can be 100% hit, of course it is a good talent. The light came on, and Lin Moyu started to activate the dragon crystal. After using 2 dragon crystals in a row, Lin Moyu has judged that he needs 8 dragon crystals. Then he directly took out 6 dragon crystals and activated them together. The 6 dragon crystals burst into brilliant light and enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu only felt that he was surrounded by the special breath of dragon crystals. Then the breath reached the peak, Wang Lijiao, and it exploded with a bang. Gain talent, summon life chain. Summoning life chain, within a certain range, a life chain is formed between the summoned objects, and all damage is shared by the summoned objects within this range, 20 meters. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback, it turned out to be such a talent. In this way, the skeletons within 20 meters will either live together or die together. Lin Moyu tried to think about it in his heart, if he faced a monster with a particularly powerful attack but a small range. Skeletons that could be instantly killed in the past can now be jointly borne by skeletons within 20 meters. This will greatly reduce the casualty rate. But in the same way, once a skeleton bears an attack that far exceeds the upper limit by tens of times, then the other skeletons that carry out the chain of life with it will also be greatly damaged, or even wiped out. This skill has both good and bad. It depends on the situation at that time. Lin Moyu is a little disappointed, this talent is not very good. But he has no right to regret it, he can only accept it. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. The system detected a new talent for host awakening. Start to optimize talents. System. Lin Moyu was stunned. The system has come out once since the job change. After that, there is no more news from the system. Unexpectedly, when he awakened his talent, the system appeared again. Optimize talents. I don't know how the talent will be optimized. Lin Moyu couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. System, you won't let yourself down. In the eyes of Mo Yun and Mu Xianxian, the light that shrouded Lin Moyu before was gradually dimming. Seeing that the awakening is coming to an end. Suddenly the light became stronger again, even brighter than before. Mu Xianxian exclaimed, "What happened?" Mo Yun fell into deep thought. She rummaged through her knowledge base, but couldn't find any answers that could answer the situation in front of her. Now the two have no choice but to wait. But looking at the ball of light, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, so he shouldn't have encountered any problems. This also reassures the two of them. A few minutes later, the system completed the talent optimization. Gain talent, summon life connection. Summoning life connection. All summoned objects are connected to life, suffer damage together, and receive recovery together. Seeing the new talents, Lin Moyu shivered suddenly. The optimized talent is too strong. Compared with the summoning life chain just now, I don't know how many times stronger it is. There is no range limit, as long as it is his summoned object, it can share the damage. The skeleton mage at the rear can also provide the Emperor's vitality support for the skeleton warrior rushing to the front. Whether the summoned object is outside or in the summoning space, life connection can be performed. For these 207 skeletons in the summoning space, the recovery speed of vitality is very fast. It is completely possible to achieve the effect of exchanging injury for death. The most critical point is to jointly accept recovery. In other words, the healing technique performed by Lich General will no longer be effective against his own legion alone. Instead, it works together with all the skeletons of the undead army. Even if it is a powerful boss, it is easy to kill dozens or hundreds of skeletons, but it is very difficult to kill thousands of skeletons in one go. The survivability of skeletons is greatly enhanced. At the same time, this talent is also related to your own damage transfer skills. The damage that falls on the skeleton through damage transfer will also be borne by all skeletons. It really realized that we should die together, and we must live together. Lin Moyu believes that as long as he does not commit suicide, it is very difficult to kill more than 5,000 skeletons at once. That's really good talent. The system is awesome. Lin Moyu boasted silently in his heart. After the system appeared, it disappeared again. No matter how Lin Moyu called, there was no response. The system is so cold. Lin Moyu is in a good mood, and even laughs at himself in his heart. The light dissipated, and Lin Moyu opened his eyes. At a glance, I saw two pairs of curious big eyes. No, it's a triple-double. There is also a pair from Holy Spirit unicorns. Mu Xianxian was like a curious baby. What talent have you awakened? Lin Moyu didn't hide anything, and talked about his talent. Mu Xianxian exclaimed, what a talent, so your summoned creature can't die. Mo Yun said, either none of them die, or they all die together. But it's almost impossible to kill all your summoned creatures. Lin Moyu just smiled slightly. It cannot be said that no one can do it. Ancient Luan bird is no joke. Even now against it, Lin Moyu still feels that there is a high probability of losing. It's not that I don't have confidence, but it's a very rational answer after analyzing the characteristics and skills of Ancient Luan bird, unless it can be killed before it uses its last skill. That requires the use of the Strength Soldier skill to kill in seconds. Maybe it can be done, but Lin Moyu doesn't want to try. He is not so stupid to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. The three of them shared a total of 34 dragon crystals. Now there are 239 dragon crystals left, which is still a very considerable wealth. Lin Moyu asked, "Where are you going next?" He has completed all the tasks assigned by Bai Yuan, and he can go back home. Mo Yun said, "I still need to stay here for a while." Mu Xianxian had a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "I'm going back to the Knights, Sister Yiyu and the others also need me." Indeed, a collection master can greatly increase the team's income. Playing a copy is equivalent to twice the income. What's more, with Mu Xianxian's current ability, she is no longer a tool person. Especially when playing boss, it will definitely be amazing. Lin Moyu nodded, "Then we are destined to meet again." Mu Xianxian handed a positioning teleportation stone to Lin Moyu. "You take this, if I ask you for help someday, you are not allowed to refuse." Lin Moyu agreed, "Definitely." Mu Xianxian reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Moyu and launched the teleportation cloth to hit the knights. Just as Mu Xianxian left, Lin Moyu noticed Mo Yun's strange gaze. Mo Yun stared at Lin Moyu with a serious expression. "Mu Xianxian doesn't look right at you, you two are fine." Lin Moyu thought for a while before he understood the meaning of Mo Yun's words. "You think too much." Mo Yun said in a deep voice, "Don't be sorry to E." "No." Lin Moyu answered very simply, without thinking about it at all. "It won't be the best. I'm leaving too, you take care." After Mo Yun finished speaking, she jumped onto the Holy Spirit unicorn, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the sky. Lin Moyu thought of Ningyi, and couldn't help showing a smile. "I don't know how this girl is doing. Long time no see, I have prepared some new gifts for you this time. Dragon crystals and earth gems are good gifts." While thinking about it, the teleportation scroll given by Bai Yuan came out. This is the scroll that left the ancient battlefield. Just about to activate it, he suddenly raised his head and looked forward. A group of black spots in the air were approaching him. Immediately afterwards, a black light descended from the sky. It was a black spear filled with abyssal energy. The spear is lightning fast and extremely accurate. In an instant, it cut through the thousands of meters of sky and landed on Lin Moyu with incomparable accuracy. The spear exploded with a bang, and the skeleton armor creaked. The spear flew out backwards, and flew back into the opponent's hand. Judging from the pressure on the skeleton armor, this gun is quite powerful. It is not weaker than the Red Moon Demon. But just relying on this shot to kill himself is far from enough. I didn't expect to earn another wave of military merits before leaving. Lin Moyu put away the teleportation scroll. It takes some time to activate the teleportation scroll. After all, it is not an ordinary teleportation, but a teleportation across space. That being the case, let's get rid of the opponent first. He had already seen clearly that what came was a group of abyssal demons. Not many, 38. Judging from their aura, all of them exceeded level 60. These demons came from the core area. Lin Moyu knew that he had the aura planted by demons on his body, so the demons could track him accurately. The abyssal demons above level 60 have already stood at the top of the high-level demons. Their attributes have been greatly increased compared to those below level 60. Attack power, defense power, agility, all jumped up. Lin Moyu once encountered a level 62 abyssal demon in the core area. At that time it was also entangled with it for a long time before killing it. It's not that it can't beat it, but it's because it refuses to come down. A series of attacks fell from the sky, and the earth was roaring. They fly high, beyond Lin Moyu's skill range. But the accuracy of the attack is very high, at least 7 or 8 out of 10 hits can be hit accurately. Especially the long spear, it seems that it will track automatically, and it will spawn every time. Between level 60 and level 69 is also the stage where the gap between humans and demons is the largest. It wasn't until level 70 completed the third turn that the human race professionals mastered the ability to fly, and then they really stood on the same starting line as the demons. Demons at this stage also like to be condescending and deal with human professionals. Lin Moyu replenished his bone armor, retreated quickly, and thought about countermeasures at the same time. Find a way to get them down. Point your fingers a little in the air. Skill, slow curse. The range of the curse of slowing speed is extremely huge, covering a range of 7 kilometers. The demons in the air slowed down immediately. Then another little green light exploded in the air. Skill, poison star ring. The cursed abyssal demons had no time to escape, they were poisoned one after another, and green poisonous gas emitted from their bodies. The level 10 poisonous star ring may not seem to be very powerful, but the damage continues all the time. An attack equivalent to 4,000 points of power per second is enough to give them a headache after a long time. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to summon a skeleton warrior. Jump directly on the back of the skeleton, and the skeleton warrior ran fast with him. The skeleton ran faster and faster with Lin Moyu on his back, and the abyss demon who was cursed with slow speed couldn't catch up at all. He's about to run away, chase after him. Killing so many of us, how could it be possible for him to escape so easily? Undo the curse, we can't fly fast, we won't be able to catch up. A demon took out a black stone, activated. With a bang, the stones exploded, and their speed suddenly increased. This stone cannot completely remove the curse, but it can offset part of the curse. This also allows their speed to be on par with Lin Moyu. Every demon was poisoned, and it continued to inflict damage equivalent to 4,000 strength every second. The damage of 4,000 points of power is not big, but it continues every second, and it will be very uncomfortable after a long time. Is this guy a human race or a boss who can't use poison element skills? I have fought and killed the human race so many times. The first time I saw a human race, there will be curses and poisonous element skills. This guy has a dark heart, darker than our demons. No, we can't go on like this, or we will be dragged to death. I also know it can't go on like this, but we can't catch up. One demon gritted his teeth and chopped off one of his own fingers so violently. Black blood splattered in the air, then flew upside down and fell back on all the demons. With a buzzing sound, a brand new curse appeared on all the demons. Defense dropped sharply. Devil, what are you doing? Abyss Death Demon, a demon with the ability to curse. Death Demon gritted his teeth. I replaced Lin Moyu's curse with another curse. Only one curse can exist at a time. It replaced the slow curse with its own curse. There is no demon to blame it at this moment. The speed picked up again, and Lin Moyu was picked up axle by axle. Lin Moyu chuckled and pointed his fingers casually. The slow cursing red light was once again under the hood. But this slow curse didn't work. The level of the Abyss Death Demon is too high, and the curse level is also high, and the slow curse cannot replace its curse. Lin Moyu, you can't run away. You are dead. Kill us so many Abyss demons, the Abyss will not let you go. Master Demon King gave an order, you must die. The Abyss demons are getting closer and closer. The way Lin Moyu ran away made the demons feel that he was afraid. After all, the demons are all killed from the core area, and each level is above 60. There are 38 of them, the lowest level is 61, and the highest level is already 64. With such a lineup chasing and killing a level 35 human race kid, it's really a bit of a fuss. A high mountain appeared in front of it, and there seemed to be a cave in front of the high mountain. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards the cave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sight of the demons. The attacks of the demons landed on the mountain, the rocks collapsed, and the whole mountain vibrated. The demons looked at each other, chasing in. They didn't think much, they rushed into the cave one after another and chased them in. The cave is winding and rugged, and the sun is dark. Demons already like darkness, and this environment has no effect on them. They were chasing Lin Moyu's breath, and kept chasing towards the depths of the cave. The cave got deeper and deeper, and the passage became wider and wider. Suddenly, the sight in front of him became spacious. A spacious cave appeared in sight. Lin Moyu has stopped, standing in the deepest part of the cave, looking at them. Behind Lin Moyu, there is a thick rock wall, and there is no retreat. See where you go this time. The demons sneered. The killing intent filled the cave, and the temperature suddenly dropped a lot. A dark wind blows. The owner of the killing intent is not a demon, but Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, a one-star colonel, has killed a lot of demons and dragons under his command. The killing intent it exudes is stronger than these high-ranking demons in front of them. What's going on? Why do I feel something is wrong? Yeah, this guy seems to have a strong killing intent. No, we were fooled, look at his sergeant's badge. Only then did they realize that Lin Moyu was wearing a golden sergeant badge on his shoulder with a star on it. 1 star, Colonel. Those who can become a 1-star colonel are those who have experienced many battles. His men must have killed many demons or dragons, such characters, because they are all powerful existences. And Lin Moyu is only level 35. Thinking of this, the demons suddenly felt creepy. At this time, footsteps came from behind them, and a large number of skeleton warriors ran out of the cave. The densely packed skeletons completely blocked the retreat of the demons. Lin Moyu quietly released 2 Lich generals along the way before, and the Lich generals were hiding in a dark corner. Now 2 Lich generals with their undead army blocked the retreat of the demons. It's really not easy to get you down. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and in an instant, all the remaining 13 undead legions appeared. Thousands of skeletons almost filled the cave, and surrounded these demons 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. General Lich blesses all the skeletons, and the bright white light illuminates the entire cave like daytime. One of the demons gritted its teeth. Do you think these level 35 garbage skeletons can block us? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Thank you for the military achievements you sent me, I will accept it without hesitation." After the voice fell, the skeleton warrior had already charged up. The skills of the skeleton mage also exploded. The fire flashed in the cave, and the red light filled the air. The one with the highest level among the demons is a level 64 demon. Wield the spear. Bang 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 sounded continuously, knocking a lot of skeletons into the air. As high as level 64, it is very powerful and does great damage to skeletons. The skeletons that were originally knocked into the air had to suffer at least a lot of damage. But this time, the skeleton that was knocked into the air only suffered minor injuries. The damage is shared by all the skeletons present. And Lich General's Legion healing has also changed. It no longer only affects one of its own legions, but has already affected the entire army. It is equivalent to that all skeletons can enjoy the treatment of 15 Lich Generals at the same time. In Lin Moyu's eyes, as long as he doesn't encounter such perverted bosses like Ancient Luan Bird, Ancient Earth Dragon Body, again, or over level 70 top demons, it is very difficult to die with one's own skeleton. These demons are like trapped beasts, madly attacking the skeletons. They even want to fly to break through the mountain. But all the movements were blocked by the skeleton. The skeletons didn't give them a chance. Not only are they surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, but even the tops of their heads are covered with skeletons. Fully realize the 3-dimensional surround. Skeleton warriors cut everything on them, and skeleton mages' attacks were relentless, covering them with no dead ends. When they were entered into the cave, their fate was already doomed. With the first scream, there was a deafening explosion. A corpse burst, killing 37 demons. Only the level 64 demon was still alive, but it was also seriously injured. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect this demon to have such a strong vitality. Can withstand a corpse burst without dying. If Lin Moyu remembered correctly, the object of the corpse explosion was a level 61 abyssal demon. 12 times the damage of the level 61 abyssal demon's life force even failed to kill it. There is a difference of 3 levels between the two. Is there such a difference in vitality? This abyssal demon with a gun in his hand had murderous intent in his eyes, and his whole body was filled with black light. The black light comes from the long spear in its hand, this black weapon. Lin Moyu has been attacked by a spear before, and knows that this weapon is very powerful. In addition to its offensive power, it also has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Holding a spear in his hand, the demon smiled coldly and madly. I never thought you would be so powerful. No wonder there is a demon king who wants to kill you by name. Then let's die together. Remember, the person who killed you is called Haitian Mozi. As he spoke, the black light spread violently, filling the entire cave. Not good. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and he put away all the skeletons in an instant. With a bang, the spear and the demon exploded themselves together. The level 64 abyssal demon's self-detonation is the strongest blow. It gathers all vitality. Coupled with the self-explosion of the spear in his hand, the power is not much worse than the explosion of a corpse. The skeletal armor on Lin Moyu's body shattered, and his whole body was slammed onto the rock wall by a huge force. The cave collapsed, and the entire mountain collapsed in the explosion.